Okay. Hello and welcome back to 2020 US World Cup. We are up for a really great match to go on. Uh, my name is Tuglet, and I am joined by Tuglet myself. Okay, how are you doing, Tuglet? I'm doing fine, of course. And okay, our next match is also one from the winners bracket, which is Germany versus Korea. Okay, so we have tough match coming up, and you have seen these two teams performing like a behemoth on round of 16. For Team Red, we have Germany. Let me read the names. We have Dust Ice, White Cat, Hollow Watcher, Neox, Rising, Marty, Umbre, and Okinamo. They have performed good, but their opponent, who was Indonesia, really put them to almost through the defeat, but they have climbed back from that tiebreaker. And on the Team Blue, we have South Korea, and I'll read the names for you. We have Karuna, Flying Tuna, Ponytail, Butel, Nelly Toru, Archer, Nope KJK, and Zaisen. Okay, so it was quite a surprise for me to see South Korea beating United Kingdom by 5-2, and their performance was great. United Kingdom's performance was great also, but South Korea did a little better. Okay, so I think everyone is here except for we're not really filling the rosters yet, but we'll go to the band first then. Okay, so Germany's banning first, and then South Korea is currently deciding who will pick first. We'll see. Okay, we're waiting for the bands. Okay, so South Korea wants to pick first, and okay, so let me cut it up, and I am here with my another caster who will join me is Dolan. How are you, Dolan?
Hello, world. How's it going, Glet?
Yeah, good morning, Dolan. I
Good
think
morning.
It's pretty early for your time zone.
Yes, I was rushing to get back in time.
Okay, but your day will be great with this match because you're gonna start up with a banger. So
Oh yes,
that's nice for you.
Germany and South Korea. This is exactly how I need to start my day.
Okay, so we have the first ban coming in, and the Stice is banning. Okay, Germany is banning No Mod 3. Oh no, okay, Free Mod 3. I mean, my bad.
No mod, free mod. What's the difference? Except all of the mods.
Yeah. And okay, Karuna, really quick at the bans. Karuna bans No Mod 2 and Double Time 1. Wow, that's quite quick with the bans.
Sad to see the DT1 ban.
Okay, Karuna, you're too fast on the pace.
All right, we got another ban immediately.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's the pick.
Okay, so let me just quickly recap the bans. Dust Ice, Germany bans Hidden 3. And Korea bans No Mod 2 and Double Time 1. Then Germany, really quick with the bans Free Mod 3. And the pick is already made, is No Mod 3. Okay. That was quick.
All right, they knew they were prepared, man.
Yeah, they are prepared. Definitely, they have it ready. And just yeah, even before we talk about the bands, I think we're going in for the match soon. Okay. Okay,
All
we'll
right,
wait.
this is just it.
Yeah. Well, for Double Time ban, I think it's weird for South Korea to ban Double Time 1 because they are also good enough. But I think overall, Germany is a better Double Time team than South Korea. So I think it's a reasonable ban for them. But for normal bans, I'm not sure for each team. And we have hidden ban from Germany, which is expected because Germany isn't really known for their low AR or hidden, tricky hidden stuff. So, well, while Karuna especially in South Korea, is doing great with those low AR, complicated hittings. So it's well, quality band, I'd say, for Germany.
Well, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, this is
Okay.
probably one of the big matches of the weekend.
Definitely.
Germany
not if
and
the biggest.
South Korea. Yeah, not even. I don't even know if it's the biggest. We still got China and Japan. That's
Yeah, well, that will be a great match too.
But here we go. Who will face the USA next weekend in the semifinals?
Oh, quick miss from Karcher. Well, still early in the map, so it won't really matter that much, but that still does the damage.
It still puts the lead in Germany's hands for now.
Wow, look at Germany, 4-way SS.
What?
What?
I just noticed that. They were 4-way SSing.
And as we mentioned it, Dust Ice is not really doing great with one single
Still.
100.
Just looked to the left and saw all 100s.
Yeah. Well, great accuracy from Germany. Well, South Korea is still making up, but that single miss, making it double. Nelitoru is
Nelitoru.
missing. Okay.
So that's 2 FCs down for Korea.
2-4, and Karcher with another miss. Okay, Karcher is not happy with his performance, but Germany, wow, they are. Okay.
They're just 4-waying. But White Cat, right as I say that, White Cat actually does find the first miss.
Okay, Caster Curse.
The Caster Curse is alive at 6:30 a.m. Let's go.
Okay. Oh.
But still, Germany in a pretty good spot here. They've got 3 FCs to Korea's 1.
What's even better is that they have the accuracy as well. Everyone is over 99, so that solidifies their leads.
That too, and Karcher, man, he's really not having a good time on the VTuber map.
VTuber.
Yeah, he's definitely on something to VTubers after this.
Yeah, somebody in the lobby mentioned a different VTuber is better, but I probably think he doesn't like this VTuber. Okay. That's why he's... Okay.
Fair enough.
Fair enough, okay. Okay, Karuna is still holding the full combo, but it's 3 versus 1 when it comes to combos, and even accuracy-wise, okay, that's nice.
Yeah, the
missed,
damage
along
is
with
getting pretty real. It's almost 500,000 points in favor of Germany, and there's only a quarter of the map left. I think it's safe to say Germany probably have this one.
Definitely.
I don't even know if South Korea would have enough time to flip it off the quad miss.
Yeah, well, they're still climbing up with it just comes to combo, but the combo deficiency is coming to real damage for the South Korean team.
Dust Ice will miss, though. It's Okinawa and Hollow Watcher carrying on with the SS, or not the SSs, the FCs.
Yes.
I was
Okinawa
so fixated on
great,
that quad SS at the start. It was beautiful.
Okay. Hollow Watcher misses. Okay. Even Okinawa misses. Okay.
Oh, there he goes. Karuna.
No. Yeah.
Unfortunately, he has no time, and there's 600,000 points. Germany does the work that needs to be done to take the opening point. That's a break point too.
Yeah, actually. MVP goes to Karuna, but Karuna himself cannot really stop from South Korea to surrender a point. Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Was that an FC from Karuna?
Was it? I think it's a slider tick from the beginning, or
Yeah, it might be a
middle
slider
way?
tick. That's what I was curious about because it didn't say FC.
Yeah. Okay, Karuna going on a boss mod, but his teammates need to support him on this one. Karuna have performed fantastic on round of 16, and he's doing so too. But his teammates are a little still having nerves, I'd say, maybe.
Well, this is a big match. I think they know it. I think both teams are coming in with some nerves implied.
Definitely.
But Germany is going to be next up to pick.
It's not a rare sight to see if Germany just picks the DT, and it is DT, by the way.
What a shock!
What a shock! Yeah, it's all planned from the beginning. That double time, and Germany goes all well alone. Okay.
Grimoire of Blue.
Yeah, the second Grimoire song we have on the poll. Well, first one is back in round of 32, but okay. So, as I mentioned earlier, okay. So South Korea have banned the double time 1, but since they cannot ban more than one song from each bracket, they still have 3 maps open to Germany, and double time with Germany is just a natural disaster that you cannot really avoid.
Yeah, natural disaster for the opponent. They come in at Hurricane Category 5 force winds.
Oh, that's
double time.
That sounds devastating already.
I lived through Harvey, I can tell you. It's devastating.
Oh, okay. We're going in to the games, and let's see.
So we see Umbre, Dust Ice, Rising, and Okinamo for Germany against Karuna, Ponytail, Zazen, and Flying Tuna.
Yeah, especially Dust Ice when it comes to those dreamy double time picks. He's been performing great ever since.
So far, Korea, slight advantage off the start.
Yeah, especially since Dust Ice, as I've mentioned, he's packing quite a bit of accuracy. That's what gave them the lead, but they're taking it back since Karan just missed.
It's a very short map too, so Germany really pulling out the advantage. Umbre will miss though and trade it. He finds a second miss. Hold on, Korea's still in this.
That was the pretty easiest part of the map. I don't know what happened, but always random misses can happen on tournaments, so not a surprising fact to see.
And now it's back and forth. The accuracy swinging it, but Zazen is going to drop, and now Germany going to start this check out. Umbre again, but he's already missed, and there's 3 FCs for Germany.
3 to 2. This is definitely not looking great for Korea. Wow, Dust Ice, even with the early accuracy tanking, he's still doing great. He has recovered quite a lot of accuracy as well. And here's the game. Wow, over 4 million points.
2-zip.
Well, we expected double time to go in the hands of Germany, so this isn't that surprising, but South Korea needs to make some changes when it comes to their picks. Maybe attack them with a hidden could be a nice choice.
I think it's imperative, though, for South Korea to get a point on the board here with their next pick. Germany comes out pretty strong here, takes the opening 2 points. South Korea going to need to stay within touch. You don't want to go down 5-0 and have to make the comeback the hard way.
Hey, we want matches to go like evenly, let's say up until tiebreaker, as a caster's standpoint. But I don't know if players wants that.
Do you have what's your prediction on this match, Clyde? I'm curious. Who do you have winning?
My heart says South Korea, but I should not really tell what I am thinking right now. So let's put that.
Come on, we're the casters.
Oh, come on! But for what we know is that this Nomad 6 pick is gonna be a banger.
Oh yes,
isn't it? Of course.
Listen, if your heart is with South Korea, I gotta tell you, my heart's gonna have to be with Germany.
Yeah, but our brains, we don't know what to say right now.
We gotta have equality up here.
Yeah, of course. Because, I should not be biased because I'm from South Korea, so
No, wait, this works out. This works out. Listen,
yeah.
you're from South Korea. I studied abroad in Germany for a month. It's not like I'm German, but I know some German.
Okay, so we have a little dispute between casters as well.
Yeah. I will now speak in only German for the remainder of the match. 100%.
Oh my god, should I speak Korean then?
All right, los geht's, Jungs! Los geht's, Jungs! Sehr gut!
Okay, I'm dying. I'm dying.
All right, now on 6.
Okay, we are into the match. This normal 6 pick has been notorious for not letting players to have a high accuracy, even high combo. So we'll see.
All right, a solid start here from both sides. We've seen a lot of teams actually. We've seen some teams struggle on this map.
Okay, there's definitely the chat. Tweet chat is answering your German, Dolan.
Hey, listen, I have to support. All right.
Okay.
All right, now you speak some Korean. Let's go.
Oh, come on. Okay, after this match, after this song,
Okay.
after this song, okay. Before we go into the next song, I should probably try. Okay, but yeah, see, what's difficult with this map actually is that it has this standard metadata like CS4, not AR 9.4, but this rhythm. Okay,
that's actually a triple miss for Germany though. So now it's White Cat against Flying Tuna.
Those big names still remaining full combo.
Boys.
Yeah.
These are all big boys.
If one misses, then that would be pretty critical for each team. So,
yeah, miss right now would definitely swing the balance. And it's at the halfway mark too, so that's exactly when you don't want to miss, and Hala will find the drop.
Okay, the lead is slightly going to the South Korea, but the map is long, guys. We have 3 minutes of full swing rhythm. And we have 1/3, 1/6 coming in, so that's what basically makes this map so much hard for players to combo and accuracy. So you see, you're seeing this map, but looking at this player, they're still staying above 96, which is phenomenal, I should say, for this map.
Yeah, we've seen people struggle in terms of accuracy on this map before, and again, it's because of that unique rhythm you mentioned earlier.
Okay, everybody's slowly climbing up from their miss. Well, Hollow Watcher had a little late miss, so he's climbing up a little slowly. That's what's basically giving South Korea the current lead they have.
He will drop.
Oh my god, Hollow. It's
Korea
critical.
now.
Okay.
Sprinting to the end.
The map is going towards the end, and Germany needs someone from South Korea, especially Flying Tuna, to break if they want to get this map.
Oh, but Okinamo's gonna find the drop instead. And Karuna will drop to trade it, but there's not enough time. Korea have done a beautiful job. And, White Cat will give
White Cat! Okay, that seals the deal for this map, I'd say.
Yeah, Korea is gonna return fire here. Make it 2-1.
Okay. Just as you said, they need to they need to get in touch with Germany.
Just let them know.
Yeah, and then they delivered. Okay, so Flying Tuna with a full combo, I'd say, or maybe slider tick. Flying.
That is a phenomenal score from him. 950k.
Indeed. Wow, just insane performance from Flying Tuna. Well, White Cat with a really sad miss right before the end, like 100 combo before the
yeah, just couldn't quite make it to the end.
Okay,
unfortunate.
So next team to pick is Germany, so we know what's coming. And Dust Dice is in, and we know what's coming.
Call me crazy.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna pick DT.
Oh, that's a crazy game. Oh, wait, actually, no.
Never mind.
Oh, wait,
I guess you could have called me crazy.
Yeah, but it's still along the line with Double Time, because Nomad 5 is just similar with Double Time 2. The BTM is similar. The air is slightly low, I'd say. They're about the same. So it's basically double time pick in disguise. So
double time pick in disguise.
Disguise
that's brutal, man.
Like they start with 5 double time maps with 1 getting banned. This match is rigged, I'd say.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So we have Dust Types coming in. This is more of a bursty, I should say, bursty normal pick. What I say is really true because this is really similar with Double Time 2 when it comes to the map elements, I'd say, and also the speed. So they can just play it as a double time, but it is normal.
By the way, where's that Korean?
Oh, come on. I thought you forgot it.
You thought I forgot.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be a lot.
Okay. When they go into the match, I'll say.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm hyped. Let's go.
Okay.
Chat. More hype for Two Glad speaking Korean.
Like you're killing me right now. You're
or am I making you stronger?
Okay. 한국 화이팅! 한국 화이팅! Yes. Okay, I'm done for Korean.
He did it. All right. He did it.
I did it. Oh God.
Give him some love, chat. Give him some love. Let's go. All right. On to the burst pick. That'll be an early drop from Ponytail.
Okay, his first map on this match, and he's not pretty warmed up, I'd say. But definitely, looking at his best performances, of course, Ponytail is known BT player, so he's gonna slide this through with no problem. And we have a Okinamo missing on the earlier parts.
Yeah. That's gonna let Korea get right back into it. Still early days here. But 3 FCs to 3.
Okay, so nothing much to say at this point because everybody is just doing fantastic.
Yeah, these accuracies are actually insane across both teams.
Yeah, actually, Flying Tuna is a little bit suffering with his accuracy, but 98 is still serviceable.
And Korea actually do have that slight combo advantage because of the timing of those misses. Ponytail has a higher supported combo than Okinamo.
Yeah, when it comes to tournaments, it's better to miss early than late because the combo means a lot. It still means a lot in score rate as well. And also it just alleviates your, let's say, nerves if you miss it. Like some players...
It takes the nerves out at the beginning.
Yeah, but you should definitely not deliberately miss the first few notes just in order to elevate those nerves. You totally don't need to do that. You
Unless you are a firm believer in the Apraxia method.
Oh, is that called Apraxia method? Okay.
I think it's called many methods. I think it's because a lot of do it.
You could have many names for this kind of method.
Yeah. But Koreans actually doing an insane job, and there actually haven't been any misses since the first 2.
Yeah.
Oh no, as I say, that Flying Tuna is going to drop it. That's going to drastically change things.
Yeah, the caster curse is real, and score is swinging back in Germany's favor. Okay.
Alright.
The caster curse is real.
It's real, man.
Yeah.
They don't tell you about it when you start casting, but it's real.
And those are skills that you cannot just perfect it, but I think you have some quality, let's say, skill on cursing.
I don't even mean to try, man. It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens. We can't really control it.
Can't control it. Germany will go up to a 3-1 lead over South Korea.
Really unfortunate miss from Flying Tuna, which sealed the deal for South Korea. Germany just performing here and there. Look at this accuracy from Dust Dice. Only 6 miss. 100, I say.
That is
Hit and
three
miss.
950K or higher scores.
That's
Against two on the side of Korea. It was really close up until that last miss there from Flying Tuna.
You know, guys, when the match is decided just by a single miss, you know it's close.
Well, we knew when we saw these two teams paired up against each other that it was going to be a fight.
Okay, so right now, Germany slightly going ahead when it comes to score, and next pick is on South Korea, so they should pick something that can attack Germany. And let's say maybe hidden pick could do.
You know, something that I've found odd is this is the second match that I've cast in a row where Hard Rock is just being left open.
It's not even banned. It's not even picked. Because these two teams know each other so well that their expectations of these Hard Rock picks are just not there. Because they fear each other, that they'll play great in Hard Rock. So they just don't want to pick it right now.
And it is going to be hidden too from South Korea.
Yeah, definitely. If South Korea's gonna pick that can attack Germany's picks, it definitely should be a hidden. And I tell you that
hidden.
AR8 hidden, and Karuna is beast on that. Well, Germany also does great on hidden, but as Germany excels in DT, I think hidden is in slight favor of South Koreans.
Yeah, it's probably the one area that they would have on paper that you could probably advantage.
But this song, Torino Yuru, is not actually a easy pick because it's low AR and it's stacked.
We're actually going to see Nope come in for his first appearance of the match.
I
don't know how to say his full name, so I'm just going to say Nope.
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 Nope. Okay.
That's a beautiful name.
Actually, that I think the KJK on his back of the nickname is actually his initials for his actual name, but I do not know. So you can just read it as Nope KJK.
I think it'd be funnier if he misses it and we all just say Nope.
Nope. Full combo denied. Okay.
Full combo denied.
Nope.
He is the caster curse.
Yeah. And look at this overlapping. And this is the tricky part of this map.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and he'll get Okinamo, Halo, and Karuna.
Wow.
Probably not who we thought was going to miss, but that's two misses for Germany to one on Korea. So Korea looking good right now.
Since they have bring this pick in, they should have been prepared, I should say. Also, there are players who can just play well with stacked notes, and we see few, especially Nelitoru, who is notable because he has been playing also Droid, which you see the notes are quite stacked. So he's playing well with those stacked notes.
And I don't know if that was an actual break or if that was client.
I don't think it's an... Okay, we'll see. Well...
If it doesn't reset soon... that might have been an actual break. That was an actual break, folks.
That is an actual break.
In the middle of the map, that is not good. And Dust Ice is going to trade. That's a pretty big miss from Dust Ice.
Yeah, he might have just followed that stream too soon. Okay, so for currently 2 full combos to 1. Well, Hollow Watcher and Okinamo have recovered from their miss, but Dust Ice missing it right in the middle of them, right in the end of the map, probably is gonna cost them real damage.
Yeah, Korea are now starting to put this out of reach. Just unfortunate timing for Germany. They really built up some nice support combos, but fortunately for them, even though Karuna does find the miss, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, yeah, I think it's not gonna be enough unless someone misses in South Korea.
And there'll be Okinamo dropping.
Oh.
And that is going to do it, Korea. Putting another point on the board.
Actually, securing their pick is really good for their momentum, rather than having a break. So, wow, Nov KJK coming in and just delivering that performance.
You know what it was? It was because you called out to them in Korean. They heard. They heard you.
You're going it again. Oh my god. Maybe it's your time to speak German again.
Oh no! Listen. We already both did it once.
Yeah,
let's
once is enough. Okay, once is enough. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
A multilingual stream.
Nobody understands except for those Germans and Koreans.
Got one guy casting in German simultaneously with a guy casting in Korean.
Okay. So next pick is Germany. So we know what to come. I'd say we have actually one double time and one double time ish pick. So maybe we're going for double time 3. I'd say.
I mean, we thought they were going DT last time.
Yeah, but that was actually a DT pick. Just to be fair.
Was it? I mean, I see NM next to that map.
Yeah, you just erase it a bit and you will see a DT hidden. Okay.
You just change it to make Hard Rock 2. We're actually going to see some Hard Rock gaming.
Okay, we're going into the unidentified territory. And it's Hard Rock 2 Cross Time. The song is totally a banger. But
Germany are pulling the trigger.
Wow, 3-2. Yeah, exactly what we have expected from before the match. And we are seeing a great match right now.
Yeah, and Smarty coming in for Germany.
Smarty has been performing really great.
Smarty.
On the tournament. Especially
stepped up big against Indonesia. He came in for that tiebreaker and just
in place of Whitecat though.
Yeah, and Top scored it.
Yeah. Oh, Smarty is quickly moving on to South Korean side. No.
I think he's just seeing what they're talking about. Maybe he's trying to pick up some info.
Okay.
Trying to eavesdrop.
Fair point.
But Karuna and Karsher will wait for some teammates, and there's Ryutel.
Okay, Ryutel, probably a Hard Rock specialist on side of Korean. And probably we'll have Zaysen, I should say, coming in.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me too much if Zaysen stepped in here.
I think Flying Tuna is kind of quite underperformance right now. I think it's either Flying Tuna or Zaysen coming in. Well, Ponytail is probably reserved for double time picks.
It will be Tuna.
It will be Tuna.
All right, our first Hard Rock pick of the match. And this would be a prime position for Korea to take a break point and tie this match up.
3 versus 2 is the ground right now, and South Korea wants to make that ground even by winning this pick. But will Germany let them do it? We'll see.
Well, here we go. On to Hard Rock 2. And this map is not that long, just over 2 minutes, so misses are going to be punished pretty severely.
Yeah, and look at that CS. It's CS5 Hard Rock. Ooh. That's a small circle.
Can you click those circles?
I think Ryutel couldn't, so he missed.
No, that's the Apraxia method once again.
Okay.
And
okay,
Smarty, you see, he saw that and said, that's such a good idea, I'm also going to do it. He did it twice, that's how good an idea it was.
Okay. Okay, accuracy-wise, Germany, with the help of Hollow Watcher, doing great on Hard Rock, but Smarty, what happened?
Yeah, he's really not having a good time, Smarty. And Ryzen also found a miss earlier, so that's a double miss for Germany.
Currently, 3 full combos to 2, and Ryutel had early miss, so that's a near full combo. So that's what's making this leads early on, and you heard us, the map is short.
Yeah, and Ryutel is going to drop, so that's actually going to help out Germany's chances here.
Okay, Rising.
And Karuna drops. Wait a minute.
Oh, Karuna.
Wait a minute.
Not a great point to Just
It's
right before the easy part.
about a third of the map left too, and Germany have plenty of time to flip this now.
Yeah, the gap is closing and closing.
You see, I told you it was the Apraxi method he was using earlier. Look at the score now.
Yeah, Smarty recovered.
They call him Smarty for a reason.
Okay. That's 9,000 IQ.
9 billion IQ.
Over 9,000, yes, it is.
100%.
Yeah.
But Germany are going to be able to run this one back.
Okay, Ryuto missing. That's the final lane in the coffin for this map.
And that will put Germany up 4-2. Rising will miss along with Smarty at the end. Hollow Watcher and Whitecat doing what they do.
Hard carried is the exact word for Whitecat and Hollow Watcher. Slight unfortunate miss. That single miss from Karuna sealed the deal for South Korea. And the score is even widened. 4-2.
So Germany are going to hold on to that 2-point lead. And Korea now, it's up to them. And now the pressure's starting to mount here because Germany are pretty close to that magic number. Only 2 points away.
Maybe another hidden could do, but I think they'll resort to free mod, I should say.
I think it's a good time to test free mod. But again, this is also very dangerous for South Korea being in this position because you get your pick broken here, and then Germany takes the pick with match point. So
if they surrender in, then it'll be deadly. But since this hard rock was a one-off hard rock because it was CS5 hard rock, they might also just go with another hard rock to see. This other members perform great.
What are the chances you think we see a no mod 1 pick?
Never.
Never?
Never.
Never, huh?
No, you shouldn't pick No Mod 1 or Hard Rock 1 in this kind of situation because it's just 50-50. No. No,
I agree.
Yeah, you mentioning that No Mod 1 got me triggered so much. No.
He does not like it.
Yeah, when the match is this close, it's usually not a great idea to put your skills on luck. Oh,
wait, what's this?
Wait, what's this? Korea?
DT against Germany.
What? And it's even DT4.
I like this.
Yes, I love this match already. Guys, we're seeing DT4. You cannot just see this anywhere because there are just bans after bans. But now we are seeing it.
Alright, Korea.
Alright, Korea. You are off for some crazy ride. Picking DT against Germany is a tricky move, but I know this Karuna Flying Tuna. All players who excels in double time and plus ponytail. That's probably the best double time squad they can pull out of. But let's see if this is enough for Germany's squad.
Let's see if Korea knows something we don't. I'm assuming they do because this is not the map you would expect them to pick against Germany.
Yeah. Well, actually these Karuna Flying Tuna Zaisen lineup, these are the players who scored top 3 on local tournaments of this year. And they have been trained quite a lot with these kind of streamy double time picks. But I don't know. I'm not so sure against Germany. But I think that if they have picked it, they have pretty much prepared it. So let's see. Okay, Dust Ice coming in. That's the best, I should say, Germany can offer.
This should be interesting because for Korea to pick this, they would have to have a pretty good amount of confidence in their skill on this map. So you might be in for something interesting.
This song itself is already a hype, but looking at these players lined up so stacked.
That's a stacked lobby.
It is. You do not get this lobby anywhere. Except for like United States, all their roster can just fool all the lobby.
Just US things.
Yeah, USA doing USA things. But we are here for the ride for Double Time 4. See, this is the AR
Dust?
temp
Wait, Dust Ice?
dust ice. Oh, this is called
Something.
Ming method, if you recall. Should I say?
Ming method. All right.
Well, actually,
I thought we lost him for a second. I was like, guys, he's not comboing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the damage, the basically lead is solely coming from Dust Ice, and he even missed again. Okay, he's not feeling great right now.
I mean, South Korea are feeling great, which shows you why they picked it so far.
Yeah, look at Ponytail. SS.
Okinawa will go down. Dust Ice again. It's only Rising and White Cat for Germany, and Korea is still four-way of seeing right now.
Oh, White Cat missing. Even Okinawa. Okay, no full combos left. I mean, one full combo left. Rising is doing great. But
Yeah,
look
it's
at that
Rising
four-way
against the
combo.
world right now.
Yeah, Rising is suddenly rising up.
You see what you did there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have. Okay, I had a brief moment of silence, but I know you know what I mean. Okay.
Well, Korea still with 4 FCs.
Wow.
They have checked out of this, and there goes White Cat.
I think Germany definitely didn't have expected this all along.
And oh, they're human. Ponytail will finally find a miss.
Yes, a slight preference of humanity there from Ponytail.
And he says, "You guys are nuts. We can't 4-way this. I'll go ahead and drop so people think we're human."
But that's still a S, and look at Ponytail's accuracy.
Yeah, that's still a
insane.
very good score from Ponytail.
Yeah. South Korea is prepared for this pick, really. Wow.
Yeah, as evidenced by Karuna Zazen and Flying Tuna just slaying the map. Okinawa will further struggle.
Yeah, looking at this spec, Germany would hesitate to pick double times 3 if this is the case.
Yeah, this could actually work out into Korea's favor. But this is a dominant performance. It's over 1 million points.
Oh, wow, over 1 million points against Germany. Well, Karun, I'm finding the miss, but the difference now is quite minimal right now. So
Yeah, they still got 2 FCs from Zazen and Tuno.
well, Rising is really doing great. Props to him.
Yeah, props to Rising for carrying on the FC for Germany, but alas, to no avail. Korea with 2 FCs. Oh, I'm flying! Oh!
Look at the left slider. Flying to that just thought that the map was over.
Oh no!
Hello.
When the tuna stops flying. Oh no!
We can basically count that as a full combo. Maybe we give him a consolation prize. Maybe
That's like a reverse Apraxia method.
yeah, reverse
Missing at
access.
the
Why do you even need nerves? You can just miss at one end.
Yeah.
We're champs, yes.
But that is a big point for South Korea, keeping them in this matchup and putting the pressure back on Germany. And now Germany, as you said, they may think twice before picking DT3.
Oh, Dust Ice turning mouse buttons on. That was the problem.
Oh no.
Yeah,
We all know the feeling, chat. We all know the
Yeah.
feeling when you press F10 on accident.
I remember one moment on the Mania World Cup where someone just set the slider velocity.
Oh,
I
like
should
this didn't set their scroll speed right?
Yeah, scroll speed, that's the word, yeah.
That's always funny.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the pick? So I think it's definitely fair to say that Germany will pick Hard Rock. I should say probably Hard Rock 3 is a good pick for them. Oh,
No,
what?
mod 1.
What?
Let's go.
What? What am I seeing?
This is interesting.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we are at a one hell of a coin toss. It's like you miss and you go home, or other you just pray to the heavens that other players miss as well.
Yeah, because, well, also on the one hand, if Germany take this point, it's going to put a lot of pressure on South Korea because they'll need 3 in a row to win the match.
Yeah, just name this.
Korea win, it's a tie game.
Yeah, just call this map. Just rename this map to 50-50. It will do.
It will do.
Diff got me triggered.
We'll call the diff game Coin Toss Simulator.
Every time the result is different, but we don't know. We don't know what.
Here we go, chat. No mod 1 alert. And wow, not many substitutions. They're just jumping right into it. Okinawa, Dust Ice, Whitecat, and Hollow Watcher gets Karuna, Nella Toru, Ponytail, and Tuna.
Okay, Rising swapping out for Hollow Watcher, and Nelly Toru swapping in for who was it? Okay. Zazen, okay.
Zazen, yeah.
Yeah.
Only one substitution on each side.
You don't want to miss on this earlier part, definitely. You just feel so bad when you miss in this kind of map. Because you have full combo this like many times in solo, and you miss it on a multiplayer. That feels bad, man.
Yeah, definitely. There's no early misses here, so.
Well, accuracy actually, considering 2 SS on the German side, but we are seeing also 98. It's slightly in favor of Germany, but this map actually doesn't have anything to do with accuracy. No, it's miss or not.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down. There's a lot of jump sections in this map, and they kind of start to spike up just ever so a little bit more aggressive at the end. So, but it's pretty consistent in terms of that difficulty throughout the map.
Okay, that slow slider before TI is nasty. You saw that.
Oh yeah, the slow sliders always get you. But not these guys.
Yeah, these guys are performing greatly. I just don't want to mention a single name because I'm afraid I might curse him.
Look at these guys!
Yeah, no, these guys.
Circles.
Wow, the master race of circles. Yeah. Look at these guys. Whoa, it's great, but I don't want to mention names, so.
Yeah.
Because if I mention name and they get cursed, they'll blame me for eternity.
Yeah, then the chat will, that country will forever hate you.
Yeah. Oh. We're halfway through the map and nobody missed.
Yeah, so for Korea, I think they're basically right now just kind of banking on Germany missing.
The score difference is just 30,000.
What if we see an 8-way on this?
8-way full combo?
I mean, could it be possible here?
It is. It is definitely a possibility. Unless we mention names.
Unless we mention it. Oh,
wait,
can't do it.
Ah, no. Are we really seeing an accuracy battle on this map?
a quarter of the map left.
What?
And what's funny is, like, any misses at this point are practically gonna nearly seal it.
Yeah, but any 100s at this point can seal it too.
Yeah, Germany, they have a pretty significant accuracy advantage, though. But Ponytail will drop!
Ponytail, no!
The first miss.
The first sacrifice has been made. That smoke just expresses feelings.
Hollow trades it! Hollow trades it! Wait a minute!
Hollow! Wait!
Hollow traded.
We do not know! We do not know what's going on! You cannot really tell.
Germany, though, they're still ahead, though, because of that accuracy advantage. Korea are going to need to see another miss for Germany. And Hollow will drop a second time. Wait.
Okay, is this enough? Is this enough? Is this? No!
Germany is able to survive. And that'll be 5-3. Match point Germany.
Match point Germany. They have survived the coin toss.
Indeed.
Yeah. This is the exact reason why I do not want to see No Mode 1 in these tough situations, because it's good for
Man,
audiences, but not good for the mental health for
for their mental health, I mean, that
yeah,
was great.
that was great. Yeah,
I
for
don't think we
us, of
said a
course.
single person's name until Ponytail missed.
Yeah, we didn't curse it. We didn't curse it, definitely.
We just couldn't curse it. We couldn't do it.
Yeah, we tried our best not to curse, but the coin toss is always a coin toss, so we do not know. Okay.
And now South Korea, they are down, backs against the wall. They are going to need to win 3 points in a row here. So they are going to have to win their pick, and they're going to have to get a break point against Germany, and then they're going to have to win tiebreaker to take the match.
Yeah, I think it's either double time 3 or hidden 1 at this point. They definitely don't want to go with Hard Rock 1 because, it's another coin toss, basically. Well, No Mode 4 is not actually getting that much love from any other countries as well, so we'll definitely see. We may get a twist for free mod, but at this point, I think that's a no-go. Probably.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna pick into Fremont here.
Yeah, I think it's either hidden 1 or double time 3.
Oh no, it is gonna be Fremont 1.
Wow,
I didn't think they would pick into Fremont here, just because I didn't think that they would let Germany have the advantage to put whatever mods on you. Free mod that kind of allows your team to be flexible in some areas.
Yeah, but actually this free mod is really a smart pick because look at the AR of this map. 7.8. If one map that whole Korean squad can prevail, probably is this. And we're gonna see some spicy overmods, I'd say.
I don't know if we will though, given the situation or given the current scoreline. Korea, we could see overmods from Korea. We also could see Korea play it safe and go with minimal modding.
Yeah, but actually this map really don't go well with just no mods because its circle size is small but maybe they prefer a higher AR. If they do, then they'll go hard rock. But
or they could just be like Canada, who literally had almost every player on mod.
Okay, we have spoilers from the chat. Nelly Torre is hidden, and Karcher just mentioned that we have overmods coming from Germany.
Look at that, we got a translator.
Okay, I can read that, and I'm getting some spicy spoilers for this.
He's got the inside scoop. Well, here we go. Neox is going to come in for Germany.
Okay, overmods coming in.
As well as Karcher.
Karcher is on hard rock.
Oh, the spicy German overmod. It's 3 hard rocks, and Whitecat will be the sacrificial hidden. And Korea is going with the bare minimum here.
Yeah, but is it a safe choice for Korea? Because let's say if we get 8-way full combo, Germany can just outscore them.
That would be nuts.
Oh, and Nelly Toro finding the first miss of the map.
Well, I think also Germany is over money, right? And although they are a team that, they're certainly capable of playing very well. But, we see early misses from Nelitoru and Whitecat. Neox is also going to drop for Germany. You see, we're already seeing these drops for Germany. It's now here's the advantage of the light modding comes in. Karuna and Flying Tuna on no mod. They just have to worry about clicking circles and not worrying about these mods. It's all on Karcher and Nelitoru for Korea.
Yeah, this is the light and day and night for when it comes to overmod. You have the score advantage, of course, if you can full combo it. Since it's only Nelitoru just missing on the South Korean side. Oh, Karuna.
Oh, Rising will trade it though, so Korea still.
But this is the spicy part.
Yeah, the spicy part. Neox is going to get caught out. He recovers. Whitecat is caught out. Rising is caught out. That's a triple miss from Germany. Hollow Watch is the only one with combo. Nelitoru gives it up. And it's Karcher and Flying Tuna against Hollow Watcher.
Yeah, if Germany wants to win, Karcher or Flying Tuna have to miss on this point, but it is not likely happening. Look at this accuracy from Karcher and Flying Tuna. Even Karcher is on a hard rock and he's delivering.
Korea had a game plan going into this pick, and it has worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, I just want to know who the mastermind is behind all of this. I just want to know.
Germany, you got to give it to them, though, for at least being bold with the mods there. They went for it all. They're going for the Grand Slam.
Yeah. But as we have mentioned, this slow AR stuff is definitely a pick for South Korea. But Germany did at least try to match it with a hard rock. Okay, the match is going spicy. But final gateway to the tiebreaker.
Yep.
South Korea needs to win against Germany.
Yeah, and this is Germany's pick. They will have the final pick of the match, and South Korea will have to win it to send this one to tiebreak. Germany are looking to put this away, claim a top 6 spot, and a date with the United States next week.
Okay, I think if this is the case, it's okay to go with Hard Rock 1 or Free Mod 2. Well, Double Time 3 is not really a good pick right now. Oh, okay. Actually, a Karcher with a Hard Rock full combo with 99 accuracy. Thanks, Onion, for mentioning it.
Well, there we go.
Okay, it's either normal Free Mod 2 or Double Time 3. We should... or maybe Hard Rock 1, because they have excelled... Well, not excelled, but they did miss on Nomad 1, but it went in their favor.
I'm thinking either... I feel like it's either got to be Hard Rock 1 or Free Mod 2.
Free Mod 2 it is. The Azer map.
The Azer map.
Yeah, the Azer map of the pool. Guys, it's time for you to spam.
Someone
take
in
my
chat,
energy.
I was casting the Canada-Hong Kong match, and apparently someone in the chat thought I was Azer. And so they were so confused as to how Azer was both playing and casting at the same time. It was pretty funny.
Double Azer. Best way to win the game. You know,
like,
Azer just can't do it because he is Azer. So
he is Azer, yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, so see, pulling hidden hard rock or so-called Azer on this map is quite hard, I'd say. Because just putting hidden hard rock on this map gives you a trauma. What Azer felt on that trauma map.
On that trauma map. We have to do a history lesson.
It's basically a meme city right now.
Yep.
But even though it's a meme city, this match is at a boiling point, and we are getting into it.
Oh yes.
Okay, Military on hidden again.
I love them seeing some dashy emotes in the chat.
Okay. We also seen some fresh tuna.
Oh yes. All right, chat. This is it. Germany is looking to put this match away, and Korea is looking for the TB.
Actually, people, that fish icon is actually a mackerel, not tuna. You're using the wrong icon.
Could you imagine if Korea had a player named Holy Mackerel?
Oh.
Holy Mackerel and Flying Tuna?
The fight between
the battle of the
creatures. We need Aquaman right now. Okay, we're into the game.
Karcher with the very early miss. He is going with that Apraxia method.
And surprising to see, Dasta is on Hard Rock, and we have 2 hiddens on this. Okinamo and Whitecat. Well, Okinamo is a known hidden player. He even plays Tiebreaker in hidden, so it's not a surprise, but putting Whitecat on a hidden?
I think that's what's surprising here. Not surprising to see Whitecat on hidden, but to see, that Germany has 2 hiddens here, I think is the big surprise.
Yeah.
But they must just be confident on hidden, so... I mean, it is their pick for a reason.
As of now, Karcher, that early miss is giving the lead to Germany.
Yeah, but Ponytail and Okinamo are going to find misses, so...
Okay, the lead's going to stay.
Yeah, it'll stay with Germany, but Germany won't be sprinting away. Korea, still very much in it.
Okay. Okay, the jumps are coming in.
And it will be Karcher being caught out.
Oh, Karcher.
And it's right at the halfway point now.
The map isn't long. If Korea wants to get this, somebody from Germany should miss.
Yeah,
but Karcher isn't. Oh, Karcher, no.
He is struggling big time, and Okinawa will go down once again, but that's not the player Korea needed to miss.
Mm-hmm.
They need literally anyone else on the German side to drop, and they need it pretty quickly. And White Cat will provide it.
Okay, White Cat. Oh, things are getting spicy. Is the time enough? I think
I don't know if there's enough time. It's
yeah.
Korea might need one more miss. But they definitely have a chance now.
Mm-hmm. But this part of the map isn't that much hard.
We've seen people miss in the slower sections before.
Yeah, gap is closing, but is it enough for South Korea? I think Germany is going to take it.
Yeah, unless Dust Ice or Hollow Watcher miss, I think Korea... Oh, Hollow will drop though!
What?
And Dust Ice, they both drop! The double miss! Korea, wait! Wait! Why can't this...
Is it enough?
It's not enough! No! It's not enough time! Germany will take the win! 6-4!
Wow. Just wow.
Wowie!
The miss were placed, but they were a little too late for South Korea to populate. And that was the game, guys.
That's the game. Wow. Sorry, Korea was a little late with that caster curse.
Well, I didn't actually cast or curse them. Well,
well, right after I called Hallow, I said Hallow and Dust Eyes, the only two FCs. Then they both miss.
Yeah. Well, still great performance by Nelly Toru, actually netting the MVP of the game.
Yeah, that was a very good match. That lived up to the expectations.
Wow,
definitely.
What a match to see. If you have missed it, you have to tell others to watch the VODs. Definitely, because this match was fire.
Had about almost everything you could ask for except for a tiebreaker, but Germany, your big winners today, they are moving on in the winners bracket to the semifinals where they will face the United States next week. So that's sure to be a big match.
Okay, and we are actually having another match, I'd say.
There's always more matches.
Mm-hmm. And actually, there are two more matches going right now, and which is China versus Japan and UK versus Indonesia. And I think
it's pretty significant.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty big one. But also South Korea, more importantly, they're going to be facing the winner of France and Taiwan down in the losers bracket. So that is sure to be a spicy matchup regardless.
Whichever team comes up, they have a history. That's good sight to see. And actually, did USA won yesterday, right? So,
yeah, they won 6-2.
Mm-hmm. So actually, it is Germany versus USA.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, that's pretty big. That's going to be a pretty insane matchup. I think the community's going to be pretty hyped for that one.
Okay, I think we're gonna switch anytime soon.
Stay now.
Yeah, stay, guys. We're not over. We have more matches coming in, and which will be fantastic. Okay, so let me just spoil the result at the moment. China versus Japan. And it is... Wait, should I spoil it or not?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it'd be called spoiling it if it's just like the match is ongoing.
And, okay, right now Japan is leading 3-1.
3-1?
Ooh. And I think they made a break on China's pick. It means they were like trading blows, then suddenly Japan made a nice hook on China's face. It's time for China to punch them back, and
punching, competitive circle clicking. It gets intense.
Clicking, physical. You need to click each other's face hard. Okay. Wow. Meanwhile, United Kingdom versus Indonesia. You see, Indonesia has performed great last round, so it is kind of expected or unexpected for the Pick'ems, I should say. But Indonesia is currently leading 3-1. Okay, we have switched.
Indonesia's leading 3-1.
Yep.
Wow.
United Kingdom is 2 points behind.
Of course, then again, though, Indonesia has just come out of nowhere this year. They pushed Germany to their limit. I mean, they almost beat Germany, and Germany's now in the semifinals.
Mm-hmm. But, well, coming out of nowhere is also, it goes to these two teams, China and Japan, because, well, China have participated last World Cups, of course, but they were not the first to reckon with, but right now they are competing with Japan. And then Japan, after the golden times on 2014, actually winning the World Cup, like they rapidly went down, and wow, what are we seeing the double time for it already?
Double time 4.
Is it
coming out from China?
It's quickly kicking up in pace.
Yep. And you saw Crystal in the lobby in there for a second. Crystal is probably my favorite Osu player. I'm not gonna lie. If you say, Dolan, what's the Osu player you fanboy over the most? Crystal, 100%.
Okay. I should ask, do you speak Chinese?
No.
I can speak both languages at a
Ooh.
But I don't want to shout out for any specific team, so I won't do that. I won't do that. No, stop, Dolan.
Translator for the chat. Let's go.
Stop, Dolan. No.
You brought it up.
Yeah, but I'm nailing it. I'm not gonna speak any Japanese or Chinese on the stream. No.
But I mean, Crystal has just done so much in the game in general. Did you know, guys, that Crystal, the only World Cup that Crystal has not played in is Taiko World Cup?
Oh yeah, actually, yes.
Yeah, he's played in every other World Cup. Mania, catch, standard. And by the way, he's a god at standard and catch.
Yeah, god, literally. Like those Chinese squad with Dusk and Crystal.
And not... God. I had to play in a tournament once. Fun fact, I also had Habib on my team for that catch tourney because he wanted to play a catch tourney just for the lulz. And we had to play Crystal.
That's a lost cause already.
It didn't go well.
Okay, so we're going into double time 4, and Japan is actually leading 4-1 right now. And wow, we expected this match at the pregame that it is gonna be crisp match, but Japan is quite leading at this point.
Yeah, Japan has definitely come out swinging. We thought this was gonna be a little closer, but of course, Japan sweeping Russia. That was a result that I think no one expected. So Japan are here to shatter your expectations into oblivion, and they do not care.
Yeah, if it was last year, then somebody tells you, you know, in 2020, Japan will shut out Russia. Then they say, I'll just go to sleep. But it happened, and Japan is performing with it. Like they are trying to take their golden times back. Actually, they're doing great.
Varvelian is gonna miss though. That is gonna be canceled out by the miss from Burger Fox. But Burger Fox's miss was much earlier, so now he's got a higher supporting combo.
Actually, how do you say that name from one player for Japan?
Varvelian, Propane. Oh,
Chankoma and
Hangman over here. It's a 4-letter word. We're trying to guess it.
Okay. We're having DT, so we have D and T out because it's not filled in.
What do we call him? That is...
Hey chat, if somebody knows, please fed us with the information.
Line? I'm gonna call him Line, because Line is also a 4-letter word.
Okay.
Until I, find the actual name.
Okay, we have 4 dash hyphen.
Milk Tea is gonna find a miss for China. And Japan actually, though, on this one, that's a double miss for Japan. I was to say that from Varvelian and Chankoma.
But actually, Japan has 2 full combo to China's 1, so Actually, combo advantage in favor of Japan right now.
Yeah, Japan are still looking. Actually, no, it's not. That score is flying back there.
Yeah, actually, oh!
The line misses. And now it's only the FC for Japan. They have no supporting combo, and China do. Because remember, Burger Fox, he's only 200 combo behind the FC, so he's basically still good for one in China.
Oh.
Pulling it back now.
Okay, they're back. But we still have a quarter of map left. If they miss... okay, I think they're going
double miss.
for the... Oh, what?
Double miss from China. Hold up. This is going to come back.
Up.
Oh, MRDXC!
MRDXC, why?
Japan says bring it back. Line with a miss. Chocobo with a miss. Miku with a miss.
Is it? No, it's going back on Japan's favor, and
Roll Pan will come in clutch with the lone FC, and China crumbles at the end when they had it. And Japan will lead it 5-1.
Such a sad miss by MRTXC. He almost had it there.
You hate to see it happen, folks.
You definitely don't want to see it.
That was ridiculous. Roll Pan with the clutch FC to put Japan at match point already. This is not what I think most of us expected when we saw this match on paper. But Japan are continuing their theme of dominance this year.
Yeah,
they dominated Russia, and right now they seem to be dominating China.
Actually, this pick was picked by China.
So that's a break point.
That's a break, and that's the match point. China is in the worst case scenario. But they need to do it. They need to pull the 6-5 if they want to advance to the winners final. Semi-final, I'd say. Wow. I think if Japan won DT4, then they just can roll with DT3. You see, Rollpad and Barbarian are also two great double time players, so it is not a surprise that they just roll with double time. Or maybe Twist, maybe Nomad 3, just because it's fun map.
What reason? What reason for Nomad 3, huh?
It's fun and it's Japanese song, so maybe they just want the momentum.
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 Is that the name of your favorite VTuber?
Nope.
No.
With a big question mark.
Question mark.
But serious talk, probably this will be double time 3. Oh, what?
They said no. We're ending it with a banger. Or at least that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, banger.
I'm not against this. This is the whole vibe right here.
Yeah, and also pre-mod pick, and Belis coming in is a good sign. But remember, at round of 16, David performed on like those mode maps, so we can expect best of him. And we have Crystal back,
along with David Q.
Actually, he performed really well on round of 16, so I expect high of him.
Look at all that cat jam in chat.
Yeah. Okay, keep the hype going, guys. We're in for a ride.
Well, all right. So the lineups for China, it's going to be Burger Fox, David Q, Crystal, and my angel Miku against Farbalian, Dallas, Line, and Blue.
Okay, yeah. It's
A Blue, I should say.
A Blue, okay. I think A Blue doesn't really make that appearance that much on the games, but if he do, I think he is definitely prepared for this.
Yeah, if you kind of see A Blue, you know, oh, he's practiced this. And Miku's actually gonna go for the hidden hard rock.
Oh, okay.
So some slight overmods here from China. But they are going to have a no mod from David Q, and Crystal will find the early miss.
Crystal, not a big sign, but the map is long. Actually, probably the longest map, except for the tiebreaker.
Oh, that's a triple miss from China. So everyone's already missed from China.
Yeah, my Angel Miku really totally messed up with that triangle.
And Barbalian will actually not find a break. That was a client lag.
Mm-hmm.
That's a client issue, wasn't a break. David is going to go down once again.
Okay. Things are looking great for China right now, but they need to climb up. They need to climb back with the combos. They need the combo right now, really. They definitely need a combo.
Yeah, but the problem is just the ball's in Japan's court right now because of, everyone in China missed so early.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of in Japan's hands right now, and they have
Yeah.
yet to drop it.
Like 150,000 at this point of the map is huge, really huge.
Ooh,
But Dell is
Dallas will
finding a
go
miss.
down.
The first miss on the Japanese squad.
Oh, but Crystal and Burger Fox will immediately trade after that.
Burger Fox. No, it's not over yet. Burger Fox, you should not give up yet. Oh, come on.
China doing everything they can, but Japan have just come to play.
Yeah. Look at Lion's accuracy.
Yeah, that's some pretty insane stuff out of line.
Yeah, those Japanese players, those like especially Japanese players, they have not much that information. But when you go into a Japanese lobby and when they start to play old maps, like old-ish maps, like they deliver. So this kind of picks is perfect for Japan, but we're seeing at this they are even performing more than their expectations.
Halfway through in Japan, look at that score lead.
Yeah. Well, my Angel Miku, even with the early miss, he's still staying strong with the hidden hard rock. But two full combos and that, look at that accuracy. It is so, it makes me speechless.
It's certainly a stunning performance from Japan. They have voice crack. It's in the morning, guys. Haven't had my water.
Yeah, and voice should crack if you're casting this kind of wonderful matches.
I disagree, but
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna say it's self-deprecation. If you get to it before the chat gets to it, then you win.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I think Line is making a statement because he just write we won. We did it with a smoke. I think it's not too early, but
Eh, I mean, at least he's happy about the match,
Mhm.
But I mean, with this score advantage, it's over 500k almost. So there's not really much China can do. They've just been on the back foot since the very beginning, and it looks like this is going to be the end of their winners bracket run.
Yeah, my Angel Miku tried hard, even with a hidden hard rock, getting the highest score of the team. But him alone was not able to stop. It was not enough to stop Japanese squad from winning this game.
And that is gonna do it. 6-1 Japan, and they will move on to the semifinals. They guarantee themselves a top 6 finish this year. Once again for Japan.
Yeah, but I need to ask, what year is this? I mean, it's been ages since I see Japan on top 6.
They were actually top 6 not too many, like last year, the year before.
Oh, okay. Top 6, okay.
Yeah. I
Okay,
think
but
they lost in top 6.
I think, but they are going to winners semifinal, so that's that.
I think they actually ended up going to winner semis. It was 2018.
Okay.
It was 2013. Can't remember.
Okay, but winner is winner. Team Japan advances to the winner semifinal.
Yep, they will get to play Canada in the winner semifinals. So we now know our semifinals. It's going to be the United States against Germany, and Canada will face Japan.
Wow. What a stacked matchup. I definitely don't want to miss any matches, if possible.
You got to stay up to date with all the action in the OS World Cup.
Okay.
So China, they will fall to the losers bracket. They're not eliminated. China are going to play the winner of Australia and Singapore.
Oh, okay. That's gonna be another crisp match. Whoever comes up, it will be a sweet match because Australia and Singapore. Looking at the paper, Australia is slight favorite to win the match, but Singapore have delivered and Australia slightly struggled on their matches. So
yeah, Singapore coming off that upset win over Romania. But also, you mentioned earlier about that Indonesia-UK match. Well, there's the updated scoreline. Indonesia on top 4-2. Probably not what most people expected. And that, folks, is a loser's bracket match. The loser is out of the tournament.
Okay, so we have... Well, sad, but we cannot stream the match right now because we have another match coming up 8 minutes from now, which is France versus Taiwan. And the winner of this match will face South Korea in the loser bracket.
Pretty big match coming up in about 8 minutes.
And I think this is up for us. Are you staying, Dolan, for the next match? Or
yes, I am.
Okay.
Oh, Indonesia just got their 5th point.
Okay, they're are they gonna make it against United Kingdom? We'll
I
see.
mean, they took Germany to tiebreak, so they're no joke this year.
Okay, so I think that's it for me. It was a great time casting with you, Dolan. It was some meme city, I should say.
It was good fun.
Yeah, it was good fun. We'll see you next time, and stay chat for more matches coming up. You see, we'll still have fun, more fun from now on. Okay, so totally signing out. Bye bye.
Bye.
Changing, the knowing feeling could make you fall from the dreamy skies. Suddenly the deepness can't get through. Realize I fall along with you, and you're looking into cold green eyes. Ooh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2020 OS World Cup. Doland here, and this time I'm joined by the one and only T1G.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. It is bright and early for us.
Yeah, a little dark and early here. Got some rain going on, but won't let that affect the fact that we've got some really good matches to come. So very excited.
Yes, and an interesting match ongoing. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to it because our scheduled match is scheduled to start any second now between France and Taiwan. But the UK and Indonesia getting into a scrap, and Indonesia leading actually at match point.
Yeah, I think that was a match that was very difficult to predict. We knew going in from their result yesterday and some of their previous performances that Indonesia was going to be very, very good at some skill sets that the UK was maybe not as great at. And they have been using that to their fullest advantage so far in that match. So definitely one to kind of keep an eye on that MP link, because that is a what I think many would consider a pretty major upset in the works if Indonesia can pull that one off.
Yeah, but right now on stream, it is going to be France against Taiwan in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and this one, a very, very close matchup on paper. France, of course, pulling up another great roster this year, bringing in a big win yesterday over Sweden, 6-2. They looked very, very strong on a lot of picks. They made Sweden look like a much weaker team than they actually are, I think. Meanwhile, Taiwan really kind of struggled with Chile. That one went all the way to 6-4, and they lost a lot of the maps that they played in common with France, if you compare their scores. So, they do get Shina Noriko back today, who was absent yesterday, a very big loss for their team if he's not around. So I think this matchup becomes much more even with him in than just looking at the previous scores. But I would like to think this is a very, very close one that could definitely go the distance.
Oh yeah, definitely on paper, and even looking at the seeding and just how these guys have played. Taiwan opened the tournament pretty well, but they did struggle against Chile. You mentioned that 6-4. Whereas France showed up quite nicely against Sweden.
Yeah, Taiwan, is kind of one of those teams that feels like they have really on days and really off days. Yesterday they kind of got carried pretty hard by Riser, who's one of their premier players. They have so much strength on that roster across the board with guys like Noriko, Flask, Shield, GFMRT. I mean, there's a lot of talent on that roster. But France showed up to their match. They took care of business, ready to move on. I know, talking to their captain Musty, he felt pretty good about their chances going into the next match, but I think Noriko felt similarly. I think he felt that they at the very worst had a fighting chance. They're teams that match up very interestingly with another, because they have some very similar skill sets in common. You see a lot of very strong hard rock, a lot of very strong aim players. So it's going to be very interesting to see what we end up getting in the pick and ban phases of this match, because the strategy of it, is always fascinating with teams like this, where they have some overlap in skill sets, and they have some skill sets that neither team are really all that good. I don't think either of these teams super great in speed, for instance. So it's very interesting to see if either of them feel comfortable enough with it to maybe pick into that to just make the opponents feel even more uncomfortable.
And also, we should point out the UK have taken another point against Indonesia, actually a break point, and it's now 5-4. UK have the pick.
Yeah, UK. UK is a team that obviously you can never count out, no matter whether they're down or not. Indonesia going with the Nomad 2 pick, the stream map in the Nomad pool, and UK taking that one. I think that was a bit of a toss-up pick. Indonesia, as I said, really, with the pools being the way they are, right? They had the United Kingdom banned one double time map, but then that left all three of the rest up for Indonesia, and they swept those, as well as winning Nomad 5, the speed pick in the Nomad pool. And then after that, they kind of start to run out of picks a little bit, would have been my concern. Against Argentina yesterday, it wasn't to worry, but today here against the United Kingdom, the UK has a much well-rounded roster and can win on some of those other picks. So Indonesia may be running out of picks at the end there, not having the greatest option for their last pick on Nomad 2. Very interested to see what UK picks to try and send that one to a tiebreaker, because that would be a very exciting moment for them, to be sure. But we, unfortunately, as we said, do have the France versus Taiwan match just getting started, so we will not be able to catch the end of that match as we get into the rolls here. And then the bans. And I'm very interested, like I said, to see what the strategy ends up coming out of these two teams between France and Taiwan, because both of them have stuff that I think they won't want to play, and both of them have stuff that they will really want to play. So how they play that out in the bans is going to be fascinating.
Indeed, and we see a pretty solid roll from Musty there with the 70.
Yeah, the roll strats, Flask, I think, was the one who rolled yesterday for Taiwan. I believe they won the roll there, but Shinonori go back today as the captain, so he'll be the one hopefully taking back over the rolling duties. Rolls 55, does not win, so that'll give France choice of who wants to pick first. Taiwan the choice of who wants to ban first. It's interesting now, the difference in rules between OWC and a lot of community tournaments with the bans. A lot of tournaments you go 1-2-1-2 bans, but in OWC you go 1-2-2-1, which is, it puts a little bit of a different strategy on it, because the first team gets first and last ban rather than getting first and third bans. So if you are a team that values, hiding that last ban, or something like that, maybe you do pick the first ban, where normally you might pick the second ban, but looks like teams will decide. I do think we might get a Hard Rock ban out of Taiwan, despite it being such a strength for them, because France looked so good yesterday. Other than that, I think a lot of maps are really up for grabs, because despite 8 maps in the France versus Sweden match, 10 maps in the Taiwan versus Chile match, they didn't have that many maps in common. I believe it was only 3, maybe 4. They played Hard Rock 1, Hidden 1, and Free Mod 1 in common. But France did win, I believe, all of them, as I said. So we'll see if they want to get rid of stuff from yesterday. And France is going to decide on the Nomad 5 first ban. So maybe that speed, something that they don't want to have to deal with.
And now Taiwan will have the next 2 bans. And we have an update. Indonesia are able to get the upset complete. They take it 6-4 over the United Kingdom, knocking them out of the tournament.
That is the earliest the UK has been knocked out of OWC in years. I mean, losers bracket finalists in 2019, grand finalists in 2018. I believe they were in the finals weekend in 2017 as well. This is, it's a rebuilding year for the United Kingdom. If you ask Bubbleman, if you talk to a lot of the players, they've got a lot of roster changes. They lost 2 of their big carries in Carthy and Spare, not playing anymore this year. So that is not a wholly surprising result, but at the same time, I think it's shocking to a lot of people who are used to seeing the UK playing in the last weekend or one of the last couple weekends of OWC every year. But they're going to go home at the hands of a very strong Indonesia team who showed just how good they are at their premier skill sets in that match.
Oh, and Indo has definitely showed up this year. I mean, taking Germany the distance, that was a result most didn't expect. And obviously, they've done a fantastic job in getting this win. Good work to them. And we will see them against Hong Kong next week.
And that will be a heck of a matchup. I think Indonesia, again, will be able to flex their speed, because we saw last night in their match against Canada, Hong Kong really not very good at DT compared to a lot of other skill sets. Indonesia, obviously, that's their main strength. So they might just be able to continue rolling the same strat through another round, unless the pool somehow favors Hong Kong much more than this pool favored Indonesia. So that'll be very interesting to see what happens next week. Yep. Meanwhile, back here, of course, Taiwan with the DT4 ban, and they do end up banning a Hard Rock out. It's Hard Rock 2, so they're going to get rid of Cross Time, which, not a big surprise there. France looked very good on that map yesterday. And then another DT ban as well. So double time number 2 coming out as the last ban from France. That's 3 DT bans is what that is. So as I said, both of these teams not really super great with speed and DT in general compared to some other skill sets. And they do get rid of a couple picks from that pool.
And it's going to be Nomad 6, the opening pick for Taiwan.
Yeah, they did play that yesterday. I believe it was either their last pick or the last pick from Chile. It was the second last map of the match either way. They put up a not amazing score, but not a bad score. They put up 2.3 million. And I think that's a score that they can improve on, and I think they probably feel that France, more of a mechanical team, will not be quite as great with the rhythm type of maps, and I think we'll get to learn very early on if that strategy is valid going forward in this matchup. Because Taiwan has some really, really good rhythm players, guys like GFMRT, guys like Shield, very, very strong in that skill set, and I think they probably feel that France is a little bit weaker.
Nomad 6, it's been a popular map in the pool for teams to pick. Seen it get a lot of love this weekend.
Yeah, I talked about this a little yesterday, talking with Azer during the United States versus Brazil match, how Nomad 6 really provides kind of a unique opportunity once it gets introduced into the pool. Obviously, quarterfinals, when the map pool expands, is the first time that we get to see the Nomad 6 coming into play. Teams get that rhythm map. It's very, very heavily finger control favored, right? You have 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/6 rhythms. Like, it just switches it up incessantly. And the teams that are very strong at rhythm, teams that are very strong at kind of what we call combo gaming, where their AC might drop a little bit, but they're going to hold combo through. Guys like Spines Knight are very good at that. Those types of teams with those types of players end up having an opportunity to kind of shine that they often don't on other pools without that type of pick in them.
I see.
It's a very exciting type of map. I enjoy watching this type. You know, we saw, I think, Bubbleman in that Indonesia versus UK match did put up a ridiculous score on this. Azer put up, I think, like a 3-100 on it last night. You know, this is the type of map that the really rhythmically skilled players will just do incredibly well on. They make it look so easy compared to some others who maybe just don't quite as much. So we're going to get into it here. Map number 1, France-Taiwan. You've got Musty, Poon, Pookie, and Thunder taking on Spines Knight, Shield, GFMRT, Flask. I am excited to see what happens with this first pick.
This should be a great match, and it is underway.
And we're going to watch, I think, very carefully players' accuracy, because that determines a lot about how comfortable they are on this pick. Whether or not you can keep high AC is very determinant of how comfortable you are with a Nomad 6 pick. And already seeing that break from the Poon, but most players keeping AC up through the intro, other than GFMRT, who does tend to struggle a little bit with that skill.
Shield is also going to be finding a miss here for Taiwan, so that's going to level things out just a little bit.
With this one being such a long pick, I mean, over 3 minutes and 1600 combo, there's a lot of time for early misses to be overcome. That combo gets regained. Pokey, though, with the second break for France, they are down 2 FCs pretty early on here.
Their accuracy keeping a minute.
Yeah, 99.4 on Musty, 99.6 on Thunder. Shield with his second break, but still a 3-way. Make that 2-way.
Spines Knight and Flask.
Oh, and Flask. Okay.
It's gonna only GFMRT.
And GFMRT has the lowest AC on their, or second lowest AC now on their team as well, which is not necessarily the player you want carrying your only FC. That's a lot of points riding on somebody who will lose a ton of score if they break.
And there goes GFMRT.
Okay, so this opening pick not working out so far for Taiwan, man. France is looking very, very strong through the first 700 combo here. Double FC on Musty and Thunder, and just the one early break from Poon. There's another break from Musty, but they're going to still roll with about 170,000 point lead.
Yeah, France firmly in the driver's seat now. Just going to check out as Thunder and Spines Knight will trade.
So this is big. It's GFMRT here versus the Poon. There is actually a combo lead now being regained by Taiwan off the back of those breaks from Musty and Thunder. So this score gap will shrink and should go back over. A break from Musty as well again. Not able to regain much combo. This should be able to flip over here.
I just wonder how much... I think Taiwan is just being handicapped so much by their accuracy.
Yeah, that is playing the huge role here. Flask 96 accuracy, GFMRT 97, Spines Knight all the way down 96 as well, so that score is holding much steadier than you would expect it to for France. However, if either Poon or Pookie were to break, that would be pretty
there's
bad.
Pookie with the miss.
And there it is. So this is going to go over, I think, now, regardless of the accuracy, because that's a huge combo lead for Taiwan.
Well, but Spines Knight is going to trade it. Thunder will drop, though.
Yeah, it was worse off for France than for Taiwan. And there goes Poon. That's the 1 FC gone for France. And this is going to go really heavily over to Taiwan in the last few seconds of the map. This is the...
and with Musty down, too, now that's all combos reset for France. And Flask and GFMRT are just going to put up a clinic here in the last quarter of the map.
Yeah, this is GFMRT's playground. He's so good at comboing maps like this, even if his AC isn't always the greatest. A couple more breaks from France just to seal the deal, but this is what happens on this type of map. You have to be able to play this combo sort of strategy, and Taiwan has executed that to perfection here. They take that lead back at the end, ended up winning by over 300,000 points. So what looked like a poor first pick ended up being a pretty good one, 308K, and that's the 1-0 for Taiwan now.
And Taiwan are able to hold on there, take it back. And very important to win your opening pick. And France are going to counter with no mod 1.
Yeah, like I said, France is the mechanics team here. They're going to feel very comfortable with their no mod 1 roster. Poon, Justman, Nero, Hifkill. I think that's like already set as what they're going to have for this pick. They put up a really, really strong score on no mod 1 yesterday as compared to their opponents in Sweden. They're just really very strong at this mechanical type of aim pick. You know, we like to meme on no mod 1 a little bit because it does often feel a little coin flippy. If you break on one just giant back and forth jump pattern and your opponent doesn't, then they just win. But you know, teams like this have a lot of mechanical skill and should not be missing on too many of those jumps, especially at this stage of the tournament. So mechanics going to come into play here, switching it up pretty vastly from rhythm into aim. See the Taiwan roster for this. They did not play this map yesterday. They didn't really, the only really raw aim map they played, I mean, I guess if you consider Double Time 1, but that's more of an older style aim, otherwise was Hard Rock 1, and France actually outscored them on Hard Rock 1, so showing that their aim is pretty good. Taiwan though, depending on who's available for them today, I heard tell that Zane may or may not be here, and I think he would be in for this if he is, and if he's not, it's a bit of a loss for them. So we'll find out what their roster ends up being. I think this is a very good first pick for France, though.
Yeah, France, as you notably said, the mechanics team. They're going to be comfortable on most no mod 1 picks.
Yeah,
and
guys,
Flask.
That's going to be Flask. So I think Zane would have normally been in for this. I think he may actually not be here. Flask has very good aim though, not a poor replacement for him. But I think that this is definitely a France favored first pick. But you know, like as with any no mod 1 pick, you know, you have those big diff spikes. You've got, you know, kind of before and during the first and second key eyes, and then before the, like they just kind of go, you know, that same pattern of where the aim is. So we'll get to see who can hold through those tricky jumps. I know Poon choked this at the very end yesterday. He'll probably want to fix that with an FC today.
Looking for a little bit of redemption here.
Yeah, exactly. Redemption after already winning it, I suppose. Want to win it, want to put up an even better score and win it by even more than they did yesterday. But Taiwan, no slouch when it comes to aim maps, so they're definitely going to put up a fight here on this one. I just think France overpowers them a bit on this type of map. We'll find out. Everybody holding through the intro just fine. I don't know that we've been able to say that previously. I think we've normally seen at least one break in that first couple hundred combo. Lots of jumps in the intro, but you get some comfort into that first chorus as you have 3 SSs on France.
And 2 on Taiwan. We were seeing 5-way SSs.
The nice thing about no mod 1 is it's rhythmically not very complex, so it does lend itself to higher accuracy plays. You're gonna, you know, you might see as many misses as you see 100s. It is OD 9.4, but for these players on a map like this, that's really not that bad.
But Nero is going to be the first miss, and that's going to give the advantage to Taiwan here.
Yeah, early enough into the map that he'll be able to make up for it. You know, it's only into the first key eye section here, into the first chorus. But with Taiwan holding their 4-way still, they're going to be able to take a little bit of a lead once their combo overcomes the slight act discrepancy with France still holding 2 SSs and a 1x100. I feel like that has to flip over soon here. I'm surprised it hasn't. Oh, we missed a break from Riser. Okay, that was my bad.
Yeah, that's...
Riser
yeah, we
breaking.
did miss. It must have been like a slider break.
Yeah, and it was during that first verse, I suppose, which is not a place where you'd normally expect to miss, especially not out of a game player like Riser, but happens. So
I was going to say, why is this score not flipping?
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, it should have been instant.
Riser does have a little bit of a combo lead over Nero, though.
Yeah, he's got the slightly higher supporting combo now.
Shield's still holding onto the SS as well, which is very nice, but a little bit lower accuracy on Noriko and Flask compared to Poon, Justman, and Hipkill, who are at, what, two,
Nero
one, two,
breaks
1x100s.
right after the break.
Oh, another break.
Did he get
And that was on
psyched
the
out?
stream, too. That was on that burst, too. That wasn't even on the aim. That's where you don't want to break on a No Mod 1 type of map. If you're going to be breaking anywhere, you expect it to be on jumps in this. But that's going to give the lead over to Taiwan. We'll see how long they can hold on to their three-way, full combo.
Yeah, now's their chance to really build up some advantage here as we go into these jumps. Oh, but Shield is going to be the one caught out for Taiwan.
I think it's not the end of the world, fortunately, because he has a couple 100,000 point advantage over Nero, and it's not a big combo difference. It's only about 150 combo after that break from Nero. The score is going to stay really close, though. France banking on their accuracy right now, where they do have a pretty noticeable lead on those FCs. This could get very close to this last
Poon and
guy.
Riser will trade.
Okay, well, we're coming into
Things are pretty close here.
Yeah, it's
all tight.
7,000 points, you know.
And actually, I think that combo is going to be going back over to France ever so slightly. But Justman is going to break. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Okay,
That might seal it.
It is all on Noriko and Flask. If they can hold on through the last moments, Shield breaks, but that's not the one that matters. It's all Noriko and Flask holding their FCs still into this ending.
And they got it. Taiwan are going to come away with a 2-0 lead.
Wow, that was a big break point for them. I did not expect that to be a Taiwan favored map, but that late slider break from Justman kind of just sealed the deal. Flask and Noriko, the double FC, very, very impressive performance from them. Two players who maybe not 100% known for their aim, but definitely can show up with big performances when the time calls for it. And that's an early break point for Taiwan as well. They're going to feel good about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's going to put some confidence in you, put the wind in your sails. And now Taiwan have the pick. A chance to go up 3-0 here.
And now you've got a little bit of a decision to make because you won the aim map, so the inclination might be to go Hard Rock 1 here. You are a team that's very good at that type of map, and it's the most similar to the Nomad one. But of course, you also won the Rhythm map in Nomad 6, so you probably don't feel too bad about, you know, going to something a little bit more rhythmically challenging as well. I think Taiwan have some options open to them. I think the most obvious pick here is probably Hard Rock 1. But I don't know if they would maybe be a little scared off by how good France can be on that pick.
Yeah, they might be a little scared off here just because of that match was pretty close. And at that final little break before Nero broke on the burst, both teams could just see how close it was. That score was 7K difference. So it might lead Taiwan to at least think twice about picking Hard Rock 1, or it might lead them to pick it.
Yeah, you know, if they don't go that direction, I could see them going, maybe if they feel good about it, something like a double time 3. I know both of these teams did ban a DT in this matchup, but I think Taiwan does have some pretty solid speed players if they feel comfortable with it. Instead, it's going to be completely different. Wow, that's the exact opposite. That's hidden 2. Hitori no Yoru is our AR8 hidden pick. I don't think any of us saw that coming.
Taiwan wanting to switch things up a little bit here.
Yeah, and so this is the Sheena Noriko pick is what this is. Having him back, he is, I think, probably their best, I would say, low AR hidden player. Used to be kind of known as a specialist in that skill set. France did not put up an incredible score on this yesterday. They won it versus Sweden, but it was only 2.7 million. And Taiwan did not play it, probably because Noriko was not there yesterday. So having him back, they probably feel like, okay, we can get an FC or at least close to it, you know, and put up maybe like a 3 million score. I think that's probably what feeds into that particular pick here, and I think it's a pretty reasonable one from them. France usually not known for low AR.
I also think this pick is actually going to be pretty beneficial to Taiwan in a number of ways if they can manage to take this point, because you talked about just the different types of maps that Taiwan has already won. You know, one on the aim map, one on the rhythm map. Now we're going to low AR hidden. I mean, if you just start kind of winning and taking consecutive points in different skill sets in different areas, it kind of makes your opponent seem boxed in, and it feels like you're just shutting all these doors in their face and leaving them with no options. So
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. It's very tough to pick if you're France going into your second pick here if you do lose this AR8 hidden, because like you said, you're thinking, okay, we lost a rhythm map, we lost a raw aim map, we lost a reading map. Where do we, do you go into alt or tech maybe from there? Do you feel comfortable enough with like a Nomad 3 or 4? So it really does kind of limit your options. It starts to squeeze out those edges of the pool and makes it a little bit narrower for you when you thought maybe you had a wider selection to choose from. So we're going to find out in this one how that ends up working out. Taiwan with Noriko, Flask, GFMRT, Spines Knight have a very good AR8 hidden roster. France with Thunder, The Poon, Nero, Musty are no slouches themselves, but I think this is a little bit more of a Taiwan specialty with those players that are in for it.
And Thunder will be the first miss of the match. The advantage to Taiwan. Let's see who the real hidden gamers are here, folks.
And not only hidden, but also the fact that it's lower BPM as Nero and Thunder trade another couple of breaks. You're going from a 140 BPM map with a lot of different rhythms as Spines Knight finds breaks to like a 200 BPM map. And now you're dropping all the way down to 170. And France has already found
Sheena Noriko will drop.
Okay. This is a bit of a fiesta here so far. We're only a quarter of the way through, and it's not a super note dense map. Your big streaks are not going to be there. It's only 830 combo or so. So Musty's going to try to hold for France, but GFMRT and Flask with the double FC is Spines Knight another break.
Spines Knight really struggling here, but fortunately for him, his team has a 1 FC advantage, and Poon will find yet another miss. So does Noriko. So it's really, as you said, all on GFMRT and Flask.
Yeah, both teams, unfortunately, kind of running it here a little bit, as we say. But Flask and GFMRT keeping strong. GFMRT's AC very, very good, 99.4, matching Musty perfectly. The Thunder and Nero combos, though, are starting to grow. If
I
Taiwan
was about to mention, I think France is actually starting to pull this back a little bit. Musty also dropped, though, with Flask.
That's actually better for France, though, because Thunder and Nero both held. There's only one combo now on the side of Taiwan, and it is GFMRT. So if Thunder and Nero can continue to hold on, France will be okay here. There's not a lot of map left. We're already 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah, we're at the final quarter now, and Thunder does drop along with Flask and Sheena Noriko.
So GFMRT and Spines Knight building his combo back up. We're going to see if Taiwan can pull this back in the last moments.
This is going to be very close, actually. Thunder with yet another miss. Poon will drop. Nero doing everything.
But Spines Knight broke as well. It's Nero versus GFMRT, and GFMRT has the combo advantage. He has about 200k score left in this map. Nero has a bit less than that due to his break.
And Musty and Flask are going to be the next highest supporting combos for each of those teams, respectively.
Oh my god, this is going to be so close!
Really close, folks. It's coming down to the wire on AR8 hidden.
Oh my god. Oh, Spines Knight broke Taiwan! Right at the end, and it goes over! No way!
Taiwan got it!
What in the world? It flipped over! Oh my god! GFMRT just put his team on his back, man. Holding on to that FC gave him just enough points at the very end. Oh my god, Taiwan ekes it out.
0.6 thousand points. Taiwan up 3-0, and actually, France, we talked about how they'd be kind of boxed in. They immediately come out with Hard Rock 1. I guess they're going back to your logic you were going back with earlier. Kind of, the raw aim. Hard Rock 1 is kind of most like Nomad 1. Other maps in the pool.
Yeah, this was a very instant pick. I mean, that map ended and they had that pick in like within about 10 seconds, I think. This was, you're staying within the skill set because, like we said, Nomad 1 was very close between these two teams, and France feels like, based on the scores from yesterday, they're playing this a little better than Taiwan. I think Taiwan had room for improvement, but France probably feels the same way. If you don't four-way, there's always room for improvement, right? So, a logical pick, and if they lose this one, their mental is probably going to be gone, and we might see a 6-0, but if they win this one, then they can start to kind of climb their way back into the match.
And so now, just waiting on Taiwan to fill the final 2 roster slots.
Yeah. Taiwan, I mean, I guess France maybe a little unhappy that Taiwan is taking the timer to have their players in and readied up, but I mean, that's just part of strategizing in the game, so that's how it goes. This is still, I think a relatively, no matter what, this is, I think, going to be a very closely contested pick, so.
Yeah, definitely should. And for France, this has to be the turning point for them. I kind of feel like I feel like we're already at kind of the point of no return here.
Yeah, if France loses this pick, I am pretty sure this match is kind of over, because besides the fact that they'll be down 4-0, knowing, and I'm not flaming, but knowing kind of the occasional mental problems that we've seen from French teams where they get a little down on themselves when they get behind in matches, I think that's not a great spot for them to be in, especially if they lose their first 2 picks on maps that they feel very good about. But, that aside, they're still going to be playing the map, and they're still going to be putting forth their best effort on this pick here, and they're going to try to get their first point on the board here with the 3-0 deficit staring them in the face.
Yeah, they definitely got some work to do, but the good news is that it's only 3-0. It's not completely impossible. But they definitely need to get the ball rolling ASAP.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement that, like, basically France this is a must-win. Oh, and that is a bad under-aim from Poon.
And
he was nowhere close to that circle.
In the player chat that the Poon was a little upset with, how the Taiwanese players were using the timers. So hopefully he's able to get his emotions and thoughts under control here. Hopefully that won't affect him too much. But a very early miss from the Poon is going to put Taiwan on top for now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's within the rules, so it's the sort of thing that you shouldn't be upset about, because it's literally in the rules that there are those allowed timers to be in the map or in the lobby and readied up. So, I mean, Taiwan it's a little bit of gamesmanship if the other team is ready very quickly, but it's also still within the rules. And we do see a break from Noriko, so the combo lead is going to go back over to France as Poon has recovered since the beginning.
Now France in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
A third of the way through, still very close and kind of hard to tell who's going to be able to take this one.
I think a big thing to look at is the accuracy here. You've got Riser 99.5, Shield 99.5, Flask 99.3. Nobody over 99% except for Just Man on the France side. So Taiwan's accuracy advantage is keeping them in this one. Oh, and okay, that's weird. His accuracy updated on my screen. I swear it didn't say that. I looked at it, I swear I thought it said 98%. Anyway, so it's like, I don't know, it's very close. Any break, especially at this juncture in the map, is going to be very, very bad. But if everybody just holds on to combo, France is going to continue to grow their lead just a little bit.
Yeah, France, at this point, they've done a pretty good job. If they're able to hold till about, quarter of the map left, they'll be in a really good position.
Yeah, this one could get very close. If anybody breaks for the rest of the map, there's some big jumps, and everybody makes it through that section. At the last third of the map.
Noriko is going to go down.
That break from Noriko, if France just holds on a little bit longer, will actually just end the map. Noriko breaking again. I think that might have just pretty much sealed Taiwan's fate.
Very well could have, unless we see just a insane double miss from France or something like really quickly. But Taiwan would literally need that to happen, like right now.
Yeah, I think with it being a 200,000 point lead, there's already pretty much not enough time. France would have to full combo reset. This was expected to be a good pick for them. I don't think Taiwan is going to feel too terrible if they end up losing this map, which it looks like they will here. But France is going to feel better about getting back on the board. There is a late break from Just Man, but it's right at the ending, so.
As well as a Flask and Shield also going to break, but as you said, doesn't matter. France did the work that needed to be done, and that'll be their first point on the board in this match.
And 4 million, actually, a very, very good score just on its own, in its own right. I mean, that's a big improvement. They, I think, improved by about 620,000 points, 630 or so, from their score yesterday. So, France getting themselves into the match here a little bit, getting the first point on the board. But now the question is, where do they go next? Because that's kind of all there is for that, raw aim type of map. Hidden One is a very different style of aim. So not going to have another map that really compares directly.
We pick Fremont 2. Fast, instant pick.
I love Flask. He has such a good sense of humor, dude. Flask is a really funny guy. That's very nice. So Fremont 2, Thayhan's Never Give Up, the relentless difficulty. Of course, this is the overmod friendly free mod pick here. 190 BPM, those big circles. It's a base circle size of 3. So I think we will probably see some extra hard rock from both of these teams because they are obviously both very strong in that skill set. A pretty well-rounded pick as well, so I'm a little bit surprised to see Taiwan go this direction, in all honesty, but clearly they feel that this favors them. I would have expected something a little more non-traditional as this pick, considering the previous couple picks from France.
I think Taiwan still realized that even though France, they took their first point, as long as they're able to convert their picks at this point, they're still going to be in control of this matchup.
Yeah.
Because, in theory, T1G, if you get one break point from your opponent, in theory, all you need to do is win all of your picks and you will win the match.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly true. It's that sort of thing that I've always considered in OSU from my days as a tennis player, where you get one break of serve, you just have to hold serve the rest of the way. Same sort of thing with OSU. You get one break of your opponent's map, and you just have to win your own pick. So just pick the stuff you're comfortable with. I have known many teams where they say, okay, we have these picks in mind, and we're going to guaranteed win X, Y, and Z picks. So if we get one break point, we're just going to feel good the rest of the way and winning our own picks. Same sort of strategy can hold for a lot of teams in a lot of matchups. So we'll see how this one works out for Taiwan, see what the mods end up being. Looks like just base mods for both these teams. One hidden, one hard rock. Nero Justman and GFMRT Riser, respectively. More no mod than I actually kind of anticipated seeing, but clearly an even mod matchup, so no mod advantage for either team here.
Yeah, I think Taiwan are playing it safe just because, France got their first point on the board. They don't want to try to overextend. And I think France are playing it safe because, they haven't played well so far this match. They've lost a couple close points. I think both teams just want a point on the board, and 2 no mods is always the safest option.
Yeah, it's something we see a lot of teams doing, is, you put some very strong, very good combo game players who are just going to probably put up FCs. We do see a couple breaks already from Taiwan on Shield and GFMRT. I was going to say on Nomad picks, but France taking the early lead here.
Yeah, but Nero will also drop, so the hidden players are going to trade. And Ifkill will also drop, so Taiwan now with the advantage.
And that's interesting. It's the hidden player and one of the Nomad players dropping for both teams. The hard rock player and a Nomad player holding on in both cases. Justman and Riser. Riser notably still holding the SS. An incredible accuracy player. I know a lot of people have surely seen his name at the top of a ton of different leaderboards with really high AC hard rock and hidden hard rock plays.
Yeah, but actually the miss from Shield, because it was so early, allowed him to build a nice support combo. That Apraxia method there coming through Taiwan.
It's the tactical miss, if you break if you break at the beginning of a map, you won't break later on because you won't have nerves that you're FCing. It's easy. It's actually the big brain strat here. It's working out for Shield so far. Still awaiting any more breaks, and it's going to be Nero with the next one for France. Not an optimal place to break, but that's going to help Taiwan out even more.
Taiwan are now starting to run away with this map, and France are getting to the point where they're going to need some misses from Taiwan to get back into this.
Yeah.
But the Poon is going to drop, and that's a big miss for France.
It's, I think, over now. With Poon breaking there and Riser and Flask still holding their FCs, I don't really think France's fate is no longer in their control on this map. It's now all up to Taiwan holding on through the last few seconds, and I think they're going to because they all look very comfortable. No cursor shakes or anything. And there goes Justman. This one's now completely over. This is going to be a huge win for Taiwan. They might win this by about 1 million points here.
That is over 3,000 combo advantage against about 1,000 on the side of France.
GFMRT does find a late break, so the score gap won't be over 1 million points, but it's going to be a Taiwan win regardless. It's going to be a 4-1 lead. Nero with the break as well. And the instant leave there from Nero, so we got, I think, a little bit behind, which means that, but it was a 975k victory for Taiwan, a very good pick from them.
Yep, and they maintain that advantage 4-1, and again, that's all Taiwan need to do at this point. Just win your picks.
And can we talk about Riser's accuracy for a second and Flask's accuracy for a second? By the way, the double FC, 3 100s on Hard Rock for Riser, 1 100 Nomad for Flask. Absolutely ridiculous accuracy from both of them.
Flask, in it, as he said in the chat himself, went mode.
Hey, it's Flask mode, dude. You gotta respect
activated.
it. Flask mode. The dude has been around the tournament scene for years and always performs really well when he needs to. So, very well done to Taiwan there. And another quick pick here. France going into Hard Rock 3. Well, this is going to switch it up a little bit, going into some smaller circles. And a little bit more cursor control aim required on this one. An interesting pick. France did win, of course, their previous pick in Hard Rock, but this is a very different type of map. Also a very short one. I think this will be the shortest map we'll have seen. It's one of the, I believe, 2 shortest maps in the pool. So instead of placing the premium on consistency, it places the premium on, just comboing the entire map because it's so short. Any miss is very damaging. Hard Rock, small circles kind of combine to make things a little trickier, and you've got some very difficult patterns in the map.
This is combo gaming at its finest right here.
And the previous combo gaming map was Nomad 6. That's really the only true combo game map we've played so far, and we, of course, know how that one went. So
yeah,
we'll see if Taiwan can run that back. However, France, obviously very strong Hard Rock. I think they wish they had Room CV vv804213780 on their team this year, because I'm pretty sure he would be in for this, and he would play it really well. But they're going to have Ryzen, Poon, Hifkill, and Musty in to do a good job as well. Taiwan, Riser, Flask, Shield, and Noriko. Going to try to get another break point here and really run away with this match, if so. But I think this is another pretty good pick from France going into Hard Rock pool.
All right. Well, here we go on to Hard Rock. And Hifkill's going to find a miss. That's going to put the advantage with Taiwan. And as you noted, this map is very short, so those misses are actually going to matter.
Yeah, you have to build up combo early and often, although France, with this ridiculous accuracy, they had a couple of SSs and another pick over 99%. However, Taiwan matching it with 3 1x100s there for a while until Noriko dropped a couple more.
It's mostly Shield who's kind of keeping France close. He dropped back all the way down to the 95s, now just above 96.
Yeah, but the most important part so far for Taiwan is that they are still holding on to that 4-way full combo. Hifkill with the only break on the map thus far. It's going to remain very close, as you mentioned, because of that accuracy from Shield. Oh, that's such a bad place to miss. Halfway through on a mid 47. Okay. And Flask lost a lot of accuracy. He missed an entire stream.
Yeah, that actually is going to help France out, because the ACK loss is going to keep France in striking distance here. I want to simply have to go back to combo gaming and preserve the advantage, but
it's going to flip over that accuracy lead for France. There's still only been the one break for Taiwan, but France is just going to win off the back of accuracy if they don't break at the ending.
They're trying to pull it back. Hifkill with another miss. Wait a minute.
Is it enough combo from Flask to bring us back? Oh, it's not.
That's going to do it. Hifkill with another miss. It's not going to be enough. Riser breaking. Flask and Musty. Ryzen will also miss at the end, but France survive and take a second point.
Wow, that map just goes from 0 to 100 real fast in that last couple hundred combo. The slider break from Noriko. Poon with the only perfect FC. Shield with a couple slider ends dropped and a much lower accuracy, but man, France, the accuracy, look at that. 99 from Ryzen, almost 99 from Poon and Musty. Meanwhile, the 97s from Flask, Noriko, 96 from Shield. That played a lot of a big role in that victory, because it was only 153k, but those late breaks, you just can't afford it, unfortunately. But it is a France pick, and that does exhaust the Hard Rock pool as well. So again, the pool just continuing to shrink down farther and farther.
Yeah, and it feels like France are just going to have to kind of aim for free mod afterwards, almost feels like. Or no mod. Just because of how Taiwan have played this match.
Yeah, I think...
Where do they go from here?
Right, I'm thinking that, and it's tough. They've got 3 no-mods, 2 hiddens, 2 DTs, 2 free mods, so a decent amount of picks still available. It's just a matter of what they feel the most comfortable on. We've seen 2 picks in the Nomad pool so far, so if either team, maybe feels good about, say streams or about alt, they can go Nomad 2, Nomad 3.
Give me that DT1.
Yeah, honestly, I think DT1 would not be a bad pick here. Taiwan looked good on it yesterday. They put up a 3.3 million score. France didn't play it, so they don't really have a basis of comparison, but instead they're going to go Nomad 4, Bleary Vagary. That is an interesting pick that I don't know I necessarily quite expected here.
That's not a map we've seen picked a ton this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's been here and there. It's not a constant by any means. Taiwan did play it against Chile. They put up just over 3 million points. I believe they won that map. They have some players who are good at this type of pick. And maybe this is kind of, again, going back to Taiwan wanting to favor the kind of more gimmicky niche skill sets over France's more mechanics-based team. This is a map where I think players are enjoying it as a Nomad 4 kind of tech map more than some of the previous ones. You've got some very just raw big slider aim as well as some very, very difficult to aim streams. The ending of this map is quite difficult. And I think Taiwan has some players who feel very comfortable on this type of pick, guys like Spinesight and Shield especially.
Yeah, and you also mentioned, that Taiwan put in a 3 million plus score on this against Chile, so that's pretty good rationale for picking it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a hard time matching up to what the United States did on this map against Brazil, where they put up 2 1x100 FCs on Fiery Rage and Blaze plus the FC on Vaxei. But, if you can even come close to a score like that, I think you'd feel pretty good about your chances. So Taiwan going to look to just continue, like we said, just continue winning their own picks because that's really all they have to do.
Yeah, they are only 2 points away, but if France are able to steal this breakpoint, that would be massive. So we should point out Taiwan are not out of the woods just yet. They only have a 2-point lead, which can easily be overturned.
Yeah, and a map like this, in any tech map, there are certain places where you can just kind of expect to see possible breaks. And this map is no exception with the very tricky streams and the very tricky sliders. So
Musty's actually going to find a miss.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen happening on that intro. Shield, though, matching it with a break just before we get into the first drop here. This is where we're going to learn how comfortable these players are with this map, because we've seen guys putting up really great accuracy in this section, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Spinesight is going to go down, too, so that's 2 FCs down for Taiwan. France now in command.
This is where things can start to become a little worrisome if France doesn't find some breaks for Taiwan. Almost at the halfway mark already, and it's still a triple FC for the French
Thunder will
side.
find a
There goes
miss at
Thunder.
the halfway mark. The worst place to miss.
There's still a decent amount of map left, though. The entire second half of this, and the ending is so note dense. But oh man, Thunder struggling quite a bit there with another couple of breaks. So it's going to be a combo slightly in favor of France, I think, still. Shield and Spinesight about matching Musty's combo and the double FC from Ryzer Noriko matching Ryzen and Poon, but Ryzen still with the SS, notably holding that combo or that accuracy lead.
As long as Spinesight and Thunder are going to trade, Shield will drop, and I think that's going to be enough for France here. Ryzen does go down along with Noriko and Musty. Poon the only one holding. It's Poon against Ryzer.
And I think Poon and Ryzer both just FC this, and France has probably kind of secured it. Unless Poon would have to completely fall apart at the ending.
Yeah, he would have to die
have
here.
a chance, and it's not going to happen. So that's going to be a break point here.
France, and that's a pretty big one.
Wow, and that's such a big moment in the match to find a break point. 4-2, back to 4-3, potentially able to get the 4-4. And then you have just one pick left per team. I don't think it was a mispick from Taiwan. It was just an underperformance more than anything else. You see that
I don't think that was a mispick.
Shield just not putting up the score he needed to, and France putting up some very solid performances.
And Poon able to deliver that FC. So now France with a real big opportunity. You notice they don't have the pick ready immediately this time. They're going to take their time and think about this one because they need to tie the game up here.
and this is going to be a big thinking point, because the maps left are very different than most of what we've seen so far, right? You have a stream map and an alt map in Nomad. You have the awkward aim and the swing rhythm map in Hidden. You have a pretty straightforward map as DT1, very fast map as DT3, and then of course we know what Fremod 1 is, just crazy, couple breaking that low AR, high circle size. I don't know that it's going to be
Nomad 2 from France, though.
Yeah, I think out of what's remaining, I can understand going to Nomad 2 here. It's a comfort pick. It's a more mechanics. It's just, can you hit these streams, basically. This is a map that I feel like we haven't actually seen a lot of in this pool either. People, I don't think, have been picking it all that much relative to some other picks. But obviously France here feeling good about streams and thinking this is how they level this match at 4 points apiece. They can win this. Well, there's one pick left per team, and that would be a pretty scary spot to be in. And we have not seen anything streamy so far in this match at all. The Nomad 5 got banned out. The streamy DT picks have not been played or have been banned.
We do see Unha coming in.
Yeah, I think Unha fills kind of a specialist role on this team. Obviously, Taiwan has not used him much, but coming in for the stream map, hopefully he's ready and prepared and warmed up. Obviously, when you haven't played and you come in for the 8th map in a match as your first map in it, that's a tough spot to be in if you're not really, really prepared for that specific pick.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. But the match is really going to be determined here, essentially, because if France are not able to convert this and Taiwan get that breakpoint back, they will be at match point with the pick. So, although France did an excellent job to take that breakpoint, they really need to convert this point here.
This is anything once you get this late in the match, every pick feels that just extra level of weight, because it can make or break. It's maybe a match point, or maybe it's a one pick left. Just really, really high important, high anxiety type of picks here at the end. So hopefully you're not going to see anything like any shakes. I think most of these players are such seasoned veterans, it's unlikely. But France really needs this one to avoid, like you said, Taiwan getting the match point with their own pick to come. So we're going to load into it, and we will see what happens. This is 3 minutes and 25 seconds of 200 BPM streams. And there's a couple that are a little tricky to aim. I think, you get the one like square stream after everything else is curved that can throw players off a little bit in terms of aim. But other than that, mostly fairly straightforward, relatively speaking. It's a lot about the BPM and how comfortable you are. Deep breath here. Only a couple maps left no matter what, so.
Yep, we are coming to the end, and this is a loser's bracket match. It is win or go home. And Unha will find the early miss along with Riser, so an early double miss for Taiwan.
Yeah,
and
this is...
Noriko! The accuracy just died on that stream.
This is what kind of worried me here for Taiwan. I don't know what their strength is like in this particular skill set. And I know France, obviously, as we've been saying repeatedly, a very strong mechanical team in most cases. Just Man with the one early break for them, so it gives Taiwan a sliver of hope still in this early goings to keep the score close. But those other three FCs holding on. Musty with the SS, matching shield. It's 1700 max combo, so we're in for quite a long ride here. It's quite a journey to the other side of this pick. One aspect of this that cannot be ignored either is the occasional aim pattern. You have some linear jumps that are easy to be tripped up on. If you can hold through the streams, you still have to hit those. There's that big square stream. Sheena Noriko does find a break, and Just Man finding a break just before it. So still 3 FCs for France against one from Taiwan.
Ooh, Just Man, and Ryzen will go down. That's a double miss for France, and that is going to help Taiwan out just a little bit here.
Yeah, Poon and Musty still on the double FC, but Shield holding his SS still to match Musty, and Unha and Riser both recovering almost 700 combo apiece now. It's a little 1/3 drum rhythm.
Yeah, and halfway through, Taiwan with the combo advantage is pulling it back.
This is another map that could just end up being incredibly close. I think a lot of these players that have the combo are going to hold them for quite some time. They look very comfortable. Shield finally dropping his first 100. Musty still on the SS. Some more linear little jumps. There's a break from Sheena Noriko, but that's not really the combo that matters all that much for Taiwan unless he loses a ton of score.
And Musty does trade that, though, from Sheena Noriko.
That's horrible for France, though. That was their FC. Yeah, that was their SS. Shield's still on the FC for Taiwan.
And now Taiwan are just going to check out because they've got 3 combos over 1,000.
This map stays very intense all the way through to the ending, though, so it is not Taiwan out of the woods yet. Riser, Yunha need to hold on to their combos. Shield needs to hold on to his FC, but they are going to start. But wait, breaks from Ryzen and Justman. That may have just ended France's hopes on this pick.
Yeah, they only have the Poon holding, who's still holding on the FC, but he will now give it up. And Riser and Shield
wow. That was
standing tall.
That was a 5-way miss, or 4-way from Justman, Shield, Noriko, and Yunha, but Riser's just going to carry this one home for Taiwan.
Yep, and that is going to put Taiwan at match point. The nightmare scenario for France.
Yeah, this is exactly what they did not want to have happen on that pick, and they had it what felt like in the bag for the first about 2/3 of the pick, and then things just kind of started to fall apart, and Taiwan able to pull away at the end. I mean, it looks less close than it was because that ended up being about a 300,000 point gap. But it was very, very tight the entire time, and Taiwan just able to hold those combos at the end. That's why they had Yunha, and despite the 13 misses, 1,300 combo, absolutely doing his part with a 700k score. Noriko not having a great time, but his score is his score actually still mattered.
Yes.
It was 340k win, and he had 362k, so he did his part.
Yep.
And now Taiwan with the match point and the pick in their back pocket. This is their last pick.
Yeah, this will be Taiwan's final pick. I see some DT1.
I was going to say, I think it's DT1. I honestly think it's DT1 here. Like, unironically, I think that's probably the pick. I don't know.
Give me that black rose dragon.
Inject DT1 just straight into my veins.
My veins. Give me all the Yu-Gi-Oh!
I know, but I genuinely do think that's a good pick here. And if it's not DT1, I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure it's not No Mod 3, and I'm pretty sure it's not. I guess it could be hidden, but I don't know. I think it's just DT1 here is like the optimal pick for Taiwan.
Yeah, I don't think they go with DT3. I think they go with Free Mod. I don't even know if they go with Free Mod. I just think DT is such a good choice because you pick the straightforward DT, unless you're just not comfortable on it. But it'll be DT3. No, it's not DT1.
So, you know, and I did mention, like, before the match, right, these are two teams that are not, either of them, not super into speed favored picks, but I think Taiwan does still have the advantage, if only because they have a couple of guys like Noriko who can play speed stuff very, very well. I do think this kind of throws caution to the winds a little bit.
Yeah, so I think DT3 is just, I mean, I think DT is a good pick, but I think DT3 is a little risky.
Yeah, DT3, you run the risk of just not putting up a very good score. I mean, Taiwan played this yesterday, and they only put up 2.2 million. Like, their score was not all that impressive, but they had to play it without Sheena Noriko, and I think that could be a factor that could help them out, having him back this time. You know, they were against a Chilean team that has some very good players in this skill set. And Riser put up a really good score, almost managed to carry them through that. They only lost it by 13,000 points, and that was with a couple of scores under 500k. And now you are going to replace, it looks like they're replacing GFMRT from yesterday's roster on this with Noriko. Riser, Shield, Yunha all played this as well. But I hope, you know, they're hoping that Noriko will come in and be the difference maker, obviously, on this map. And I think this, you've got to think Zane is just not here today, because there's some picks I think he would have been in for that he didn't play.
Yeah, there's he would have been in for by now. So I don't think that Taiwan has Zane, but they put up 5 points without him.
Yeah, this is, and put up 5 points and at a match point without, somebody who can play some of those mechanics maps really, really well. You wonder, they may have already won this if he'd been available for things like Hard Rock 1, but that is not going to matter because you can't play the what if game. So we're going to go into the last pick from Taiwan here. It's going to be Ryzen, Pookie, and Musty as the French roster. Shield Riser, Noriko Yunha is Taiwan. Going to try to close this out.
And also, you gotta wonder if you're France here. If you're able to get this break point and stay alive, do you pick DT1?
Yeah, and I think you aren't even thinking about that right now if you're France, to be honest. I don't think you're thinking about the next point. I think on our end, you think about that, obviously. And I think it might be an okay pick if they do win this, but I think if you're France right now, you're just trying to get through this pick because, as you can see from their accuracy in the beginning of this, it is not a map that they're super confident with.
Yeah.
All that act down at 92, 92,
I'm
96,
so I'm so surprised that Double Time wasn't picked for this long in the match.
Yeah, and I think it had something to do. There's the first break coming out from Shield, interestingly enough. I think it had something to do with neither of these teams just feeling super great about DT. So they kind of just, it's kind of just a handshake where like neither of us is gonna pick DT. We're gonna avoid it completely. But 98 act from Riser, doing work here for Taiwan so far. Nobody up at that.
Is gonna be the first miss for France though.
Actually, and that is actually the second miss because he did find a break at the very beginning.
Yep.
But that's the first big combo loss because it was so early on for that first one. Combo advantage is going to stay in favor.
And Poon is also going to drop.
Yeah, Poon for his
right around halfway.
For as strong as Poon is, this is not the sort of thing that I think he's at his best on. And so it's going to be up to Pookie and to Musty here, trying to keep France alive in this pick against the three-way full combo of Taiwan.
And right now it's looking really good for Taiwan. Halfway through, they've got about 150k lead.
This is getting to the scary stage here for France because Taiwan still has a three-way full combo and a big combo on Shield backing up. Poon has found another miss, so it's all riding on 2 FCs for France against 3 and a big combo for Taiwan. Just the last third, maybe a little bit of shakes. I'm a little worried. Look at Yuna's cursor. Little bit shaky in this section. He knows how much is on the line here.
Yeah, but fortunately for Taiwan, all they have to do is just avoid falling apart for a little longer, and they'll be able to put it out of reach.
And it might be now. It's 500k the lead. I think they've sealed it at this point.
Yep.
This is a great score from Taiwan. They've improved.
Shield.
They've improved so much on their score from yesterday. Yeah, that break from Pookie, that's gotta seal it.
And Taiwan able to get the job done here, and that is going to be the match to Taiwan. 6-3 in the losers bracket.
Yep, just a very good performance. They improved their score on this map by so much from yesterday. A two-way full combo, near three-way full combo, and they will move on in the losers bracket. They eliminate Team France, sending them home in a very closely fought battle. This match was back and forth, but Taiwan just that early break point, and they never really relinquished their advantage.
Well, the problem is, right from the start, Taiwan, they just came out guns a-blazing, and France had no answer at the start, and were never really able to just kind of run it back against Taiwan. They would get 3 points on the board, but not until Taiwan had already grown a significant lead and just weren't able to get back into it. But a good effort from them. But they will be eliminated from the World Cup this year. Your winners, Taiwan. They will move on to face South Korea in the losers bracket next week.
No, they're facing Brazil, but yes, they will move. They will move on in the losers bracket, but they're going to be facing Brazil, I think.
Really?
From what I'm seeing, I'm fairly sure it's Brazil.
Okay, well, I could be wrong on that, but they're moving on, and they're facing either Brazil or Korea.
Yeah, it's gonna be it is Brazil. Checking the official bracket. Yeah, Taiwan versus Brazil is gonna be a hell of a matchup next week. Those are two teams that are both very, very strong. I think that one is gonna be a banger. I think all the matches left. I mean, next week as we get into the semifinals and these late rounds of the losers bracket, we see some great matchups. and I'm very excited to see those ones all play out. But we do still have, of course, our last match of the day to come up.
And that is
just under half an hour.
Another big one. Russia and Poland in the losers bracket. One of them's going home.
And I don't know that anybody saw that coming. Russia versus Poland is a losers bracket match quarterfinals weekend. One of those teams will be going home earlier than they're certainly used to. And those are two teams that will have an incredibly hard-fought battle. I cannot wait for that match.
That should be an insane match to cover. But I know for one that I am not going to be casting that match, but I think you will.
Yeah, so that one is going to be myself and Mr. Chillier pair coming in to bring everyone the last match of the weekend here. And we are going to hope to make it a good one, hope to have a great match in front of us.
Well, alrighty. That is going to do it for us for now. Taiwan getting the big win 6-3 over France in the losers bracket. T1G, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, Dolan, always enjoyable to cast with you. And I hope everybody enjoyed this match because it was a banger.
Well, all right, guys, we are going to be heading out for now. We'll be back in 24 minutes for the start of Russia and Poland. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to OS World Cup 2020. We're here to bring you the final match of the quarterfinals weekend, and what a match it promises to be. I'm this one guy, and joining me today will be Chillier Pair as we bring you Russia versus Poland for a spot in the next round. A spot to be, I think, shocking to one of these teams that they're going to be eliminated this early. How are you doing today, Chillier Pair? Welcome to the booth. Good
morning. T1G. Good afternoon, I guess, to everybody else, and you know, even morning or night if you're from an Asian time zone here. This is a match that we've been looking out for a lot of this weekend for the potential that it's had, given, you know, the different winning teams and all of their their losers bracket round 1 matches going into this next losers bracket set here. Poland and Russia, 2 teams that you mentioned, you know, they continuously make it to these late stages of the tournament, and then this is where they start to have their trouble, maybe around quarterfinals and semifinals, and it's very uncharacteristic to see both of these teams down here this early. So we're getting a really good, you know, show off in quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think neither team expects to be here in the losers bracket in a quarterfinals weekend. You know, last year, of course, Russia got to the semifinals in the winners bracket before dropping to the United States. Poland was eliminated in semifinals weekend as well by Team Canada. So either way, whoever loses this is going out a round earlier at minimum than they did last year. So looking to improve on their position here today. And I think both very hyped rosters coming into this year's OWC. You've got a lot of good players on both of these teams. You've got some returning tournament veterans for both. You know, guys like on Poland, Wubwifulf, Rafis, Bartek, very known players in tournaments. Russia, meanwhile, Okinotori, Alumetri, guys who you see year in and year out here in OWC. A lot riding on their shoulders. I think there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams to win this match. So I think, you know, a very, very hyped, a very exciting matchup that we're going to be able to fortunately get right into here as they are already starting the ban phase. Do you have any thoughts about what kind of maps we might expect to see banned and picked here?
You know, for once, I think I am almost in the dark about what both of these teams would have to go for here. I think there is so much contention in the DT pool today that, I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised to see Poland ban it, given their overall kind of command of that mod category. I think Double Time is very contested today, and I think that Poland needs to be a little bit scared, because if, you know, I haven't gotten a chance to look back at this weekend's match links for Russia, but Russia has looked very good at no-mod consistency pools here. Not even just, you know, like no-mod 1 and no-mod 2 consistency-wise, but just in general, their ability to kind of work through that pool has been surprisingly good, and the Hard Rock has kind of maintained as well. You know, something you have to think of and you know, wonder as we go into this is, I don't think we've really seen the best of what Poland can offer this year. I think that they have come into a lot of these matches seemingly not as prepared as what we've seen other teams come in at, and I think now that we hit quarterfinals, semifinals, and beyond, I would love to see a Poland that, you know, has really set rosters and has their picks and bans, you know, all in line, and make sure everything is all prepared nice and early beforehand, because I know they can do that. And Russia has just been showing us, you know, what they're kind of made of here in what has been probably one of the most competitive early stage years of OWC that we've seen in a really long time.
And I think, speaking of like whether or not teams are prepared and playing up to their potential, I think you can look at their matches yesterday and get a very interesting glimpse into the states of these two teams. They had what on paper should have been pretty simple matchups, relatively speaking. You know, Russia with Malaysia as their opponent, the 32nd seed. Poland with Finland as their opponent, the number 24 seed. And yet both of them dropped 3 maps. Both of their scores were 6-3. And I think a lot of people predicted sweeps, maybe 6-1, 6-2 at worst. So I think both of these teams maybe overlooking those opponents, looking at this match instead a little bit, perhaps, trying to be more prepared for this one. I don't know, but those were not performances that were up to the level I think we expect of both Russia and Poland. We do see Poland here looking to poke away at Russia's maybe strength in the speed skill set, banning out Double Time 3 and Nomad 5. Maybe that's going to be something that'll play a role. Like you said, DT is going to be contested. Poland trying to kind of get rid of a little bit of that because they are maybe a bit afraid of how good Russia can be. It's going to be an interesting strategic match here, I think, for sure, with the picks in this one.
They're looking pretty solid on banning the speed out. It's very notable that Russia has banned out 2 of the 3 free mod maps, meaning they're pretty afraid of Poland's ability, and their kind of command over all of the different mods. I think Poland has a lot of players that can generally, they're a little bit malleable when it comes to the mods that they're able to take, and given how many players they have that are capable with mods and comfortable at this stage in a tournament, it's very dangerous to keep free mod in for Russia. I think getting rid of 2 of those probably gets rid of 2 almost guaranteed picks for Poland. Maybe not guaranteed wins, but most certainly Poland running with the free mods just to kind of either overmod or just use that to any other team's disadvantage on that. Poland is going to have some surprising picks today, I think. We generally see them as like this big mechanics and like high skill cap team, but they're very good at the smaller, like lesser known skill sets, the tech and the hidden, reading, and the gimmick hard rock, like the very small CS maps. And I think they're going to work their way through that. Apparently, free mod.
Yeah, I was going to say, need to cut in there for a second. So, Russia attempting to ban 2 free mods. I guess that's not allowed. The rule set for that particular side of things is a little weird sometimes. You cannot ban 2 maps from any mod pool other than no mod, which does include free mod as a mod pool, so that you can only ban 1 map from. So Russia will be forced to leave up free mod number 1. They do still obviously have the free mod number 3 ban, but they're going to have to change their second ban. Poland put up a ludicrous score on free mod 3, so I think that is the more dangerous one that they should get rid of. We saw Double FC, Bartek on Hidden Wolf on Nomad, as well as Mastash coming in with a very good hard rock play. But so that means free mod 1 will be up. Poland will probably be picking that one at some point in this match, and we're going to see a different ban here from Russia. So it's going to maybe change things up a little bit here. With that well-roundedness of Poland, with how strong they are at all sorts of different things, it's very scary to leave up, especially kind of the niche skill sets, because they have some players who are so good at them. Guys like Bartek and Wolf, who can just play any type of map in the game. So Russia going to make a decision here, going to switch up their ban. Okinotori going to take a moment and come up with a new option.
So we have a lot of different points that we can come from for this match for both of these teams here. I mean, for those of you that have seen the Pick'ems page, Poland is actually favored in this match, 64% to 36% of votes over Russia. So almost double what Russia is favored. However, Russia made it all the way to the finals last year, only losing 5-7 to South Korea. Both teams were knocked either down to the losers bracket or out of the tournament in semifinals last year. Poland lost 6-3 to Canada and was knocked out of the tournament the round after this, and Russia got knocked down 6-0 by the United States. So both of these teams being here now. Poland, the favorites of this year, with their high seeding again and their previous performance. However, Russia, with their better performance last year, is definitely something to keep out. Keep a lookout for. I mean, what are your thoughts about last year versus this year?
I mean, you see a couple roster changes on both teams from last year, and I think it's hard to say because, Russia, of course, is a country that in the tournament scene, for those who aren't maybe fully familiar with them, they're kind of a little bit nebulous. It's hard to predict. I always talk about how Russia seems to get skill capped in semifinals. A lot of tournaments you see them getting to semis and then just kind of bowing out in sometimes a less than graceful fashion. So it's hard to predict a little bit with Russia. They've got a lot of players that are not maybe the most frequent tournament players in like the visible scene. And so, you've got like guys like Okinotori and stuff who are everywhere, but it's always a little hard to predict, I think, with Russia, what exactly to expect. Like we say, they sometimes get skill capped later on. Poland, meanwhile, a little bit more known factors on some of them, but again, there's some players on that roster who don't play a lot of tournaments as well. I mean, you really don't see Rafis playing tournaments, right? You don't see Mastash playing a lot of tournaments. You don't see Aldridge playing a lot of tournaments. So there's a lot of unknowns in this that I think are very interesting, and those can be the players that really make the difference. You come in, I think you know what Okinotori is going to do. You know what a guy like, say, Bartek is going to do because they're all over the tournament scene. But some of these other players make it a lot harder. And some of the new players coming in this year, I think, for both teams can definitely be difference makers. And I think we're going to have a good match on our hands regardless, and we are going to start off with Nomad 4, which I think is a bit of a toss-up pick between these two teams. I don't know that either one is particularly favored here.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting first pick to see starting off with both of these teams here. We mentioned how many different routes this first pick could have taken for both of these teams here, and to be perfectly honest, I'm not really surprised to see the Nomad start the match off here. They're going to try and get both of the teams into like their actual slots here for their teams. Right now we're almost perfectly flipped. Starting with a Nomad is, I think, the most open way, especially at a 2-minute Nomad like Ash rounds. It's 180 BPM. It is the tech map, I guess. So I did mention earlier that Poland is pretty favored in terms of tech maps with a lot of players like Marek and Korsara. Like it really brings home the fact that they have so much prowess in their previous tech performances compared to what you've seen in Russia. However, you do have players like Okinotori and Talala who are really good at this sort of thing. So yeah, it goes back and forth both ways, I think, and it's just about who's feeling it more this year. Look at this systematic team switch right here. This is clean.
Yeah, players ending up in exactly the wrong sides of the screen, so gonna get that fixed up. But yeah, I think a lot of the maps in this matchup that are going to get picked, I think, are very contested because these two teams both have just really high mechanical skill sets, and both of them are relatively well-rounded. I do think there's maybe certain advantages that Russia would have, like in speed, and Poland a little more in sort of the combo game types of maps. But both teams both good at mechanics and the more gimmicky types of picks. You saw the double speed ban coming out from Poland with the double time 3 and Nomad 5 bans. And I think that would have been one of the things that Russia would have been better at. So kind of leaving them with fewer really good picks. But into the first map, we're going to go Bleary Vagary, which has been a very popular pick this round, especially compared to Nomad 4s in previous rounds, and one that a lot of players have done very well on as well. So this is going to be our starting point for this match. Russia-Poland getting underway here, our final match of quarterfinals weekend. Win or go home in this losers bracket round 3.
Early stage to be sending one of these two teams home. On the side of Russia, starting them off for this match, we have Red Pixel, Alametri, Talala, and Okinotori. On the right-hand side, we have Rafis, Bartek, Torstar, and Marek Maruka. Both of these teams with the solid lineups to start them off here. This first pick could decide quite a bit, and with Rafis and Marek finding very early breaks, Russia's looking to take a little bit of an early lead on a very short Nomad 4.
Yeah, my concerns were kind of twofold with Poland here as we kind of get into this map where Raf is a guy who doesn't play a lot of tournaments, obviously a ridiculous skill cap, an incredible player, but you never know exactly where you're going to get it with somebody who's not as common in the tournament scene. And then Marek Marucha, somebody who has been very hit or miss over the past few months, and both of them finding another combo reset as well as Bartek. This one is going very heavily in Russia's favor already. I don't know there's much Poland can do at this point other than hope and pray that Russia finds a pretty full combo reset.
I mean, if you look at the last round of the tournament in past weeks, Russia has kind of let maps slip in the last couple of seconds, especially if you saw their match against a team like, what was it, Japan, where they kind of just had it for the entire map and then dropped the ball completely at the end. You only see Talala finding a break, though. However, it is quite literally just Torstare finding the FC for Poland with very high accuracy, mind you, but Red Pixel.
Yeah, these scores from Russia are quite solid. That 99.6 AC on Red Pixel, 99.4 AC on Okinotori. not a lot Poland can do at this point. Rathis and Merrick just not having a time. There goes the last FC. Torchstari is now gone. This one is going to be a Russia win by a vast margin. They're going to win this by probably over 1 million points. This is proving to be a very good first map for Russia here. A great performance out of them, even though they do drop a couple misses here at the end.
Yeah, Russia looking so confident on this first opening tech pick here, and as Red Pixel comes in with a 99.55% FC, joined by a couple others on his team with Allometry here, and Okinatori almost brought it into the end, just finally finding a miss, but that accuracy is exceedingly impressive. Poland with kind of an all-around consistent performance, the 97% 400 to 500 combo there, the only outlier really being Torchstari down in that bottom left corner there for them with the 682k top scoring for his team, but it's not enough. Russia with such a dominant overall performance. You see those 3 875k plus scores there. It is Poland's pick next, so that was Russia's pick. They did start that off, and they were that was very, certainly a great pick for them. Poland is going to have to respond now, though, especially being the second pick here. It's very important that they start off with their pick, because you fall behind on a break point early, and you put yourself in a really bad spot for the rest of the match here.
Yeah, the first pick can be so important, especially to teams that maybe trend a little towards, being a little less mentally sound. I think there's some teams that they can lose a point and it's like, okay, no big deal, next point. And there's other teams that lose a point and it's like, oh god, oh shit, what do we do now? So we're going to see here. The first pick from Poland is going to probably have to be a very good one. I don't really have a great feel for what map to expect this to be, though. Like, what skill set do we think that Poland really has in their favor here against Russia? Will it be that free mod 1, since Russia did try to ban it before being told they couldn't double ban free mod? It is not. It's going to be no mod 1. This is such a toss-up pick every time we see it played. Every time we see no mod 1s, it just feels like either team could win them. And these are both teams with some very strong mechanical players on aim maps, so I think this time is going to be no exception to that either. Big aim requirement and a decently high BPM at 200 BPM, a little higher than the average No Mod 1, but a map that I think both these teams will be very, very good at.
This is a contested pick for this round. We've seen it picked a couple of times between all of the teams here, and it is something that you mentioned. It does go back and forth, but we mentioned the consistency of Russia on Nomad before we started this. They've just been looking so solid between especially Gasha and Allometry. I think Red Pixel and Envy have looked very good as well, but those two players I'm just going to pick out in general. They have shown us such a good performance on these aim and basic mechanics maps that Poland is going to have to find some amazing all-around, combo here. It's just going to be so interesting to see. We've seen this map picked, 5 times now? This will be the 6th time we've seen this picked, so we have a lot of experience with this No Mod 1 here.
And I'd like to point out one thing about this particular pick in this case. Poland played this yesterday against Finland, and it was one of the maps that they lost, and they did not even reach a 3 million score. Now, they had, however, 2 1 misses and 2 2 misses. All 4 scores were between 675k and 700k. The amount of improvement that's possible there if you trade those 1 misses into FCs is ridiculous. So I think Poland is just thinking that the sky is the limit for this particular map for them if they just avoid those untimely breaks, about 400, 500 combo from the end, because they all got 900 to 960 combo on a map that's about 1350 or so. If they can avoid those breaks at that exact spot, they're going to have a ridiculous score possible for them. If they continue to break at the same places, if not worse, then it could be very bad. So this is going to be quite the contested pick, I think, for both teams, but already a couple breaks from Russia on Allometry and on Envy.
Yeah, those are 2 very big breaks here. A quarter of the way through the map, and you can still, keep a lookout for those halfway point breaks, but Poland is going to take a pretty easy early score lead here. Marek find a very early break. Mustache is going to trade it out, but it's... and he's having a little bit of trouble here on these back and forths here, so kind of evening things out just a little bit more, but Marek is keeping enough combo right now that the score lead is still going to go in the favor of Poland right now. But, all eyes are really on Red Pixel and Gasha for Russia right now. As long as they're able to hold against Bartek and Wolf, this could go both ways here, because Marek has broken once. He can break again, even with that accuracy.
Yeah, there is a lot of map left to come. This is one that, it's a Nomad one that really doesn't let up on you. There's a lot of jump sections, a lot of places that you can break. And with it being 2 FCs to 2, any miss on any of those big combos can be really damaging to a team's score, especially now as we're getting into the second big diff spike here as we go into the second chorus. A little bit of a break, but then it's going to come right back at you here.
I fear these streams.
Oh, no breaks on the streams with a big back and forth, so we're going to get into the chorus unscathed. Both teams with a lot of combo now starting to be built up. Double FC and a near FC for Poland, a double FC and 2 pretty solid combos for Russia. It's a 200k lead, but there is a third of the map still to come, and that can change in a hurry.
Yeah, you got to be very careful of a couple of players in this match here. I mentioned Gasha has been looking so good for Russia on these Nomad consistency maps, and he is continuing it very well right now. Red Pixel holding with him fantastically. Bartek, this is what he's really good at. He's good at these aim maps. He's good at the later stage big aim here. And Wolf is holding with him, albeit his accuracy is not the best. But Marek is more than making up for that. With
there's a break from Gasha. The last note before the spinner. That might have just sealed the deal here.
He broke that so close at the ending on that last note there. He under-aimed it by a couple of pixels. That's gotta hurt for Russia here.
That stings. There's a late break from Bartek as well, but I think Poland is going to have enough of an advantage that they are in the driver's seat very comfortably. Over 300k the lead.
Yeah, a lot of good combo
Another
on this
break
side
from
of Poland.
Wolf. There's not enough time for it to come back.
No,
so it doesn't matter.
I was going to say, there's a lot of good combo for Poland on their side. They have Wolf and Marek, who are either FCing or basically FCing, and then Mustache just has such a good supporting combo that it's offsetting everything else. And Poland is going to take their first pick, albeit in a little bit of an unconventional way. Red Pixel with that amazing FC, 6-100s on him. That is amazing to start this off. Mustache with only 4, and Bartek with 9, and Marek with 8. A lot of players in single-digit 100 counts. You see in quarterfinals quite often the accuracy not normally the problem, it's the misses. But Poland looking strong on the Nomad. The aim is pretty good for them right now, so maybe they could run with that. Hard Rock is still open, and there's a lot of good mechanics maps left for them. So if they could use their high skill cap to their advantage, maybe picking out the harder maps, they could get themselves a decent hold on a very strong Russia.
Yeah, Poland, they played Nomad 1 yesterday. They did much better on it today. They played Hard Rock 1 yesterday as well. They did pretty well on it then, so maybe another pick that would be an opportunity for Poland if they want to stay in this sort of mechanics type of method. Russia, for their part, now, they've looked very good on that first pick of their own on the Nomad 4 selection. And Poland trying to egg them on into picking Hidden 2 because Poland lost that against Finland, but I don't know that Russia's going to rise to that. I don't think they're going to take that bait. I think if you're Russia, that's the last thing you pick against Poland. I think this might end up being a DT pick here. Might be the way to go. You could see like a double time 2 or 4 as an option. I feel like anytime you see a team double ban speed maps against you, maybe you want to try to find the closest thing to those speed picks as your own selection. So let's find out here. Russia taking a little bit of time trying to decide on this next map.
They're going to try and go over all their options here. I think Russia is, even though they're the team that I think are favored to win this, given their performance thus far and in last year, they still need to be very scared because Poland is, still has the majority of their roster from the year that they won OWC. So they are running with, technically a winning lineup on Poland right now with a couple of new additions that are very, very good for them. And something to note about Poland, they keep mentioning this Hidden 2 pick here. And obviously Russia isn't going to pick it. But it's something to keep in mind that Poland has that in their back pocket as almost a guaranteed win right now. Like, this is something that, Russia has to keep an eye out for. If Poland gets close to match point or, gets a little bit of a lead here, they're going to keep a lookout for players like Bartek and Wolf on, and, even Twoj on a low AR hidden. It's going to be dangerous. And as we come into a DT, we are sitting on a Russia skill set right now. Their speed this year has been dominant over what we've seen from Poland.
Yeah, DT2 here is a really good pick from Russia. It is what I expected, I think, for the next pick to come, and they did not disappoint. This is absolutely right within their wheelhouse, and I think it's something that they'll look to put up a really good score on. Just trying to look at their matches from yesterday for the scores on this. I don't believe that Poland played this map, though.
This is not something that Poland played, I believe.
I actually don't think either of them played this yesterday. Now that I'm looking back at it, I believe this. So DT2 was banned by Malaysia against Russia, and I think Poland just didn't play it because it's not really their type of map. So this is going to be a new map for both of these teams that we have not seen them on, but I do think Russia, with how strong they are at speed, I mean, Red Pixel, obviously one of the most renowned speed players in the game, shows up in tournaments and puts on good shows. However, Poland, Bartek, obviously quite good at this type of thing. Raf is a very fast player, so they do have players for this pick. It's just going to be a matter of who performs the best in the actual match.
Yeah, this is a pick that we've seen in this round that has been primarily banned by a lot of teams that think that they're at a disadvantage in DT. We saw it banned in United States versus Brazil. We saw it banned in Russia, Malaysia, France, Sweden. So a couple matches where speed is maybe not as contested, where you have a match against, Russia and Poland. There's a lot of good speed players on both teams here, some very good speed players on both teams. And when you have a map that's this contested, I don't think that the teams feel the need to ban that out, given their ability to take it. And, we've seen Russia has been so good at these types of maps, but on the other hand, we've also seen a Russia that has generally let maps slip away from them at the end if they're against a team that has been looking very consistent for the rest of the map. We mentioned that, they've been running with three-way FCs until the end of maps sometimes, and they miss at the ending either because of nerves or, not maintaining the consistency into the ending. And the other team just takes it on the combo into the finish. And I mean, we kind of see the same thing with their placements. Russia always seemingly knocked out semifinals to finals. They're so good up until a certain point, and then they kind of just stop.
Yeah, I always joke about Russia just hitting that wall where they do really well, and then all of a sudden they just don't anymore. I don't think we're at that point yet in this tournament, though. Fortunately for them, their skill cap has I don't think quite been reached for maybe another week or so, depending on what we see out of that semifinals pool. But we are at long last going to get into our next pick here. Red Pixel, Mr. Future, Din, and Talala in for Double Time 2 against Aldrich, Bartek, Rafis, and Toyastara. Aldrich making his first appearance this weekend. I do not believe he played a map yesterday in their match against Finland, so we'll see how things go for him. But I think a couple players to watch out for, obviously Red Pixel and Din on the Russia side, Bartek and Rafis on the Polish side. This is a contested pick, but one that Russia should be favored in, as we see the early break coming out from Rafis already. A very short map, just a minute and a half long.
Yeah, look at these accuracies on the side of Russia, too. Mr. Future, Red Pixel, and Din on some insane accuracy. Talala really the only one that's struggling. Poland has, more consistent team accuracy with all of their players kind of hovering around that 95 to 96%, with Eldrosh only being the exception. And there's a break from Din, so Rafis' break is going to be traded here, and this is going to give a little bit of a score, not like a lead, but it's definitely going to crawl back to Poland's side here, but the accuracy.
Yeah, there's a break from Aldrich. The problem for Poland here is that their accuracy is just so low. It's really an untenable situation to be in. Even if they held all their combos, I don't know how quickly that would have come back because the accuracy difference was so great.
Yeah, Russia is just looking so strong on this. Red Pixel and Mr. Future are gaming right now with that accuracy.
That hack is really, really good from Red Pixel and Mr. Future, man. Holy cow.
That
5 100s apiece, double FC, and an FC A rank from Talala, 92% accuracy with 69 100s. Nice.
Oh my goodness, that is a play from Talala. That is crazy to see that is 3 FCs for Russia. And he puts up 955,000. But you know what? That's almost a million, and that is a big score on a map like this. When you have players like Rafis and Eldroch who are 800k and below. Bartek and Twoja just with, kind of low accuracy being their only fault here. But Russia taking their pick again. Both of these teams looking really confident in their own picks here. And Poland is just going to look to bring it back to their side, dead even on their next pick here. I don't think they're going to have to use Hidden 2 yet. I think there's a lot of options left for both of these teams.
It's got to be Hard Rock 1 here.
Yeah,
after what happened on Nomad 1, this is just Hard Rock 1, like, as the instant pick.
They're just strong on the aim right now. They're looking so consistent here.
Russia is much more about certain types of mechanics, much more into the speed, and then somewhat into tech as well. Poland, some of these players just so good at raw aim, and Russia, I don't think quite as strong in that particular skill set. So I think this is another an obvious pick here for Poland, and another one that I think is very, very favored to them, especially considering their performance yesterday was so strong on this. It's relatively similar to the Nomad 1 in a lot of ways, so Poland going to look to pull this back to a 2-2 with a very logical, straightforward second pick.
Yeah, both of these teams here, I think, are already outperforming by a decent amount what we saw from them yesterday, especially, going up against each other. They know this is a contested match. They know this is their last chance to make it to the next stage of the tournament, and they are up against a team that is, not a knock at the teams that they played in the first round of the losers bracket, but this is a way harder match for both of these teams. Both of them with so much, prowess and previous experience in this tournament that there is so much on the line going up against a team that is as strong as Russia or Poland here that they can't really afford to let anything slip away. So I think that's why we're seeing a much better performance from these teams overall. And I think that, it's going to be very good to see teams like Poland, who have kind of been laying low for the tournament, try and give us a performance that we expect from a team of them. And it's going to be good to see Russia try and push the boundaries of where they normally lie in an OWC format, where they really need to just kind of lay it all out on the line for a match here. So it's like two different sides. We have a Russia who's been performing well that needs to just push themselves to that next level and they'll be fine. And we need a Poland that needs to make like a complete flip from the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and, I was talking before the match in that regard about their preceding matches this weekend. As you said, their opponents were not perhaps the strongest teams left in the tournament, Malaysia and Finland respectively. So we didn't get to see their absolute top end, and I think maybe they felt like they didn't need to show anything. They didn't put everything out there on the line in that first match of this weekend because they knew this match was coming and there was a very low chance that either team would lose in that first one. So seeing an improvement in this particular match is not super surprising. Seeing a break in the first 200 combo from NVSS is a little bit surprising, though. It's going to give the early lead over to Poland, as they do have the SS on both Mustache and on Marek Marucha, who just drops 100. But this is such a Nomad 1-esque pick that you can really feel like you can break a lot of places on those jumps that come up a lot.
Yeah, definitely. We just saw Red Pixel drop his 200s. He was the only double S left for Russia. That is now gone. Mr. Future only on 1x100 right now, so he's looking pretty confident. There's not a lot of wiggle room for these teams here. Envy is the only one that has given a big opportunity here to Poland to run away with this if they're able to hold for longer. And we're not quite at the halfway point yet, though, so there's a lot of potential score. You see all these players still only at about 350,000, so 650k score to go. That is quite a bit left for these two teams right here, but both of them looking confident right now. There's not a lot of anything happening for both of these teams here.
Yeah, this is just both teams showing off their aim. However, there is a break from Elementary and Mr. Future. Oh my goodness. Well, we said it, and that's unfortunate. Russia just kind of collapsing there because 800 combo into a 1200 combo map, those scores are going to take a sharp decline now. Poland, meanwhile, holding on to that four-way. This is clearly a map that they're very comfortable on. Those accuracies staying quite high for Mustache and from Marek as well. Bartek and Wolf not doing too badly, though there is the break from Bartek, but matching Envy, so not the end of the world. Red Pixel, the only FC left from Russia, and there's not a lot of combo on his teammates, so Poland should just be able to run away with this in the last quarter of the map. Last couple hundred combo to come. This one is over and in the books at this point.
Oh yeah, that break for Mr. Future and Envy at the end, just the icing on the cake for Poland here, giving them that comfortable finish in here. 3 FCs and a Mustaz with 1 X100 right now. Mustache?
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 Masters? The Masters.
Mustache.
I don't know. He has just a couple hundreds. Very, very strong performance. That's going to be, looks like maybe a triple FC here, just coming to the last 50 combo.
This is looking so good for Poland right here, and Mustache showing us that he is the masters at Hard Rock.
Boo.
You can't set me up for that.
So the triple FC comes in here from Poland. Oh, that was a good showing from Poland. That was a map that they clearly knew like the back of their hand. Only 1 FC from Russia on Red Pixel, very good accuracy on him. The S rank from Elementary as well, but those 3 players not even able to get over 800 combo. You're not going to have a great time against a team that 3-ways when that happens. Just shy of 4 million points for Poland, and we are back level at 2 apiece. Russia with the next pick. Bartek continuing to try to goad them into the hidden 2. It's not going to happen, man. Really, you're going to have to give up on that one eventually. You're going to have to pick it yourself if you want it played.
Yeah, really, it's not going to work out for them. Congratulations to Wubbleful for getting more hundreds than 3 combined players on Russia, by the way. Very impressive performance for an FC. So good for him there, though. I'm glad to see that, Wolf has showed up a lot more in these later stages, which is going to be very good for Poland, given that he is one of their better players on the team, probably, arguably the best in certain scenarios. So to have a player like that finally start to show his true colors on these later stages is very good for him.
Yeah, all we need are some 2009 maps in the DT Hard Rock mod pool, and he will be set to carry everyone for life. Wolf is a really remarkable player. His longevity in this game is nearly unmatched. The fact that he's still around playing in OWC and putting up great scores like that one is really a testament to just how much he loves Osu. I think he plays it because he enjoys the game, and not everybody can still say that when they've been around for 10 years or something like that now.
Yeah, that's good. It's good for them. If you really want to see what Wubbleful can do in this match right now, I think Hidden 2 would be the pick, right now that we're looking for. So Russia, plugging for Bartek here, the Hidden 2 pick coming out. But Poland is going to pick it nonetheless, I think. There's no reason that they wouldn't.
I think the Omega troll from Russia would be if Poland doesn't pick Hidden 2 next, they go from Nomad 2, and then they go Hard Rock 2, and they just keep the 2 theme. Because they went DT2, and then they went Nomad 2. So next up, obviously, is Hard Rock 2, because they're not going to pick the Hidden 2. That'd be pretty funny. But yeah, Stream Map is something that Russia has always been good at. I think Nomad 2s are really a skill that they're great on. So it should be another map that's a very solid pick for Russia. I think both these teams able to pick well within their skill sets very comfortably in this matchup, and that's what's contributing to a very level 2-2 score through the first 4 picks of the match. Both teams just picking maps that they're great at and playing up to expectations on them. And so in we go. Nomad 2, map number 5, 2-2 score. Each team with 3 picks remaining at this juncture of the match. Will either team blink? Neither one has given anything away on their own picks so far.
Yeah, this is gonna be a more contested map than I think both of these teams want it to be. Russia definitely more favored, given that they are running with players like Red Pixel and Allometry, who kind of just slap on maps like this. Never mind, Red Pixel already missed. So Russia, with an early break from Red Pixel, is gonna put them at a little bit of a combo disadvantage, but the accuracy is going to run in their favor right now with Eldrosh at 98%, but it's going to go back to Poland.
Yeah, and I mean, this is such a long map. It's 3.5 minutes. It's a ton of combo. It never really lets up. There's the slightly slower middle section, but other than that, it's just a constant barrage of streams. And we do see the first break for Poland coming from Toya Star, and then a second from Eldrosh, followed up by Rafis as well. That's a 3-way combo reset. That is not good, as Russia maintains 3 FCs and a near FC on Red Pixel.
Yeah, this is already going downhill for Poland a little bit. This map is 3.5 minutes long, so there is quite a bit of time left for Russia to find breaks. But that is given that Bartek continues to maintain his FC, which is basically Poland's saving grace right now. As long as Toya Stara continues to hold his combo, he's going to be a good support. But, unless we see a break from Russia within, I'd say, the next minute, They're probably just going to continue to hold combo if they're comfortable through this section of the map. I imagine they're comfortable through the rest of it. So,
there's a break from Twist. All right, so there goes that backup combo. Aldrich breaking as well. So we're halfway through. We're at 800 of about 1700 combo, and I think the map is already over, actually.
Yeah, this is, there is enough potential score on Bartek and Rafis right now that they could bring it back, but Russia needs to four-way break right now.
Yeah, there is so little time left for Russia to break that would actually leave enough time for Poland to pull off the comeback. But this is just going to end up being a really good showing from Russia. I think this is a type of map that they're just really, really good at. The aim requirement is relatively minimal. The stamina is fairly high, and there goes Bartek, the last FC gone from Poland. This is going to be a stomp of a map. This might end up being over 1 million points when it's all said and done. Russia just really good at this type of thing, and Poland clearly not having the greatest time on this pick.
There goes Rafis.
Allometry finally finding the first real break for Russia, but it is just not going to matter at this point. The end of this is pretty intense. There are places you can miss near the finale within the last couple hundred combo, but I mean, the lead is 1 million points, so the fact that they just triple reset is almost meaningless because Red Pixel is still holding on to that huge combo, and Poland has not much to show for their part.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Russia coming into the finish. Red Pixel does break at the ending.
Yeah, they four-way reset, actually. This ending is very hard, but it's at a point where it just does not matter, luckily for them.
I don't know, man. Bartek's making it look pretty easy right now, hitting all of that. That was impressive to see on the side there, but it doesn't matter, unfortunately. Russia kind of dominating that for the entire map right here. Gonna put up 3 million on the spinner? Yes, they did.
Yep, 3 million right about on the dot, and that is a 3-2 lead. Russia winning their first 3 picks very, very comfortably thus far. That one almost 1 million points. Did end up coming down just below that margin thanks to Bartek's combo at the end. The S rank from him could have looked a little closer if he hadn't had that slider break, but the scores from his teammates just not enough to make up the big gap with all 3 players. Pretty solid scores for Russia. 770k or above on 2 of them. 700k or above is really on 3 of them. More important part.
Yeah, this is great. And in favor of both teams right now, actually. This is the optimal situation, I think, for both of these 2 high-performing teams here on this match. Trading back and forth on your own picks and not on breakpoints. This is essentially what you want. If you are either Poland or Russia right now, you're winning your picks. The other team is winning theirs. I guess it's not the prime optimal situation, which is you just win every single map. Obviously, that's what you want. But, trading your own picks back and forth is technically the optimal situation on a match like this. You want to win your own pick. The other team gets their picks. It doesn't hurt you for the other team to win their map selections. And you just go back and forth, and then you just find a map that a team slips up on, and then you capitalize on that. If we do go to tiebreaker, which I'm going to be perfectly honest, I would be perfectly fine with because this tiebreaker is awesome. But a couple breaking for Poland right now. This is looking almost as good for them as Hidden 2. This is a map that they just have so many good players for here. And what do you think Russia does in terms of mods on this?
I think they might just overmod this with Hard Rock, to be honest. I don't know how many people on their team are comfortable with AR 7.8 Hidden or no mod. So I think we might end up seeing a couple of Hard Rocks and just the 1 required Hidden on whoever on their team is most comfortable with it. But I think this is a super Poland favored pick. We saw Rafis FC this yesterday with Hard Rock. We saw some pretty good scores from their team across the board on it. This was the pick that I think Poland was kind of holding since they saw Russia try to ban it out before they were not allowed. They put up nearly 3 million on it yesterday. Wolf obviously is somebody who can play any approach rate, so he can come in and no mod this just fine. Same for Torch.
Both of these teams getting themselves set up here for free mod 1. Mod's probably going to run more on the standard side for Poland. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to run. I think they could over Hidden for Poland. I think Wolf is most likely going to be the Hidden player for them, but Bartek is more than capable of running Hidden as well. So I think that there is a chance that they might run Wolf on the no mod and Bartek on the Hidden if they're feeling like Wolf has a confidence. Is the mic working?
I think my internet just hiccuped, but I believe I'm still here. I think I'm still here.
You're back. I was like, he stopped. He's gone.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. We have some inclement weather in the area. I was hoping it would hold off long enough to at least get through this match.
Everyone say stay safe T1G in chat. Can we get that spam instead of whatever we've been seeing? That would be lovely. But into the beginning of the map here, definitely was correct about Bartek going for the hidden and them trying to put Wolf on the Nomad for the guaranteed FC there. He's been really good at that here. And Rafis, no surprise there on the Hard Rock. And then you have Tvoshtari in the corner there. Alamatri with a very early break for Russia here. Okinatori on the hidden and Talala on the Hard Rock. They're two best players for that. Okinatori does find a hidden break, and so does Red Pixel. So there is two big breaks for Russia. And Poland with a 4-way FC still. And there goes Okinatori again. It's just Talala and Alametri left with any combo for Russia right now. And this map is only 2 minutes.
Yeah, those early breaks can be very damaging on the short maps like this one. A couple more breaks, there's not a lot to speak of here for Russia. Meanwhile, Rafis, Wolf, and Tvoshtari all holding on very well for Poland.
There goes Bartek, the first break for Poland. I'm not surprised in the slightest that the first break for Poland was on their hidden player. This map is exceedingly difficult here with hidden. And there goes Rafis and Toj as well. So it's just Wolf left. So it looks like that Nomad guaranteed FC is going to be something.
Oh, and Wolf is gone. That's a full reset for Poland. This is looking scary. Russia has a lot of combo. Alametri still on the Hard Rock FC. Okinotori doing well on hidden and 300 plus combo on Red Pixel and Tala. This is going to go back over, and there's not a lot of time left. Russia might just run away with this one.
Russia just wins this now. They have so much potential combo, and there is not a single chance. Russia would literally have to drop all 4 of their combos right now to lose this. And as Mishny finds a drop in the bottom right, Tvoshtari for Poland, only Red Pixel to trade it. They needed significant amounts of trade. Only Okinatori now. Alametri is basically FCing. This is just going to go over.
Wow. That is a shocking break point.
This is a massive underperformance from Poland on Free Mod 1. I definitely think that there are a couple of contested picks left in this map pool. Plenty of them at that. And this was most certainly not one of those contested picks. I thought that Free Mod 1 and Hidden 2 in most people's minds was probably 2 of the guaranteed picks for Poland that they were probably going to win. And now Poland is in a position where they need a break point and they're stuck. And now they're scared of Hidden 2 because they just lost 3 mod 1.
This is a really rough spot to be in now if you are Poland, because not only did you lose a break point, not only does Russia have their own pick, but now your other map doesn't feel quite as confident. I don't know. This is a rough spot to be in. Poland now needs a break point back, or they're going to go down 5-2 and be at risk of elimination immediately.
And Bartek kind of really showing his sarcasm through in the chat there. Wolf is calling him out on it. But I think that something that Poland has to keep in mind, and I think they don't need to be as scared of Hidden 2 as people would expect, because if you look at players on Russia like Okinatori who were running with the hidden mod on that, not an amazing performance in terms of combo and score there. So if you take the rest of the players on Russia and throw hidden onto them who weren't taking it, you know, given that Okinatori was their strongest hidden player in order to take that mod, it's still going to be a good pick for Poland, because you have players like Bartek who outscored it. You have a player like Wolf who was basically just going no mod for a more of a guaranteed combo than with hidden, because we all know Wolf can go hidden on that map, let's be honest. There's a couple other players they could have subbed in, so I think that Poland is still looking good for Hidden 2, and to be perfectly honest, that's good for them because they're going to need to use it if they lose DT4 here.
Yeah, and you know, DT4, I've mentioned this a couple times, you know, it's much reminiscent of Heart of Night, which we saw last year. That very repetitive, lengthy finger control stamina type of pick, a lot of bursts, a little bit of aim. This is actually, I think, as far as DT goes between these teams, a relatively contested pick. But as we said, Russia just typically better in this skill set than Poland. So I think this is still a fine pick for Russia, and it's going to be a dangerous spot to be in for Poland.
I think Poland has a good shot at what they're running with right now in terms of a lineup, but with the way that Russia has been playing DT and speed in general, just with their consistency in the lineups that they've put out, there are not a lot of teams that left in the tournament that can contest the performance that Russia puts up on some of these DT maps. Obviously, you have the top tier teams that are putting up insane scores, and as of right now, Russia is looking to be one of those teams. And when you're up 4-2, especially on a match like this where there's just so much left in the pool, it's a big morale boost too, because Russia has a lot of wiggle room here. Especially if they win this pick, they have a significant amount of give on this match here, because Poland could still take 2 points and Russia just needs to take one of their picks and win. And they've already taken a break point.
Yeah, this is a big pick here for both teams. If Russia wins this, they are absolutely in the driver's seat. Poland very much needs to win this and their own next pick to get back on level ground. So a lot riding on the double time number 4 here. It's 3 minutes long. It is very consistency heavy. You have to remain in control the entire time, because if you trip up anywhere, the other team will just be waiting to take advantage of it. So we're going to get underway. Talala, Envy, Allometry, Mr. Future. I'm surprised not to see Red Pixel in on this, actually, for Russia. Meanwhile, Rafis, Bartek, Toyostara, and Aldrich for Poland. Not too surprising a roster on that side of things, but Russia, man, they want this pick, because that is a huge spot to be in. That 5-2 lead is a vast margin and just feels much more comfortable.
The accuracy looking pretty good for Poland right now. They do take the score lead on that. Rafis' early Banjo miss was not an actual thing. I think something to mention is that Red Pixel, notably a really good speed player for Russia, maybe not feeling the best on the 10.3 today. That is the big difficulty on this map, and I'm seeing a lot of shake on Rafis right now. I don't know if it's just me. There is a lot of wiggle on his cursor on these streams right here, which is kind of worrying for the later parts of the map, especially if nerves take effect. Even though Rafis has been around for a long time, nerves are still a massive factor when you get here. There's Envy, though.
Envy, and he is the lowest accuracy on Russia as well, 94%. Lowest accuracy in the lobby by about 2%. And so that is the player you really don't want to break, because you lose so much score when you break with that kind of low accuracy. Your combo is all that's keeping you afloat. However, Aldrich, the lowest combo, or the lowest accuracy on the side of Poland, is going to break as well. So that's going to be pretty much evening things out. 3 FCs to 3. Oh, Toyostar is gone as well now for Poland, and Aldrich breaks again. Russia's going to take this lead right back.
It's all going.
Oh, and Rafis breaks too!
It's gone! He was shaking so much!
Oh my gosh, it's all on Bartek, and there's just not going to be enough that he can do. We're about halfway in now, and Russia is going to take a humongous lead after this break once we come back into the map.
I would not be surprised to see a break from Talala. That accuracy is not looking too good for him, but big square section there. There are only Aldrich breaks on that. It's Talala, Allometry.
And there goes Bartek! There are no FCs and no combo over 200 now from Poland. This map may well just be over, as Allometry and Mr. Future still continue to hold on to the FCs. It's a 200,000 point lead for Russia, but that's going to continue to just grow exponentially into the last quarter of the map.
There's nothing they can do about it.
This was such a good pick for Russia. It's 10.3. It is speedy. It is streamy. It is stamina draining. It is all of the things that Russia is, and many things that Poland just appears to not have in their bag. And this is going to be Russia pushing it to match point here on a very solid performance.
Mr. Future and Allometry just running through the ending of this map here. I think we're going to see the double FC from Russia here, which is insane even for Russia.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Mr. Future breaking in the last 100 combo. You hate to see it.
I think that is that a slider break?
It might be. That is a massive win for Russia when they needed it most. Their own pick coming through in the clutch. An 830k point victory. 5-2 the lead. Match points on 2 picks from Poland and 1 pick of their own to come as well. Talala finishing down at the B rank, but the 1200 combo still better than anyone's combo from Team Poland. And this is just a big lead now for Russia. Poland backs up against a wall. Do you go hidden 2 here and risk your tournament lives on it?
This is, something we mentioned at the beginning of the match. Poland, one of those teams that has a lot behind them when it comes to morale. And that is a big part of what Poland is. And right now, I think Poland needs to take a step back. They need to give a pause right now. They need to pull themselves together, and they need to... I think that they just need to pick Hidden 2. It is quite literally the one thing they can do right now. They've been talking about it the entire match. This is the time that the morale, not necessarily affecting performance in a map too much, but I think morale affects your judgment quite a bit. It affects your ability to make a clear pick on where you need to go. And Poland needs to remember that they are the reading team. Yes, they gave up Fremod 1, but if you pick Hidden 2, it forces the entire rest of the team on Hidden, which is something that they're not as strong on if you look at Russia. So this is the point where Poland needs to they need to run with what they know they can stick with right now, and they've been talking about it the entire match. This is their last chance to do it. If they don't do it now, they can't ever do it. So this is the point that they need to hold it. They second-guessed themselves.
Okay, we forgot about it. Hard Rock 2, they did really well on yesterday, and I kind of overlooked this as an option. They put up 2.9, almost 3 million score on this yesterday. This has been one of the maps that not a lot of teams have played, and we kind of overlooked a little bit discussing their potential options. But they had an FC from Bartek and S rank from Wolf yesterday on this pick. I think this is not a bad option, and I think it's an easy one to forget about because it's been so underplayed in this pool.
So,
Varsha notably did not play this yesterday.
Yeah, this is... I mean, I don't know. Poland has such a good performance on this, and Russia has been looking really good on Hard Rock and the consistency. However, Poland did win Hard Rock 1, so they do have a little bit of an advantage there. But this is gonna be this is, you know, regardless of whether or not what the pick was here, this is the choke point for Poland. If they win this pick, they have to win a Russia break point, otherwise they are done anyway. So regardless of whether or not, you know, Poland wins this map, they need a Russia pick, because they're going to take this, they have to take Russia's, and then what do they finish with? Hidden 2, and then it goes to tiebreaker, and then they have to rely on their consistency from the rest of the match that they had at the beginning. So, you know, Poland's certainly not out of this. It is certainly not out of the question that they can take a point here. They're only down 1 break point on Russia, but it's such a big difference when, you know, first to win is 6 here.
Yeah, this is a really scary spot to be in if you're Poland or a Polish fan. I do think this was a fine pick. I also was thinking about maybe Hidden 1 because, like you said, Russia not as strong in Hidden. But we're going to have to wait and see. Poland needs to win this pick before we can consider anything else. With those backs up against the wall, with them being in that tougher spot that you talked about, this is their OWC 2020 on the line here for Poland. Can they recapture the magic of this map from yesterday and start a big comeback here from 5-2 down? Russia, a team that is good at a lot of different things, but maybe not quite so much in this particular skill set of these awkward Hard Rock maps. We'll get to find out here. Talala, Red Pixel, Allometry, Mr. Future, the ones trying to close it out against Mustache, Bartek, Rafis, and Wolf. This is a big moment in this match now, as every point will be a match point now for the rest of the match.
I'm going to make the joke again. Let's hope that Mustache shows us that he's the masters of Hard Rock again. I had to. It's the time that we need to see it. Talala and Bartek trade off an early break here. So this is staying even. Accuracy, the only thing that Russia has right now.
And this is another pretty short map, just 2 minutes long. So any break, once you get past the intro, you get a couple hundred combo in, those breaks start to be very important. They can be very damaging to your score early on. The 3-way full combo for both sides. A little bit of an accuracy lead for Russia. Mr. Future with that 99.5 AC, best in the lobby. That's going to hold on to the lead for them, but it's any one break can really affect things. Any shakes on a CS 6.5 map like this. You mentioned Rafis shaking on the last map a little bit, but instead it's going to be Bartek with the break. Talala still holding on. Wolf gone as well. Is this Poland about to be eliminated? They have only 2 FCs left, and Rafis is shaking like a leaf in the wind.
This is it. I think there is halfway through the map. We just saw Wolf break halfway. That's guaranteed 650k only if he FCs the rest of the map right now. Mr. Future looking like he is showing no signs of stopping right now. Red Pixel and Talala with the accuracy as well, and Alametri still holding the FC. It's gone. It's a 2-minute map. There's a quarter of it left in the score lead.
Mr. Future does drop, but I just don't think it can open up enough. Russia would need the full combo reset right now, or it is over. It's a 400,000 point lead, and I think it's done. Rafis breaks. That's it. Poland is going to be eliminated.
Poland getting dropped out of the tournament in the quarterfinals. This is a full round earlier than last year, and Russia gonna continue the same thing they do every year. Somehow they force themselves through into the next round of the tournament, into the semifinals. Russia gonna make it through. They're doing it. They're going for it again this year. Let's see if Russia's gonna go for they got knocked down in the losers bracket early, and they're gonna go run for it.
They are going to get a rematch. Russia will face off against South Korea. Last year they played finals weekend. South Korea barely eked it out 7-5. They're going to play a little bit earlier this year. It's going to be semifinals weekend instead of finals weekend, best of 11 instead of best of 13. A little bit easier pool. Will this be Russia's chance to take another step to try and go a little bit farther? Well, we're going to find out, but that is a great win for them today. This victory over Poland, very, very important for them mentally and very good for them. Poland, they didn't quite have it today. I don't know. I think a couple picks that should have gone their way in normal situations, they underperformed on just a little bit. Those shakes, those breaks were not in Poland's favor, and Russia took full advantage with some very good performances.
Yeah, I think Russia just looking so good. They've been giving it every single ounce of energy they have in this tournament this year, and it really prevails for them. They're just putting all of the effort in. I think, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't think we've seen the best of Poland this year. And, unfortunately, there are some years where you go out for OWC and you maybe don't give your best performance. And that is unfortunately part of this game, and it's part of tournaments. And all we can hope is that Poland takes this, they run with it, they show up again next year, and they give us a show that we know we can see from them. And, they had a decent showing this year. They had a great time in qualifiers, and they just, with such a competitive year for group stages this year, it has been so difficult for all the teams in this tournament, and for a team like Poland who, hasn't been able to give their best here. It's difficult when you're going up against teams who are all trying to vie and win this tournament here, especially, with some ridiculously dominant teams left in the tournament that are looking absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Poland is now the highest seed to be eliminated, the second top 8 seed to go down, and they've got a lot of strong players. They'll be back next year, but man, Russia, I cannot wait for Russia next weekend against South Korea. That's one that I'm going to be excited for. All of our matchups next week actually are now set, and we've got a lot of ridiculously talented teams left. The highlight, and I think, one of our biggest matches that we're likely to see, United States versus Germany, Vaxay versus White Cat is going to be the marquee matchup in semifinals. Canada, Japan, that other winner's semifinal match. And now all our losers semis set up as well. South Korea, Russia, going to join Brazil versus Taiwan, China versus Indonesia, and Hong Kong versus Australia. A lot of those Asian teams still alive in the bracket, still trying to make it through and make the case that Asia is still a dominant force in the OSU standard scene. We've seen a lot of America, we've seen a lot of Europe, but you've got 5 teams still left from Asia, and plus Australia in the OCE region. So those are going to be some great matchups next weekend for absolute certainty.
Yeah, we're looking forward to a lot of good matchups. We have a lot of good potential matchups as well in the losers bracket, given some of the teams that, if they win their match, continue on. And, we're hitting semifinals next weekend. It's a big weekend, and we're going to start to get a lot more of these close type of matches between teams that are a little bit more contested here. And, you have a lot of big matches next weekend. We have matches like you got Hong Kong, Australia, you have United States, Germany, you have Canada, Japan. There is a lot of insane matches. China, Indonesia, Brazil, Taiwan. So those are the big ones, winners bracket matches to keep a lookout for there. So there is just so much to keep an eye out for here that hopefully we all find time to come in and join for all of these, because it is going to be a wild ride through the semifinals.
Yeah, and so on that note, that is the end of our matches for this weekend, but it's not the end of our content for this weekend. We do, of course, have the semifinals map pool showcase coming up a little bit later on today. I do not have an exact ETA on that, minimum of half an hour, but we'll, of course, let you know when that one goes live. We'll be back next weekend for matches, but really, I just want to say congratulations to all the teams victorious this week that are advancing onward in the bracket. Commiserations and condolences for the teams that were eliminated here, who put up their best, and it just did not quite make it on, faced some great opponents. But really, I thank you all for watching. Thank you, Chillier, for joining me in the booth. Always an exciting experience casting with you, and a great match we got to witness here. And I think on that note, basically, we'll be seeing you guys in a little while on the other side of the break for the semifinals map pool showcase here at OWC 2020.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the last thing to get underway for the quarterfinals weekend, and that is, of course, to show off the maps for next week's round. The semi-finals map pool showcase is going to be underway in just a moment. I'm Doomsday, and joining me in the casting lounge, first of all, is the lovely Half Slashed.
Hello, hello.
And of course, joining us as well is one of the map pool selectors, the one and the only OMG Force.
Hello, how are you, Doomsday?
I'm doing good, man. I'm chilling with my coffee, taking it easy. Gotta get that caffeine going. It's the first one of the day, earlier on playing in the tournament, laying off the caffeine.
I mean, look, I'm a bit more, how should I put it, efficient, because I don't need caffeine if I have a lot of adrenaline in my body, so I'm good to go for the entire showcase.
Oh, I see, yeah. Just gotta fuel it naturally, I see.
Damn straight.
It helps sometimes me.
Yeah, I was about to say, Forz, you sound awfully calm and collected, right? Like,
yeah. I'm as cool as an ice block right now, definitely. No last minute things happening here at all. This is fine, everything's fine, nothing's on fire.
Everything's planned here in the OWC, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
It keeps us all on edge, but we did get everything together, I believe. Everything is just about set, even if it was literally just before we went live here, but I believe things are just about ready to get set off once Falls is all ready to start us off.
Alright, and I think we can just get right into the first Nomad 1 of this pool, and we'll get right into it with the Aimi Seimei no Tomoshibi. Unfortunately, Aza isn't here, so I'll have to do with all the pronunciation here. Yeah, this is the Nomad 1, which is great because this just gives us a bit of breathing room, because it's, as expected, one of the longer maps, and it is very easy to summarize, which is just jumps. This one in particular has been quite a lot of has given quite a few people in our playtesting area a few headaches, because we had to revamp this map I think 2 or 3 times, and we finally got it right, I believe. It's gonna be a lot more comfy than it used to be, and I hope people are gonna be mostly happy with it. Spartan has been brought out of the depths of courses for this one, and yeah, this is a normal one from him.
See them stars coming up, skill warming up, as it's coming up. I guess it'll give us an allude to what we're going to see a lot of in this map. Looking pretty comfy so far, and I say a lot of the Nomad ones so far in the tournament have been very, very ergonomic.
Hey, I know this song. Where'd you get this one from, Forz?
From the featured artist page. I don't know, where did you get yours from?
I don't know actually. I'll have to check with my my stream apes.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny how this one's an overlap. There was the one Adia map, which was also an overlap in songs and courses, and the Hyun Soulwind one. Funnily enough, I actually did not think of courses at all when going for these maps.
Look,
because it's
just
mostly
the songs.
It was like a mix of like the mapper and then me just randomly finding stuff. And the Soulwind one, I think I stumbled upon like 2 years ago from some unranked mapper. That's how I found the song initially.
Yeah, it's always just interesting how that coincidence tends to go. It just kind of goes to show it's like there's still like all those songs that are really good for tourney, they just haven't been mapped yet, really, or like no one's made a decent enough map of it. And it's like it's easy to come to the same conclusion when you're doing this stuff. So I just find it interesting.
Yeah. As a side note, I mean, it is 4 minutes long, it's 202 BPM, OD 9.3, so stuff isn't too easy to hack, and you don't have like a bunch of assassins. It is essentially just a harder version of last time. There are a few more awkward patterns in the map, mostly in the corner sections of the map though, and there's respectable amount of streams, and as you saw that 5x burst, which is slightly spaced. There's also 2 or 3 1/3 sections, which are really low space, so it's mostly just getting 100s there. If you miss there, to be honest, you probably shouldn't play Nomad 1 then.
Yeah, this far is looking very much just like a buffed version of the last Nomad 1. Like 0.3 star difference. Yeah, I guess the little 1/3 there can be a point of contention, but I can't see it being an issue at this point, especially if it's lower spaced. Maybe we'll see when it comes up.
But the real buff here is the fact that now we're using a featured artist, right? Female vocalist, featured artist. It's like that is the gem in the rough right there. That is pretty much what we're seeing here. So.
Oh, also fun fact: Spartan actually commissioned the background for this one, so this is like a completely original, like just map here with like no issues in any case. I think it's probably gonna go for ranked. I mean, if you see featured artist, he probably wants the mapper skill points, right?
Absolutely, that is exactly what's going on here.
That's actually really cool. You love to see that. There is a lot of jumps. It is literally almost the same as the last one in terms of feel, so I think we'll see the similar sort of teams go for this and similar performances, but of course the little buff making it a little bit spookier. Inconsistency, I suppose.
Thank you
but it's
for
no one. That's really what it is.
Yeah, thank you for the question mark FC on this one. Skill. Getting a last minute replay on this one, and we'll get right into the next one, which is See Ascension to Heaven by Kreutz. A replay by Spare. Yeah, so this is also a map with a storyboard, as you can see right here. It's gonna come up pretty soon. There it is. There is the storyboard. It is the short version of Ascension to Heaven, 200 BPM. There were a few interesting things done with it. This is mostly a stamina test and tries to just focus on the streams and only the streams. The stream shapes are a little bit tough, but like they're not over the top, so it doesn't feel like as if it's a tech map or something. Should be comfy enough for most players to play. This is essentially split into two halves. It's the first half and the second half. The first half is essentially just stamina, the second one is stamina and a little bit more aim. There's slightly more spacing in the second half. Otherwise, there's the downtime in the middle, which we are actually half the BPM, so there's half as many slider ticks, so there's half as many, like just that much less free combo in the middle. Because you see it's pretty free, essentially.
Get some deja vu here. It's not the first time Kreutz has mapped this song.
Yeah, I was about to say, is this custom? Like,
yeah, this is custom. Yeah, sorry.
Before. Okay.
Yeah, this is a custom map. Sorry.
It's like the short version. He has a ramp map for the full version. Looking like a similar sort of style, at least so far.
Yeah, once you map a song, right? If you're gonna map it again, even if it's a short version, then oh, that's a Burai slider. That's cool.
Yeah, it's not that. That's an overlap. I mean, it's pretty obvious how it goes. I can't see people misreading that, but
yeah, if you missed there and you don't miss on any of the streams, then I really want to see that. Actually, that's a very interesting situation to put yourself into as a player in this tournament.
That'd be tragic. Like, there isn't really an SV change on that. I'd be surprised to see many people break on that slider.
Yeah, this is definitely an upgrade from last week in terms of the stamina, though. Also, just in general, the speed aim is higher. Some of these things actually get to pretty high spacing, so makes me curious what's coming.
The last one was maybe a bit more on the aim than the stamina, but this one is definitely stamina intensive with some of those streams. But at 200 BPM, I imagine a lot of teams at this level should be able to field good rosters for this. But it is more of a stamina test than previous weeks have been.
Thank you, Spare, for the replay, and thank you, Kreutz, for making this one possible. And we're getting right into the next one, which is Polka Dot Stingray. It's Otoshimai, and it's by a map by Moth, another custom map. The alternate map, which is on the slightly higher BPM side actually this time around, which is 165 BPM. It's 3 minutes, and because it's 165 BPM, you don't really see a lot of very janky patterns, and the snaps are actually mostly focused on very short 1/4 sections. There are some longer ones, which shouldn't be too much of an issue here. There's a lot of theme control involved in the map as well. There is a breakdown part in the middle with some slightly higher slider velocity, so that's still something you have to pay attention to. But in the KI mostly, you can see these pretty harsh snaps here. It's mostly just these double snaps. And then between the KI, you mostly see the longer 1/4 coming out.
Yeah, this is definitely on the more, I would say gimmicky side for like an alt pick, but It's actually it is kind of interesting to see this type of thing. It's just like combining some sort of aim control with just like general flow aim skill. It's always nice to see this.
Yeah, there's a reason why this one's a bit more, how should I put it, not that standard as you would expect it, but yeah, we'll just leave it for that. Leave it at that for now, alright?
Very well.
Yeah, the last one was very linear flow aim focused. It had its moments of like snappy aim, but this one definitely has a bigger focus on the snappy aim, so maybe more in line with what you'd consider for like a more modern old pick, I suppose, with all those sharp corners and spacing changes. But you do have the flow aim in there as well, those big circular streams and whatnot. A lot more little ult skill sets being tested here from what it looks like. Like that, the qualifier ult map was a bit like that. It looks,
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
definitely.
I agree, this definitely reminds you of the qualifier map. Also because it's pretty similar in BPM, I would say.
Yeah, but quite a bit more difficult though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is, when you have higher BPM alternate maps, you can't really afford to go the wiggle patterns, which is disgusting spacing and just cuts, as you would used to be, like when you actually map a 130 BPM alternate map. So there have to have some like limitations. So some of the higher BPM alternate maps might feel a bit similar in that respect.
Ooh, some of those 3/4s there in this solo. Some pretty nasty rhythms in this section.
Look, all I really care about here is that girl in the background is repping Sega. So, you know, let's just leave it at that.
I didn't know it was sponsored by Sega. You didn't tell me this.
Yeah, this map was sponsored by Sega. Like,
You heard it
there's
here
gonna be an
first.
Atari version of this. Don't
That
ask
is
how
100
it's possible, but
That is
it's happening.
100% a true fact. We do not lie, definitely not at all.
Nope.
Nope.
I mean, come on.
I mean, it was even by Markiplier, right?
True, yeah. I mean, it's marked by playing. Alright, and we'll get right into the next one, which is the tech map of the pool. Verikudas Hemisorf? I'll just call it that way. It's a real easy map. 3 minutes, once again, 190 BPM, so it's a bit of a non-standard higher BPM tech pick. There's also a reason for this one later on. But yeah, this one's focuses on the 1/4 snaps and slider aim. There's no like huge long stream focus, it's just slider aim and the 1/4 snaps on a higher BPM here. Kind of reminiscent of Grand Finals tech map last year, except a lot more toned down, let's be honest. And no like 1/3 sort of 300 BPM streams or anything like that. But yeah, essentially this map has 3 parts. The first one you saw is the intro. Pretty tough, I would imagine there to be some of the breaks. Then there's the middle part, which has shorter 1/4 snaps, but mostly focuses on just higher spacing between the 1/4 bursts. And the ending just has a mix of both, essentially. And there's a bit of free combo between the parts here. This part is a bit spicy, but you shouldn't really miss here. You can maybe get a few 100s because of the 1/4, the snapping, the way the snapping has been mapped here.
Yeah, those kick sliders, man, that cursor really having to jolt. Yeah, name a more iconic duo, real AZ and tech maps and tournaments, man. You see his name a lot, for good reason. It's really nice, very good tournament maps. Consistent difficulty and always really nicely done.
Yeah, this one's actually quite solid. I was like, I initially like heard this song and I'm like, this is gonna be whack, but it's actually pretty straightforward for, you know, the kind of chaos that's kind of going on in the song. But yeah, it is mostly a slider aim check. I always like to see that slow slider test, so that's always cool.
Yeah, otherwise we're right now in the second, I would say, more free-ish part, and then we'll get into the last part, which is another one of those more difficult parts. Yeah, I would definitely say the difficulty is grouped in the beginning, middle, and the end, and between those groupings there's, I would say, about 100, 250, 200 maybe free combos sometimes.
Could be quite significant in terms of the matches that downtime.
something I appreciate here, though, it's a lot more difficulty consistent than the quarterfinals one. So I know, looking at some of the feedback, some people didn't like how it was, a lot of difficulty was concentrated on a few streams. This one, it's like, well, there's a lot of stuff going on, but it's different parts in different sections. You've got jumps out of slow sliders in one, you've got spaces doubles and triples in another, slider aim checks in the intro, and then of course you've got this, which is like a slightly awkward aim section. So.
Yeah, I mean that's like way of the difficulty not being very consistent was mostly due to the song, because 2-minute tech songs usually have like a few parts here and there, and then there's like the big, like intense part at the end. And it's a bit hard to make it consistently difficult. This one is 3 minutes, and if you just listen to it, it sounds very similar in the first part, the middle, and the end here.
Yeah, the start and the middle definitely seem like the big spikes to watch out for, and that ending as well. Yeah, the start and the middle section looking quite tough with those spaced bursts and the sliders. So
yeah,
I imagine like whoever wins the first half will pretty much win that map. So.
Yeah, and we'll get right into Nomad 5, a map by Mazarin. It's a custom one again. And it's also this Welcome to Your Doom. Forever Wolf and Never Sheep. Alright, this one's the speed map of the round of the Nomad bracket. It's 240 BPM, and it features a respectable amount of consistent difficulty. This looks like 6.48 stars. It's slightly lower than last week, but this is 6.48 stars for the entire map. This map does not stop. This is insane. And we actually had to nerf it a lot of times because Mazarin is just way too good for mapping for tournaments, not gonna lie. When I tell him this is the star routine you're going for, he's like, yep, this is my consistent star line. And his graph just looks like pavement, like the sidewalk on the street. Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, so this is 6.5 stars, but that will be a little bit misleading here. It has a lot of like short bursts and just continues and continues. It has a few 1/3 streams here and there. This shouldn't really be the crutch of the problem. It's just consistent difficulty all around with these bursts. And the slider velocity, you can see, it's definitely the higher side. It's also CS 3.5. So the circles are slightly larger than usually. That just makes it a bit more like, forces you to move a bit more, right? Like if you have the same starting on small circles, you just have a lot less movement generally.
yeah, slightly higher spacing as well due to that because of how everything scales up. Yeah, like some of these angles, like these stream shapes are very Mazarin. The way you go off a slider into a burst that's moving in like the opposite direction. It's a little bit of a tricky movement to make. It's a small one, but when you're mashing and you're trying to keep up with 240, the fourth player that may be struggling a bit can really have a bad time with those. So it is a big speed test because you have to be quite comfortable with this to deal with the aim as well.
Forrest, you fulfilled my wish. I said that we needed a 240 BPM Nomad 5 after last week's 235 and the previous week's 230 and the week before that's like 225 or something. You did it! You kept the linear.
But I actually did not plan for this, not gonna lie. This one was one. Alright, I'll take it, but you know what? I can't take it for next week. I'll have to break the promise. Next week is not gonna be 245 BPM, but it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's just that's pretty cool to see that linearity. But yeah, I actually like the CS 3.5 here. It makes some of these like weird-ish streams on this BPM actually quite manageable. So always love to see those attempts to kill the aim requirements in these maps.
Oh, also if you take a look at here, there are some blue tick doubles here. Just a little bit of thing control here. It's essentially a speed map with a mix of a lot of things.
This is relentless. 2.2k combo plus.
I mean, it's only 6.40. It's lower star rating than the last week. It has to be easier, right?
Yeah. 2k combo of easier mapping. Oh no, that slider break.
Yeah, thank you, Erison, for the replay. And we'll get right into the next one, which is Tsukasa Kaminos. It's Ruin of Opus. This song is... This is a song. It's 180 BPM and there's some speed ups. It's the Nomad 6 Ribbon Pick. Custom map by Silica. And it starts off pretty solid and then it goes into a very long 1/3 part. This one is still like the kind of 180 BPM stream part. You can still chill a little bit and get some accuracy on. But some of these snaps here you have to pay attention to. Now we get right into the 1/3 part. It starts off with like 160 BPM, 1/3, and then it speeds up by 5 BPM, it speeds up by another 5 BPM, it speeds up until 180 BPM, until the bigger breakdown here. And then the rest of the map is just 1/3 into 1/4 into weird snaps. And a decent amount of aim control here.
And you were saying about how last week the number 6 is getting like the rhythm section. Yeah, this one's definitely stepping it up from the previous weeks. These BPM changes. On the OD9 as well. Last one was OD8. So it's a pretty big shift on a map like this.
Yeah, as you can see, that panel right there was a 1/3 into 1/4 into 1/3, just saying.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's what you need.
Yeah, the reason why the OD is a bit higher is because the map actually, it features a lot of 1/3 and 1/4, but the thing is, it has a lot of 1/4 density, where, like this one, for example. We have a lot of streams where you can just mostly get a bit of accuracy here and there.
What is this song doing, man? This is hard to follow on a first listen, that's for sure. But yeah, this is definitely a rhythm pick. It has a bit of it does have the aim control like you mentioned, but it's focused less on the fast rhythm that the previous one had, where there was 1/6 and 1/8, and this one's more on the 1/3 and just the doubles, the even streams, etc. Should be fun.
And the spacing. So that spacing was pretty nasty at the end there. Those streams looked pretty broken in terms of the spacing.
And here's the reason why the actual Nomad tech pick is more focused on the slide and the 1/4 snaps. Because this one is the stream tech one on Hidden 1. It's our common mind disorder by Altai, another custom map. Altai is one of the more recent mappers coming in for DVC, and he's done a wonderful work here. Popping off on this one. This one focuses on a mix of ping control and just stream tech here. You can see these cut streams, you have to respect them, and this part is very important. You have a stream and then you do not overstream. If you overstream one note, you miss on the stacked 1/2 note right at the end of the stream. This part, you have to get right in terms of ping control. If you don't, you get breaks. This is the ping control part. Then it goes right into a sliding velocity part a bit, so you have a bit of aim here and there. And then it goes into more streams, essentially. More cut streams, more stream shapes, just a lot of streams, and the ending is just a lot more streaming as well.
A true anti-mash map with a lot of those overlapping patterns, like you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, with the BPM and that, and the rhythms aren't necessarily that tricky, but yeah, a slipped finger consistently through this map can really nobble a player.
Yeah, these are some doubles. Here's some accuracy drops for you, and then it gets right into another spicy section.
Downtown in the middle of the map, if someone gets through that section with a combo, it can be a big deal when it comes to the matches.
Oh boy, these are the tech streams, right? Like, I can definitely see the parallels with last week's No Mod 4. You know, if you were good at those types of streams, then you'll be good at this one. Like, the frequency of the turns is high, like streams overlap on themselves. You know, they're nice and short, so stamina's not really the gate here. It's all about aiming those streams, which is pretty cool to see. So
yeah, funnily enough, when the SV actually increased by this much, the slide velocity, it looks like the hardest part of the map, but these short like doubles you just snap are actually pretty straightforward. This is more like the harder part of the map.
The little stops you have to do right at the start of those streams, yeah. It's a
Look,
big control element, even if it is just the one note you have to stop on.
I keep saying it in the matches, and I'll say it again. Hidden streams, watch out.
Yup.
Speaking of hidden, here's approach at 8.5 density by our exception. Also known as the CEO of O's, also known as Dead Code. Also known as the mapper who somehow got past like any checks from like I think a year ago, where he had 2 different map sets in the pool in the last year's ODVC, and we didn't notice because he has name changed. Alright, but yeah, this is a custom map by him. It is the approach at 8.5 map density. It has essentially his style, which which you actually saw last year in the Grand Finals approach at 8 hidden. Just awkward jumps, harsher triple angles, and you know, just this is your density pick with a bit of pattern aim here and there. Enjoy.
So somewhat going off of the previous sort of pattern aim map, but much more in a modern style as opposed to the sort of neo old style we had from Photopnic's map last time.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the more common styles that we'll probably see for any future densities and density checks in general. A lot of people find that have very hard time replicating the old styles that like Partonic can pull off no problem. So this is the type of thing that I guess is within expectation.
I feel like as well as once you, I mean the last Photopnic map, that AR8, a lot of the old maps, that's about as difficult as they get in terms of reasonable old style maps. So yeah, modern style on this AR, it's a much bigger test in terms of density with all these trickier elements you see.
Yeah, that said, there's a bit of overlap focus on this one compared to some of the other things. I'm actually getting a lot of flashbacks to the Devious Panda, Blood Drain map that was picked. So similar in that regard.
Oh yeah.
I agree. It's kind of similar to that with the streams, but with more of an aim requirement. And also it's got a few of those 1-1 gaps that are stacked as well. I noticed a couple of them.
Right, yeah. Also, this map is, the song is also a featured artist, just for the information.
Oh, you gotta get them in. You'll love to see it.
Yeah. This time it's double Immy, so like you ban. This time there's no double VTuber this time, so. But maybe we'll see the double Immy.
I'm about to say, you haven't seen the entire pool yet. How can you say that?
Oh, are you gonna hit us with the double Immy and the double VTuber? Like, whoa, come on, look. I'm just saying, likelihood of that is pretty low naturally. I'm calling this pool rigged.
You know what? Walter would probably kill me if I actually had another double VTuber in there. So, I actually, I value my life, so I didn't. That's a spoiler.
Very good.
Instead.
We get right into the third hidden map. It's by LMT. It's gonna be Middle Island Frailness, and this one is I would say the rhythm hidden pick here. It has 1/4 aim control here, and 1/4 into 1/3. And on CS5, we weren't joking when we actually went for the hidden one in qualifiers. This is just some things you could kind of expect in hidden here, and this one is really spicy, and thanks to Happy Stick for the replay, by the way. But yeah, this map is, I think, split into 3 sections, and it usually just repeats. You have this calm section here, you just have to get those patterns right. This is where you build combo. If you don't, you probably shouldn't play this map. And then you get right into 1/3 here. You can single tap them, they're not too fast, but it's still awkward here. We had to buff the approach rate to 9.5 actually. This is an unrigged map, we had to change a bit. But yeah, it just keeps on going here and goes 1/4 into 1/3 and just has then a short 1/4 snap section, and it repeats the same thing twice.
Yeah, I was about to say, you mentioned it's an unranked map, because I remember test playing this when LMT first made this. This thing was made a few years back, so it's cool to see this thing reused. It kind of feels like a slightly easier version of the Nomad 6 in the type of song it is, but there's definitely a lot more of an aim control focus.
Yeah, there's a big focus on that, and especially with the circle size as well, the CS5 with all those wiggles. I mean, the approach rate at 9.5 shouldn't be too much of an issue for any players that are going to be coming in for hidden picks at this stage, but it is still there.
I mean, this one is definitely a niche skill set for most people. I would expect this to have one of the higher ban rates as well. We tried to make it as approachable as possible with the 9.5, because the original was actually 9.0. Which I would say the amount of players who are good at this type of rhythm of 1/3 into 1/4 or vice versa, and adding hidden to that and CS5 and aim control is probably on the lower side. So trying to make this as approachable as possible for people. I would reckon Black Joke last week, it's gonna have one of the higher ban rates in the pool.
Yeah, I feel like the actual mapping really helps test what you're going for on this one, really. The AR9 would make it particularly obtuse because it'd be a reading map as well as an awkward aim map. But the actual patterns themselves are going to stick out in terms of this pool. We had the hidden one be more sort of conventional tech aim. This is more on the awkward aim when it comes to those bursts. So you can draw minor comparisons, but they're very different maps.
Yeah, for sure. This the AR boost is definitely making this a lot friendlier for a hidden pick. Otherwise, right, you could literally just sub this in for your Nomad 6 slot and it would work pretty well, even at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, if this is 9.0, I'd probably put it in Grand Finals or Finals, by far. But yeah, I mean, as much as I like awkward things, we shouldn't just over-focus on the awkward things. So we get right into Hard Rock 1, which focuses a bit more comfortable things, which is aim. It's gonna be the Hard Rock 1, which is no surprise to anyone. It's another aim-focused map. This time by Mordred, another custom map. It's 3 minutes, 190 BPM, has aim, has a few jumps here and there. It's not as comfy as you would say Skyflame map is, or like Barking the Dogs mapping is, but it is comfy enough compared to a lot of other things here.
Okay, but what's that diff name though?
That's alright. Okay, let's just read out the song name and the artist. It's Kinema 106 Shuso, and the diff name doesn't exist. Thank you. No, just kidding. I mean, Modern just felt like it, so why not?
Okay. Yeah, alright. I can't. Alright, yeah. So I'm not expecting too many surprises on this map because, you know, Hard Rock 1, you know, this is the aim map. That's pretty much all there is. So you brought the frog back in for the jump map yet again. We saw them in qualifiers, and now they're doing the replay for this map. So good to see that.
Yeah, the thing with that Mordred mapping is kind of like how Delis tends to map a lot of shapes and geometric shapes. You see that a lot in Mordred's aim patterns, but they are more ergonomic. So generally comfortable the whole way through. You are going to see that pattern aim in terms of like those big squares and occasional like linear anti-jumps, but nothing too awkward. But they are there.
Yeah, it's definitely not as comfy as you would expect your standard PP found to be, but it's definitely enough of an aim challenge for most people and approachable for most people here.
Look, I'm just saying, you could still gain some PP off of this, right? Like, this thing gets ranked, like, I could see this getting farmed. Because these patterns are actually in the recent PP changes. Well, I call them recent, but they've been out for like a year. Have actually been weighted pretty highly compared to before, so. This should be in line with Hard Rock 1 player skill set, I'd say.
Quite a few streams as well. Nothing too major, but there are a couple that were particularly spaced that you have to watch out for. So it's not all about the aim, because the Hard Rock ones have been very aim focused among all else. This one's a bit more on the balanced side, bringing in that stream aim too.
Yeah, Nomad 1 is more focused on the aim, while this one has a little bit more stream, but I would still focus it on mostly being the aim focus here.
Oh yeah, definitely that is the main piece, but there's a bit more to it as well.
Yeah, I'm actually getting some flashbacks here with the similarities of this song to Jubaku, that Meg map that was really popular a while back. So.
Oh yeah, I know which one you mean.
Okay, I can't even tell the difference between both songs, not gonna lie. I heard this, I'm like, hey, this is Chewbacca, isn't it? They're like, no, it's not. Oh, wait, what?
No, they're different. They are in fact very different. But
yeah, okay. But when I first heard this song, I actually did not notice the difference. But you know, Mordred actually sent both of these songs. I'm like, why you sent the same song twice? Alright, we're getting right into Hard Rock 2, which is one of the rare ranked maps in the pool, which is Hyun featuring Liu. It's Crossover, a map by Real Lazy. It's a CS5, so it's CS6.5 after Hard Rock, and yeah, this is your CS6.5 map. It has a few jumps, it has a few streams you have to be careful of. It's pretty short and spicy there, but I think it's definitely one of the easier maps in the pool here. I think most people are going to be comfortable on this one. Also, it's another featured artist.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking
Same.
about the Mappers Guild earlier. This is absolutely for Mappers Guild. It's got that storyboard too, which is always nice.
Oh yeah, also thank you to Grand Senpai for getting a replay here.
Sneaking in under his actual name this time. Yeah, looking like a fairly standard CS 6.5 at this level. Some tricky little streams here and there, but looking like a fairly balanced small circle size test. So far at least, anyway.
Yeah, there's some 1/3 you have to pay attention a little bit to. You don't miss on them, but you just get 100s on them, realistically. You should essentially miss on either the aim or the streams.
Yeah, I'd call most of this pretty straightforward. It's got a couple jumps that are a bit weird for nowadays, but, you know, you gotta keep it somewhat spicy.
Look.
Someone actually, one of our refs just pointed out the similarity of Hard Rock 2 with this week and last week. Cross time last week, this week, crossover. So, what's next? What's next for? Is Cross in 2 for Hard Rock 2 next week?
No, I don't know what all these cross references are all about, but they weren't on purpose, I swear.
Alright, I'm gonna shut up now. I think you got me. You got me on that one.
Yep. Like, you're just putting words in my mouth. I mean, it's featured artist. It works. That's all I've got for you.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Also, you said the patterns might not be something people would play nowadays in terms of like really comfy, jumpy patterns. I mean, this is also why you don't put real laser on a normal one, then.
What do you mean? This is totally a no mod one. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're getting into another custom map. It's gonna be, I think, one of the bigger bangers of this poll. It's gonna Vericuta's Jet Purdue. Probably some language I cannot speak. So that's the best you get from me. This one's a piano piece. And focuses on, ignore the hit normals for now for the hit zones. But yeah, this map focuses on streams and a long, very long 1/3 section in the middle. And the 1/3 section starts at like 30 seconds and ends at 60 seconds, so it's about 30 seconds long. And you're gonna drop a lot of accuracy or combo here if you're not used to this one. You definitely need to be well versed in both skill sets of just aiming this BPM and the difficulty of the streams and the aim, and this 1/3 section here.
I think it's on the cusp of single tappableness, but
yeah,
the longer streams come out, it's going to be particularly tricky. So yeah, I think a lot of players are going to be forced to alternate this, which is going to be a big deal for many players.
Yeah, it CS 4.7, so that's like 6.2, I believe, or 6.1 on Hard Rock.
Yeah, roundabouts. Yeah, I think it's a decimal bit. It's around about just over 6. It falls in line with the rest of the Hard Rock pool. There's actually a really nice balance among circle size and map styles as well, because you have your aim map, your balanced small circles, and then you got this one more focused on the stream. So,
yeah, funnily enough, if you look at the jumps, you would probably think this is way more comfortable in jumps, which it actually is than Hard Rock 1. Like, just look at the jumps. I think they're a lot more comfy, which is an interesting contrast for the Hard Rock 3 actually.
Yeah, like they're much more flowy, less about the shapes and more about just comfortable flow aim. It definitely seems like it's a more ergonomic one than that Hard Rock one was.
Yes, as ergonomic as 1/3 can be as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's limits to that, but as ergonomic as mashing through 1/3 can be. It'll be a nice ACK test then. Curious to see how the accuracies look on this when the players get a chance to have a go.
Yeah, and going forward, it's gonna be DT1 Valkyria Ikenai Borderline. A song a lot of people will know because there's, I think, a few loft maps, or like one very known loft map with just insane sliders. Well, we didn't put that one in here, otherwise I would have also been killed by water. We've got a more standard DT1 here. It's our Porsche 10.3 and just very comfy aim here. This was actually a map picked by Selk. I think one of the only, if not the only map in the entire ODWC when he got put in as a playtest and we need a replacement. He just said, I've got you guys. This is gonna be DDT1 map behind we need. And I'm like, yes, this is it. So thank you, Zerg, for this one. Yeah, it's the generic aim test here. It's 3 minutes after DT, 10.3. I hope you got your jump game on point for this one.
I'm sure many teams won't have an issue with that, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, this is a comfy aim map. Like this is pretty much all you can, as comfy as you can really get. Like people can farm this all day long. This is just, you know, 240 BPM ish jumps. Like I think it's 243 with double time. AR 10.3 check really. Look, we got Vivachi jamming over there with the smoke.
That's right.
So. This is, yeah, no frills. Like this is 10.3 jumps. Not much to say. Like. It is what it is.
It's also mapped in by, like, it was actually mapped in 2016, I believe, or 15 and ranked in 2016. It's actually one of the oldest maps in the entire, like, ODC pools this year. It's hard to, like, keep on finding, like, old maps to put in because you have the limitations of not being able to pick a map 5 years, or a map that has been picked in the last 5 years. You just gotta keep on finding new maps, or I guess in this case, hope that the rank section gives you something, or if there's something which has been forgotten.
It's always nice to see this mapper come up from time to time, that's for sure. Especially on the comfier side. I definitely much prefer this sort of style for the comfy maps. So.
Yeah, and the Pro Trait as well, a bit more traditional. Last time you had the 10.3 sitting on the more finger control heavy pick, but the 10.3, at least on this pick so far, I don't know what's coming up, but 10.3 aim pick is pretty standard for this level. Many players are going to be perfectly fine with that.
Right, and it's actually a bit of a contrast to last week, where the BT1 is actually a old-style Frostmon map, style-inspired map, right, by Johannes, and the Pro 8 flat, which is 9.6. This one just being higher. This one represents modern mapping a bit more than the last one, but we do have other maps for that. And we're gonna get right into the second DT, and this is where the ranked maps kind of stop here. It's a stream map, and if you want to have a streamy or stamina heavy DT map, chances are you will find spiky maps or not. But yeah, this is the reason why we have to go for a custom map one, and this is by Jasper. It's gonna be Daisuke Ishiwatari, it's gonna be Childish Killer. Maps, the last 2 weeks actually from Jasper, of the more recent maps here. And it's 233 BPM after DT, and has just a lot of longer streams here. It's 6.8-ish stars after DT application. It's also 9.6 in OD and approach rate, so slightly lower approach rate and OD from last week, but longer streams. This is essentially just an upgrade from the last week. It's longer, there's longer streams, but not like too much of an upgrade in terms of the length of the streams, because the last one was pretty short and spicy. This one's long, a bit more tame, but still spicy for the pool.
Yeah, have that sort of build-up section into this chorus where the streams kick off.
I feel like every key item has like 2 parts to it. Like this one is the end of the first part where you just kind of die, and after the next 24 node stream, this one you have a bit of a breather here, and then you get another like 2 longer streams. So if you hit the nodes until now, you can probably see the rest of the KI too.
Yeah, this is definitely an upgrade. I think this is sitting somewhere in the 234, 235-ish BPM range, something like that. It's really nice to see that. It's also AR8, which I always appreciate it. You've got to have that like AR8, OD8, DT in the pool somewhere, and it makes sense for this type of map.
Yeah, a little bit of density. Well, the BPM is, well, I mean, it's high enough that it can be, but I don't think it's really much in terms of reading there. But yeah, it's the classic settings that a lot of speed players tend to go for, the old maps that have AR8 on, so it's a comfy sort of reading style for them.
Yeah, it's just like, it's in line with where the practice is, right? When I think of like those old DT like players, I think of the people that are pulling up like Le Grand Blue and such on DT, and it's just like they're just going to town. 2011, 2012, 2013, golden age for DT speed players. So.
Yeah, I think if you just have your stamina game on point, this map just feels right at home. Like, I can see people beasting on this map, like people like, I don't know, Ryuk or Dust Eyes. Like, just solid players all around. Could definitely, like, just get FCs left and right here. If you just have the stamina for this one, the raw skill set, you should be fine with this.
Yeah, some of these streams are particularly long, so yeah, the ACK game is going to be a point of contention in the matches that see this. But yeah, you see players like that just absolutely 99% beast moding this.
Alright, and that was the stream stamina DT, and now we get to the speed stamina. It's gonna be a map by LMT. Epica Fight Your Demons, another featured artist song actually. And this one's 263 BPM. Oh, we actually do see the DT values after DT at the bottom right. Yeah, you see it's OD slightly lower than 8. This one is speed. A lot of bursts in a short row. I mean, just look at the map for 5 seconds and you will definitely know what this is all about. I don't think there's a single burst that's longer than 10 or 11 notes. So it's just like 5x burst into single tap into 5x burst, that type of stuff. And this is just constantly throughout the map. There's a bit of downtime in the middle, but otherwise this is consistently difficult throughout, and I think every speed player will feel right at home here.
Oh yeah, you know, we always love to see those LMT speed maps, right? This is no exception. Aim requirements, they don't exist, right? There's just enough aim just to keep it so you can't mash your way through the entire thing. And it's just like nothing, as long as you can handle the speed, you're good to go here. 260 BPM is definitely on the higher side compared to what we had seen in the previous week, which were hovering around the 250-ish mark. So this is definitely an upgrade.
Gotta say, I'm really liking the big number of featured artists tunes in this pool. Actually, a big fan of that, straight up. But
yeah, I mean, the longer featured artists are getting introduced, the more featured artists you can get in there, and that's the important thing here. I mean, as far as I heard, like there's a lot of featured artists coming in the following year, right?
Yeah. They aren't stopping. Really? They really aren't stopping.
It's so cool. It's a really cool. The way it's been going has been excellent. It's been so cool to follow. It's a long map, this as well. It's a true consistency test on DT speed. Actually, over 4 minutes. I'm not sure if that's drain time or not, but for a DT pick, this is rather lengthy.
Settings are kind of all over the place. I think that length is the no-mod length, and
I'm not sure if that is
most of the settings. Most of the settings, though, are DT settings. So
yeah, certainly the AR and CS are. With that solo, even more bursts. Those repeat sliders are very short. Watch you slider break on those if you whiff your ACK a little bit.
I mean, if you just don't have the speed, you probably will break there. But so will you break on almost any other part if you don't have the speed for this map, not gonna lie.
Yeah, for sure. This is all, it's all about the speed. There's nothing else to say here.
Yeah, we'll get right into the last course here and the last few bursts. Thank you for the replay once again by Harrison. This is not going to be the last time we see him, because this is the last DT, which is the Fin Control DT. DT4 here by Lasse, also of the newer additions for this pool here. It's the Fin Control DT. You see a lot of doubles, you see a lot of rhythm, not too weird as in Hidden 3 or as in normal 6, as you saw, with like 1/3 into something. This is mostly 1/4 based rhythm here. But it's mostly about the length of the streams and the variance of the length, especially. And even the amount of notes are usually very stamina draining and just awkward for people to play, and this map has a lot of them.
Yeah, I was waiting for what was going to round it out, right? And I was thinking, because you know we had DT2 being particularly pretty much no aim. It's just all about the longer stream stamina. Then it's like last pick was all about the speed, no aim, right? We had the comfiest like DT1 I've seen probably out of these pools almost. And then it's like, what you need something that's slightly on the awkward aim side and something slightly on the finger control side. That's what we're seeing here, right? You've got your doubles into triples and singles. You've got some of the older patterns, so space triples as well. It's always nice to see that.
Yeah,
also-
really doubly heavy, especially in the choruses here.
One thing I want to do is make a bit of a contrast to last week's map. This might not feel a huge step up from last week's map. For some people it might be a step down because just less stamina requirement. But there's still plenty of dumbbells and just ribbons here to play, don't get me wrong. So in terms of finger control, this is a lot more focused on that skill set and doesn't have other necessary difficulty added to it with just more stamina. It should be more in line with the rest of the difficulty of the pool.
Again, it's got that higher OD, kind of like how the last map in this slot had. So again, accuracy going to be a big deal when it comes to dealing with these rhythms, even if they're not overtly complex, but the control you need for them, like hundreds can drop massively on these. What is it, just over OD10, I believe, with DT enabled, or just under, maybe close to OD10. So it's pretty high.
I think it was just about 10, I believe, after DT. But yeah, we'll get into the next one, the Fremont pool. That's gonna be a K-Kip map. It's a CS 2.6. That's big.
That is.
And this map, yeah, this map is all about the big circles, as you can see. A lot of movement, just a lot of movement in general. Also, one way to get Hatsuki Yura into this pool. I mean, K-Kip's a fan, and you know what? It kind of works, right? It's essentially an alternate map throughout. It has some 1/6 notes here and there. They're mostly focused in the easy part here, as you can see. You shouldn't have any issues playing this one on the easy part, but there's some flowy snaps and some flowy aim and some snappy aim here. As you can see, there was a back and forth type pattern. And that's essentially this map in a nutshell. It should be pretty balanced for hard rock and hidden because the CS is 2.6. So the hard rock actually multiplies the circle size. So the lower it is, the less you actually end up with. I think this is 3 point something, 3.3 or 3.4. I don't recall, but it's very low, so it should be comfortable. It's just about DOD in that case. But yeah, just hopefully you have your ult game on point here.
Yeah.
Saw a lot of some of these, so a lot of hard rock's going to come out in this one straight away. Well, the AR isn't too high, so it's not exactly going to be like couple breaking where people will go in hard rock to avoid the AR7. But I still think we'll see a few more for free score gain in the head-to-head.
This is definitely right at home for the people who were looking at Nomad 3 and were wondering where's the flow aim, right? Here's your flow aim, right? Paired with some big circles, it isn't a modded bracket, but you know what? Take it. It's like if you're the Nomad flow aim god, you can play this while the rest of your team takes the mods. It's all good. Definitely, I'd say on the hard rock favorite side, right? The CS 2.6 is leaning into that. The hidden makes this a bit tricky on some of those lower BPM stream patterns, basically. So, but yeah, overall should be relatively straightforward. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe not, but
I mean there was a few 1/3 here. It's a few 1/3 here, but Jenny, actually good observation. I actually wanted to make that cross-reference points because I did tease it beforehand why the alternate, is a bit more snappy here. This one's mostly flow aim focused. There's a bit of snapping, but mostly flow aim. This is the contrast between both. Also, the hidden freeze also very flow aim heavy and has a few snaps here.
yeah, there are a few 1/6 in this one as well. So just slight speed gating, but it's not too big of an issue because if you don't really have the speed for it, it's like you mash through the first parts and then you're good, right? It's not like it's really testing you. You're probably not going to break there. It might just drop a few 100s. But overall, nothing too tricky on the rhythm, I'd say.
Oh yeah, actually the speed gating argument is an interesting one because it was actually a topic for internally for the playtesting. And essentially the 1/6 nodes are double tappable without any issues. So if you don't have the speed, just double tap them. They're really stacked. You just get a bit more 100s, but you should be able to see the map if you have no issues with anything else than the 1/6.
Yeah.
And this is a map. Wait, we know this guy. It's some Heian alien, and it's by who? Half-Slashed? Hey, Half-Slashed, do you want to talk about this map?
Oh man, do I have to?
Oh yes, you do. This is your honor here.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, what's there to say, right? You know, it's like you pair a Zun song with classic-ish diff settings, right? Initially, this was CS5 AR8, right? And it's like, of course, your OD8 with that, and you get like a week, and boom, you get this, right? So this should have some parallels, I guess, to the Grand Finals pick from last year, although this is kind of the baby version. So the Grand Finals pick in free mods, I mean the KTG-ster one. So here it focuses a lot on, you know, like really big spacing variants, right? You go from like really small pairs of objects, and then you just have a big jump into the next one. There's linear, there's wide, there's sharp, there's a little stacking stuff, but overall, you know, nothing too crazy for an AR8. It's just a real cursor awareness check, I'd say.
Yeah, some of these aim shapes definitely look like they'll be quite nasty on the hidden. Another one where we might see a few hard looks for the sake of reading ease. And there's a few little tricky doubles as well, I've noticed, in the rhythm, especially here, but in the earlier section as well. You have jumps, and then you have a little double just before the next jump. Little things like that.
Yeah, watch out for... There's like slow section where there's just really messed up rhythm. Yeah, just watch out for that. You're probably going to need to practice that one. There's just some awkward stuff in that. But otherwise, right, this is the type of thing that should be hard no matter which mod you play. So I think if you're playing this no mod, it's not that bad. If you're playing this with hidden or hard rock, yeah, have fun.
This is not a mod you go 3 times hard rock on or 3 times hidden on. You take your sacrificial lambs in the hidden and hard rock, and you go for normal. This is where your meat of the combo actually stays. Because look, this part has some 1/3 ribbon here, which you need to practice on hidden. Hard rock is a bit easier side rock, it's just really hard to hit properly because it's only 10, right? So just get your normal players on point, and hopefully have the hard rock and hidden players on this map support them.
Yeah, I'll be surprised to see a couple of teams take a double hard rock those from what we've seen so far. But with it being AR 8.3 instead of the 7.8, maybe people would be fine dealing with the density as opposed to taking the OD. I mean, we'll see next week though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this if it gets picked.
Oh, I really hope we do. Got to get some Zun going on. I'd be sad if we don't see it.
Now we're getting right into the last free mod, which is a map by Natekedes, or Evil Elvis, as some of you guys know him as. And this one is SSH, The Decisive Battle. It's 234 BPM, and I mean, this is Russian mapping. You have your awkward aim here, you have your Evil Elvis patterns, right? This just makes it hard on hidden and nomad, which is great. And hard rock just makes it that much more comfortable because of the approach rate. It's approach rate 9.2 on base. It has these 1/3 streams here. They shouldn't be too much of an hassle. It's mostly about the jump patterns on this one. I wouldn't blame anyone if they would miss on the 1/3 ones too. Those are definitely things which can drain your stamina. It's a few triples here and there, but it's mostly single tap heavy. In the middle of the part there's like, I think, 1 9-note bursts. So that's the most speed gating this map has. But otherwise it should be balanced between both mods here.
Song choice in this free mod pool. Oh man, this is some good stuff. I'm loving the song choice.
Yeah, definitely an alternate favored pick for sure.
Yeah, old players in general will have old people shouldn't really play this map because this one's really tough. But, seasoned veterans and older players should feel right at home here. It doesn't have anything too spicy about it. Generally, it's just consistently hard here and has the way the patterns or the way the aim is actually structured is just the classic Evo Elvis way. Just snap them all. If you can snap them on this BPM, you shouldn't have any issues. If you have troubles reading, better not be the guy who plays hidden on this.
Yeah, it could be a nasty one for the hidden players, especially because the AR is 9.2 with the BPM. Yeah, density is definitely going to be a thing for the hidden players. Yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, Evil Elvis aim style, and if you've played his maps before, you know exactly what to expect, and you know that they're not quite as comfy as you'd hope. Anti-jumps and spacing changes all the way through. It never sits still.
Always good to see the classic Evil Elvis / Johnson / Nateke Desu map. So, yeah, this is like high BPM awkward aims. Like, I'd say we are going to see some. We're probably going to see a decent bit of alternating because there's not too much of these like bursts or triples to throw you off your game here. But there's a lot of patterns that just in general benefit it. Like, there's 1/3 here that you probably would be better off alternating, or you kind of have to anyway. And then it's like, I don't know. I think there's just enough single sap strain here normally that it might be more comfortable to do that. So we'll see though. We know Markiplier is alternating.
Thank you, Markiplier. He's one of the old people here, right?
Oh yeah, seen him the other day. He's part of his Airman FC.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, actually, just a note on the alternate. He's actually mixing between single and alternate. I expect to see that behavior kind of commonly, just because it is kind of draining to just single this whole thing. So.
There we go, and that was the Fremont pool, and we get right into the tiebreaker, which is gonna be another long one. It's Crossvein Eternal Dream. It's a custom map and a map by Itki and Kite, a collab. And this replay is by Bartek. Don't tell me how I got a Bartek replay. And it definitely was not on last notice 20 minutes before the showcase. Thank you, Bartek, by the way. But yeah, this map it's a tiebreaker. It's 208 BPM, features a lot of jumps and streams, and is, unlike the last tiebreaker, actually a lot more awkward in the aim way the patterns are like just structured here. Last week it was mostly just favoring pretty generic players most of the time. This one definitely you need way better reading, and you can't just easily side read this without any issues. There's gonna be some longer streams here and there, or one first section as you can see there. But yeah, it's just jumps with like patterns and bursts here everywhere. That's your tiebreaker for this one.
Yeah, the collab between these two mappers. Yeah, both of these guys, when they tend to make stuff for ranked, you see that style of just big jumps in between anti-aim sections, you know, these low spacing notes in between to create these kind of awkward but almost comfortable but not quite aim shapes. I imagine that's what we're going to see the whole way through this. Yeah, big contrast from the last tiebreaker, as you mentioned.
But there's still 2 tiebreakers left. We'll see how they will end up being. For now, this is your tiebreaker for this stage. Semifinals is actually always a weird stage. Usually you see the most tiebreakers in quarterfinals, but this year we've actually seen an influx in tiebreakers since round of 16. So maybe everything's like shifted down a bit. We haven't actually seen a finals tiebreaker being played 2 years in a row, maybe even more, but 2 years is definitely confirmed. Maybe something will change this year.
We didn't have one this weekend, I believe. I mean, you had a bunch the week before that. We need to get the trend going next week.
Funnily enough, this is actually slightly lower star rating than the previous tiebreaker, but it's definitely a lot harder to see.
Yeah, the last one was much more on the comfy aim side. It was very, you know, the flow on it was very ergonomic, but this one being much more awkward. Yeah, it makes sense that the star rating's lower because more of the difficulty is shifted towards things that don't appear in the star rating, like those constant spacing changes. You can see some of those sliders into those sliders. They're just not only are they changing spacing, but some of them are taking linear into sharp angles. It's constantly switching around. So. And that said, though, I don't think it's going to be too awkward. It doesn't look like it's some really awkward, gimmicky map. It's not. I'm sure every single player that's in this right now must have played Uta at some point. So the kite style is nothing new to these guys of aim pattern.
I think it's like, I actually look at the hidden one from last week, and I kind of look at this map, and they're pretty similar. It's just pretty much BPMs apart. I'd say if you were good at the hidden one from last week, you'd be good at this one. It's not so high BPM like the Fremont 3 that we had, that, you know, you have to be like high BPM awkward aim specialist, just like the veteran of the like 2010, 2011 DT maps. It's just, this is more about, you know, can you just like control your cursor on this like slightly high BPM?
Yeah, also this was one of the first plays from Bartek, because obviously this was more on short notice, so he couldn't refine his replay, and you know, it was probably one of the first plays, if not his first play. So there's definitely some issues here and there. You can have some troubles reading some of these patterns. Definitely something you need to practice here. But otherwise, yeah, thank you, Bartek, for this replay.
Man, I really wanted to see that 300k mouse-only Forge replay, though.
Alright.
Come on.
The world is not ready for that.
You sure? Alright. How about next round?
Alright, look. The only way a 300k Force replay in the last second happens with mouse is when I've completely lost it. And I know it was close this week, but I haven't yet, because Bartek exists. Thank you, Bartek.
Alright, well... That's always good.
As that No Mod 5 player, I think the Falls quota, he's not ready yet. He needs to build his energy up for the next No Mod 5.
Imagine being a tournament player for many years of your life, and you always were not good at the speed maps, and now you're pooler and you have to play all the speed maps and get a replay on those. Man, I don't know what happened. Somewhere along the way, it just went all downhill.
That's how it goes. As soon as you retire from tournaments, man, you gotta play even more. How does that work?
It's always nuts.
Now that stream solo that happened a little bit earlier looks pretty intense as well, and that had some pretty awkward little jumps in the middle of them as well, so definitely a section to look out for if you see this map. That's solo.
Speaking of awkward jumps, here's some more.
And bursts. So I gotta say, it's a solid play considering, very last minute thing from Bartek, so he's a good player. That's what you'd expect. But looking like a pretty interesting tiebreaker this, much more on the, slightly different side compared to the last couple of weeks, so look forward to seeing that, I hope.
Alright, and that concludes the map pool showcase for the semi-finals. It has been a pleasure working with all the guys in the internal ODC mapping Discord, with all the mappers and all the playtesters helping out. And sometimes it's stressful, but you know what? In the end, we're trying our best, and I hope everyone's happy with the pools we release on a weekly basis here. There's gonna be 2 more pools left. And then I'll get a vacation, Jesus Christ.
You're almost there, dude. We always appreciate all the work you put in, Falls. You do a good job, mate. And that looked like a pretty good pool, actually. That looked like a very nice traditional pool in many sense. Like the Hard Rock and the DTs feel a bit more traditional this time around, and looking like some nice variants in there, which I quite like.
Yeah, there's a bit of variance with the normal pools, swapping around some skill sets with very specific focuses on the alternate and attack, but otherwise it should be a more standard pools all around. And yeah, thanks to all the mappers for this week. You guys will hear from me soon to upload your maps, by the way.
Oh yeah, all the guys collating the lists. Get them sorted soon so everyone can take a look at these maps, and the players, of course, eagerly awaiting so they can get their practice going for the semi-finals. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. You got any closing thoughts on the pool half slash? Like, what are you thinking about this, mate?
There's some interesting stuff in here, right? Like, we started off with an overall, like, in my opinion, kind of weird no mod, and then it's just like, as you saw like more of the pool, like it started to kind of sort itself out, right? You start to see like, oh wait, where's that? I was expecting that in no mod, and it's like it's in free mod instead. So especially with the alt map and the flow aim and stuff. The Hard Rock, I actually appreciated like the CS diversity there. We had like CS 4.7, CS 5, CS 4.1. So there's a nice median. It's a good scaling, at least on the Hard Rock 3 from last week, where you saw that like 4.4 to the 4.7, stuff like that. It's just that, and the DT pool to me just looks very complete. Like you look at that alongside No Mod 5, and it's just like this is it, right? Like this, you got it. I think the DT players are gonna love this.
Yeah, I can see the speed players looking at that DT2, rubbing their hands together. That's a proper stamina pick. See some people are really excited about that one.
Alright, and I think that's gonna be it from us today. We'll see you guys next weekend when some of the more spicy matches are coming up for these semi-finals matches played with this pool. Hope you guys are gonna enjoy your week, and we'll see you guys next weekend. Goodbye.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
See you guys.